And a very good morning as we're just about to kickstart. I'm going to educate us again this morning. Àwọn kan tí ẹ ti gbọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ rí àbí tẹ́ ti gbọ́ tí kò yé yín, màá ṣàlàyé láàárọ̀ yìí. And what are those things I want to talk about this morning? Very, very key that you have pen and paper because it's going to help you along the line. Mo kí gbogbo wa as we're settling in. I've not started the program. I'm still setting up all the other platforms. But some of the things that we need to know quickly as we are moving into the conversation. This Saturday, there will be a rally in London on the 13th of August. If you're in London, if you're in the suburb area, you can join us there. We're expecting to all gather there at about 11 o'clock in the morning. At exactly on the 13th of August, there will be a rally. The rally is just again as we continue to educate and also create awareness to the people within the United Kingdom. So Yamawaye, Chief Mrs. Modupeola will be live at 8 o'clock. You'll be able to watch it on all the platforms so that in case you are not aware of that, she's going to be joining us later on tonight. You'll watch it on Heritage. You will be able to stream it from myself and the other media and Ijele as well. I think there will also be the Yoruba self-determination media as well that will be coming out later. The carnival, there's a plan that there should be a gathering that has not been yet confirmed. I'll be updating on that. Also on the 28th of this month, we're all expected to be at Dustin, Sunday the 28th. I'll be telling you more about that as well. There's going to be a rally I believe on the 28th as well, near Ilaro. I have to confirm with the flyer that I have. These are just preambles. They are not the mega rally that is going to be announced. The mega rally will be announced at the appropriate time. But for now, let us continue, to prepare our mind for more education about the Yoruba nation. That's some of the things that you probably don't know. I will be discussing this morning, look at the topic, familiarize yourself with it. You will need pen and paper nítorí pé ó máa ṣàǹfààní fún yín fáwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn kan tí ẹ mọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀tọ́ wa. But before I kickstart, like I say, we still have one or two platforms that is not fully ready, but because of the time constraint, we're very good in time. I've started very early, so I have about 4 hours window to play with. If you don't have enough credit in Nigeria, you might want to go and top it up now, because you will learn a lot of things. In terms of our right, I'm going to take you back again to the right. What is suppressed the right to as the indigenous people. Like I said, familiarize yourself, with the topic this morning, and then we will be able to kickstart. Yoruba nation, there's nobody that can stop it. Forget about all these people telling you politicians come and stop it. We're fighting for our right. It is a right under the United Nations as declaration. So the area that I'm going to be touching on this morning, and I'm going to focus on, please do not call until I ask to. Don't disturb. If you call and I realize that you're on the broadcast, I will block you, because this is not a time to joke, right? There's so many platforms if you want to go and listen to. Do not ask me to speak Yoruba. I will speak Yoruba as at the time I want to speak Yoruba. I am talking to the international community. I think a lot of you don't understand what the Nigerian government is doing. The Nigerian government is telling the international community that there's no problem in Nigeria. The only problem that we have is we're fighting because Muslim does not like Christian, Christian does not like Muslim. And that is totally a wrong view. What we are fighting for is that the indigenous people have been suppressed. But a lot of the international community are looking at Nigeria. They know that we are indigenous people, but they are not seeing the indigenous people in Nigeria as being suppressed. And that is a motion that we must not allow to be feed back into the international community. Think on Timbanso by year in Tijoba Nigeria and Shenikwe, one sọ fún gbogbo àgbáyé pé ìjà ìsìn là ń jà. So that means pé literally a problem kankan. Yes, misinformation. And that's why I know when some of you call, you stress too much. I don't like cutting you when you call and you are saying ẹ̀sìn tó gbé wá fún wa. Ìyẹn kọ́ ni main issue tó wà nílẹ̀ nísìn. Ṣẹ́rí tá bá ń specify lórí yẹn too much. What we are also telling the world is ìjà ìsìn là ń jà. There's nothing you can do to the religion that we have at the moment in Nigeria. Whether you believe in Christianity, bóyá àwọn òyìnbó ló gbé wá, bóyá Ọlọ́run náà ló sọ kalẹ̀ ló wá fi dọ́dọ̀ tiwa. But táwa náà bá tún wá ń specify too much pé ìjà ìsìn yẹn là ń jà. What we are telling the world is we agreed pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí Nigerian government sọ fún wọn. You don't know the power of Nigerian government. They have power to tell lies. But in time face, all other countries across the globe that are the indigenous people that they are facing. So we got to be very careful. Ọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n gbẹ́sìn wá ẹ̀sìn ẹni kò jẹ́ ká ṣoríire, ẹ jẹ́ ká pààyàn tì, kò lè yọ Christian kúrò nínú Nigeria, nínú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá as it is right now. Dẹ̀ lè yọ Muslim kúrò, and ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa kò ṣe parẹ́. But what we got to be very careful when, especially that, because every show that we are doing, I don't know about other people, but I'm sure that is the same. They are watching it carefully. They are taking notes. They are taking note, and when we continue to stress, could it die for Christian ló bá Nigeria, ìyẹn kọ́ ni issue mọ́ nísìn. Issue to ẹ̀ka face ká máa sọ̀rọ̀ lé mọ́ ni pé wọ́n suppress wa as indigenous people. Wọ́n suppress wa as indigenous people. Wọ́n fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ wa. But nítorí pé Nigeria jẹ́ ìlú kan tí exposure ti wà níbẹ̀, ó yàtọ̀ sáwọn other part of the globe. But let me just settle in, and then you'll learn a lot this morning. Like I said, do not disturb the broadcast by calling me when you know I am live. Let's go into the next music until I set up, and then we go straight into the anthem. Enjoy this while I'm getting ready. Araba yìí kó máa gbé How are you? Let's go there. You okay? Close that door. Still up here. Súnmọ́ bí kẹ́ tó wá gbọ́ láàárọ̀ yìí. Bàbá bá wa ká lọ láàárọ̀ yìí, ó kù díẹ̀. Igi là ń bẹ nígbò ìgbò, ìgbò ìbá mi wò lọ. Ń wo lọ díẹ̀ díẹ̀ tá a bá tètè yá. Àràbà yìí wá gbìyànjú kò dó máa kó wà lálẹ́ lọ. Igi ńlá yìí wà lóhun tó máa fi ṣàràbà lórí. A máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ láìpẹ́ kù díẹ̀. Oníwíwọ́ ní káràbà ìlọ́wọ́ láwùjọ igi. Onílé wo kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò. Ṣọ́dá àmà ọ̀sán Fúlàní òyìnbó ṣe ń pa wá. Kò kúkú dà. Ṣó wá sùn ọkọ̀ má dé ẹmọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kò jáwọ́ ní. Tó bá jáwọ́ wàhálà ti dé nìyẹn. Àwọn àgbààgbà ikọ̀ wọn kò tẹ́ra mú, odò sì wá kó wà láyé rẹ̀ lọ. Ó máa ṣe òye, kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò. Àlọ́bàdì ẹ̀gbọ́dọ̀ wọ láwùjọ. Èmi kí ẹ mọ èèyàn kí ara akíkanjú ọmọ ìlúgbìn. Yorùbá mi kọ́ mọ́ wọn ní ipò ọmọ rẹ̀. Ìdá máa rọ́kùn màmá ti di pẹ̀lú ọmọ bàbá rọ́kùn màmá ṣojú. Sunday ẹ̀yẹ tó má ṣe bọ́ kí ẹ̀ ò sí ní gbọ́mọ́. Òrìṣà tí ó ṣe fọ́pọ̀ màdé mọ́ ni, ṣe bí ẹ ò ọmọ làgbẹ̀dẹ. We're starting about 2 minutes.
Ẹ bá lè jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n jẹ́, Akẹ́yẹmí ọmọ sọ́kọ̀ kọ́ láì dá. Kìkì orí tó máa kọ́ ni wípé
Yorùbá nation.
Yorùbá nation ìlọ́tọ̀ ìgbà kìíní. Ẹ̀dá bí rẹ̀ ṣọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀, kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò. Kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò, onílé wò ẹ̀. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ká rórí. Ọjọ́ wo ni wọ́n dalẹ̀ ìfẹ́ sọ́kọ̀ọ̀kan? Àwọn kan sáré kó lè dára. Èrè kó bàjẹ́ kókó mi làwọn kan sá.
Ẹ lè dá dúró, ó ti late.
Ṣó dára kí dá aṣọ ìwà lọ́kùn?
All right, let's play our anthem and then we kickstart straight away. Once again, my name is Olamiko Ike. Today is the 10th of August 2022. You're watching a live transmission as we speak right now. If you're watching a replay in another broadcast somewhere, you're probably not watching a live transmission. Let's get started. Kagbega, kagbega, kagbega fayere. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní kẹ́jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú ọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sí ipò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. kí gbogbo wa láàárọ̀ níbikíbi tí ẹ bá ti ń wò wá. Mo kẹ́yìn tí ẹ bá ti wà ní ọ̀sán, mo kẹ́yìn tí ẹ wà ní ọwọ́ ìdájí nítorí pé the world is a big place and that means that we are all living in different part of the globe. Depending on wherever you are, we appreciate and we say a very good morning and welcome to this live transmission. Kí ni ìdí tí a ṣe ń jókòó tí à ń ṣe àwọn analysis àwọn àlàyé fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá? Ó ní pé ká lè máa gbáradì, ká lè máa prepare mind wa, kí ẹ̀mí wa lè kúrò pátápátá kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà. Ǹjẹ́ a lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ àti pé kí láwọn ẹ̀tọ́ tí àgbáyé gangan sọ fún àwọn tí wọ́n ń pè ní indigenous people? Kí la mọ̀ sí indigenous people? Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ìyàwó ni wọ́n ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀. Kí ni ẹ̀tọ́ tiẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí indigenous people àti kí ni ẹ̀tọ́ ìjọba tí a wà ní abẹ́? Torí pé ìdí tí a ṣe ń fight ní sí ni pé a ti wà nínú ìlú kan tí a jẹ́ ẹ̀yà míì, but àwa la ní orílẹ̀-èdè ilẹ̀ yẹn. But nítorí àwọn nǹkan kan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sẹ́yìn láti bí years back, gẹ́gẹ́ bí bá ṣe máa ń sọ pé 1914 yẹn, àwọn ìdí kọ̀ọ̀kan yẹn ló fà á tí àwọn àgbáyé ṣe dìde tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí pé wọ́n mọ̀ pé problem ti wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, àmọ́ àwọn problem yẹn àwọn míì máa ṣe gbòógì tó máa difficult fún wọn láti intervene. Àwọn míì máa ní extent kan débi pé wọn ò ní any choice pé kó force ìjọba ìlú yẹn kó ṣe ẹ̀tọ́ tó yẹ kó ṣe. Ká tó wá náà agbami ètò lọ, mo kọ́kọ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba tó ní wá, tó dá wa, tó sọ pé ìran Yorùbá ìran tó dá ni wá. Àmọ́ ǹjẹ́ àwa gan gbà pé ìran tó dá ni wá ká fẹ́ kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà àbí a ṣe ń fi sentiment sí? Nítorí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí wọ́n ní àwọn fẹ́ dúró sínú Nàìjíríà, sentiment ni wọ́n fi sí. Kò ń ṣe dandan ni pé gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ní ká dúró sínú Nàìjíríà ló like irú APC àbí PDP àbí Labour Party. Àwọn kan kàn wò pé since tí gbogbo àkókò ti jọ gbé ti pẹ́ láti bí 62 years àti 108 years of the fake amalgamation, ó better pé bí a ká ṣe continue journey yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè kan, nítorí pé wọ́n ń wo Nàìjíríà as a big brother tó lè ran other African country lọ́wọ́. Nàìjíríà fúnra rẹ̀ ò tí ràn rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ o. You're talking about people like Sowore, you're talking like people like Seun Kuti. They are looking at Nigeria as it can still play a role within Africa if we get it right by having, you know, good leadership and all that. And some other individuals that we might probably not be able to mention, but I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. But wọ́n fi ti àwọn indigenous people, wọ́n fi ṣe aṣíwájú pé kò ń ṣe aṣíwájú Tinubu là ń sọ pé kátẹ̀ máa wò pé ṣèbí ẹ̀yà kan ni wá tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó di pé gbogbo wa wá di in tí wọ́n kó papọ̀. Now, ká tó wọnú ètò lọ, nígbà tá ti dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run tó fún wa ní ìmọ̀, torí pé gbogbo tá à ń ṣe kò ń ṣe ó ju psyche wa lọ. Tó bá mọ̀ tán pè ní psyche, òun ni pé kíyàn lè think deep ju bí n tá à ń wò nísìn lọ. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ń wò pé bóyá nísìn ni wàhálà tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí, kò ń ṣe nísìn. Àwa ń wo ọjọ́ ọ̀la. Kí ló ń pè ní ọjọ́ ọ̀la? Mo ń wo péjì ẹ̀kún sọ pé máa ń lọ káàkiri as a journalist, and I'm not a blogger. Don't ever say I am a blogger. I'm a blogger, but we're a media organization. So I go around. Mo rí fídíò the former late lórí péjì Délé Momodu, ìyẹn ọba Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ tìjọ́ sí Olúbùsì tó kú yẹn tó wà nínú Rolls Royce ní London. Mo wá wò lọ́kàn mi pé tó bá yẹ pé àwọn bàbá ìgbégbèsè tó yẹ kó gbé tán nígbà tí wọ́n wà láyé kò kò bá sunwọ̀n fúnra wa nísìn irú ìjà tá à ń jà nísìn àwọn ní power yẹn láti direct nǹkan padà sí bó ṣe jẹ́ kó wà and it's the same thing irú bàbá wa Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ ti sìn tí wọ́n dákẹ́ lọ tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìran ọmọ Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú kan tó yẹ kó dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìran kan but gbogbo wọn ní sí níbí báyìí forever anyway tí mo bá tẹ̀ lo Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ ti sìn a lè lo Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ ti èyí tó lọ kọ́lọ̀ fún bàbá wa kábíyèsí Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ ní ẹ̀mí gúngùn èyí tó wà níbẹ̀ nísìn kọ́lọ̀ ń jẹ́ kí wọ́n tètè darí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation síbi tó yẹ kó lọ as against Nigeria táwọn náà ń sọ pé ká máa dúró sí nítorí pé irú the late Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ yẹn èmi kàn máa wò nísìn pé now that wọ́n wájà lọ́mọ náà bá lọ ǹjẹ́ àwọn ancestors wa tí wọ́n máa lọ bá lọ́hùn ǹjẹ́ àwọn ancestors yẹn wọ́n máa wà please pé wọ́n ò parí iṣẹ́ kí ìran Yorùbá kó padà sí orísun wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibi tó wà tẹ́lẹ̀ because we are talking about kings that is well known in the world ẹni tó bá jẹ Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ kò ń ṣe baálẹ̀ ó ní impact ó ní gbòógì òní àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ pé tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ nísìn àgbáyé gbọ́dọ̀ listen sí wọn ṣẹ́rí gbogbo wàhálà táwa ń ṣe tí à ń ṣe tó dàbí gbàtẹ́ àwọn ní àǹfààní àti ṣe díẹ̀ nínú wàhálà yẹn tó dẹ̀ máa suppress ìjọba Nàìjíríà pé lótìtọ́ àtijọ́ ń gbé tipẹ́ àmọ́ ní wákàtí ìgbépapọ̀ wa yẹn kò lè dàbí pé nǹkan máa lọ kò mí pé àwọn ẹ̀yà yẹn ò ní gbé pẹ̀lú wa àmọ́ ẹ̀ ti jẹ́ kólúkálukú dá wà the late Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ tó lọ tán did not do the same thing as we are hoping that the new one tó wà ń bẹ̀ nísìn ìyẹn bàbá wa Ọ̀jájá II I hope it will reflect and do the needful because it shows that pé kò sí bí a ṣe lè pẹ́ láyé tí ṣẹ́rí ayé tó ṣe lè dùn mọ́ ẹ nínú tó pé ọmọ ló pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ irú bàbá tiwa nísìn ó bí ọmọ tó pọ̀ ó jayé nígbà tó yẹ kó jayé ó lo ìgbà nígbà tó yẹ kó lo ìgbà àmọ́ nísìn a ti fi ń pa ìtàn ni pé Alhaji Koiki àwọn yẹn náà ṣayé ìwọ náà máa rò lọ́kùn ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn tó jẹ́ bí grandfather ẹ bí bàbá ẹ bí mọ́mí ẹ bí aunty ẹ bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ èèyàn máa kú àtayébáyé láti bá yẹn ikú ò gbọ́dọ̀ máa dẹ́rù bá ọmọ Yorùbá nítorí pé we are not gonna be here forever àsìkò kan máa tó tí ẹ̀mí máa bọ́lẹ̀ nígbà tó bá dé destination tó yẹ kó bọ́lẹ̀ àmọ́ ǹjẹ́ à ń prepare pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tẹ́ à ń fight fún yìí tí ẹ̀mí tiẹ̀ máa fi bọ́lẹ̀ ǹjẹ́ wọ́n tẹ̀ gbìyànjú pé kí ìran tiẹ̀ lè padà síbi tó yẹ kó wà gangan àbí ó kàn ń wò pé ẹ máa gbìyànjú àwa máa fàdúrà tì yín but àròpó máa ṣe é ṣe because that is the language that a lot of Yoruba are saying. Ǹjẹ́ o mọ̀ pé the next generation if this is not completed will not be happy that we did not finish the job. I go and read comments sometimes and I reflect back and I see things that people write. Mo bá comment kan pàdé lórí program mi tí bàbá wa Wo TV torí broadcast. Ẹni Koiki, it seems you are not sure ìyẹn program tí mo ṣe lánàá tí mo ní pé kò ní selection kankan. Not that we are not sure. I have said it again that the guarantee that the Yoruba will go is not just in my own hand. It's in the hands of millions of Yoruba people as the indigenous people. Pé ṣáfẹ́ lọ. I will continue to play the role in the little capacity that I will play. So you can't put that say pé èèyàn kan ló fẹ́ ṣe náà bàbá Akíntóyè nìkan ò lè ṣe ìyá Onítìrí nìkan ò lè ṣe tí wọ́n ò bá get the support of every one of us. And that is something that we need to understand. And we must be prepared in this journey. I realize that one platform is not on yet, which is the Instagram on Olayomi Koiki, because I was looking that something is still not right. So let's start that so that we can get more people to listen to this very important broadcast again this morning. You're watching a live transmission, and the time now is just almost 7 minutes. Time will be different in different parts of the globe. I can see people that are already meant to be sleeping, but they are watching live, and we can only appreciate each and every one of us. So, Bishen Solo, are you going to allow the time and the energy that you have now to be wasted away? Or are you going to do whatever it takes in your own little capacity láti jẹ́ kí ìran Yorùbá kó padà síbi tó yẹ kó wà? Because all this little effort, by the time we add it together, it will kill Nigeria and we will all have a peaceful way. Nigeria is not a country. And millions of Yoruba people know that. But the argument is, oh, we have lived in Nigeria. We have lived side by side with the Hausas. We have them as friends. Some of our people have married them. We live side by side with the remaining 370 or 369, because from what we are told, there's about 371 ethnic groups in Nigeria. So tabayo Yoruba kuro. So whatever I say, you just know that, I'm bringing the rest in. We've lived with the Igbo people. Things have not worked the way it's meant to be after the independence. Some argue that àwọn Igbo lo da regional government rule, but my argument from my point is, ǹjẹ́ UK tó kó gbogbo àpapọ̀ before 1914, ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ṣe dáadáa? Because tí UK ò bá kó gbogbo àpapọ̀ before 1914, there will never be any election in 1959. That was rigged by the same British government. And that is why I keep saying all the time that the genesis and the root of this problem, and for us to dissolve it, involve every one of us. Does not mean that we would become an hostile people. We have always been a good people. Yoruba, ìran tó dání. But ọ̀rọ̀ pé ìran tó dání sìn tí indigenous people tí àwa di pé a ti ń di second, third class citizen lórí lẹ́wà. But the international community looked up to Nigeria as a country that we can still be together. Why tẹ́ ṣe fẹ́ bára yín jà? Ẹ ṣe kúkú máa gbé together now in harmony, peace, and unity. And I'm asking the question, is that visibly? Is that possible? Because if the world is shying away, tán gbójú kúrò, tán wò pé well, problem pọ̀ lágbàáyé ju ká tó wá dì pẹ̀lú tiyín lọ. Let us manage. What they are trying to do is, wọ́n fẹ́ ká manage, wọ́n fẹ́ jẹ́ kí Nigeria ká manage Nigeria. And the question is, can we really manage Nigeria as indigenous people? Because ó ti show pé we are indigenous people just as so many indigenous people across the globe. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀, mo fi kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá wa. A kí Elédùmarè, a kí Ọlọ́run Ọba. I keep telling you, don't let anybody fool you. Ní 2022 yìí pé tó bá lọ ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe, I can consult the oracle. Mo lè pe babaláwo, kò mí pé oníṣègùn nìyẹn, just as bí wọn náà ṣe ń pe pastor ẹ. Just as you are consulting with the imam. Tẹ́lẹ̀ la mọ gbogbo nonsense yẹn. But now that you realize pé kí ni yàtọ̀, okay, ìwọ tó ń bá pastor ẹ pé pastor, ọmọ mi láàárọ̀ ẹ̀, àmọ́ mọ bí àǹjọ̀nú kan wọnú ilé wa, ǹjẹ́ ẹ bá wa gbàdúrà? Kí wá ní yàtọ̀ ẹni tó ń pe babaláwo náà? Kí ni yàtọ̀ ẹni tó ń pe imam? But because àwọn tó ń ṣe movie ní Nàìjíríà, àwọn yẹn ti kọ́kọ́ bayé jẹ́. Wọ́n ti nọ́ọ̀kì ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn títọ̀dọ̀ tiwa tá à ń pè ní ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Because in tó máa ń ṣe ni pé wọ́n á ní Jesus ló ná ẹ̀mọ̀kọ́ tó máa ń ṣe àwọn films yẹn. I'm sure some of you have watched it. Nígbà tí nǹkan kan bá ṣẹlẹ̀, tó bá lọ tó bá bọ̀, á wá jẹ́ pé Bible àti Quran ló nọ́ọ̀kì oní àjẹ́ yẹn tó jọ bí oníṣẹ̀ṣe. And they've used that. It's part of what they've done to keep us where we are today. Mental slavery. Okay, tó bá sọ pé o fi tẹ̀jẹ̀ sílẹ̀, but ẹran tó lọ ń rà àtẹja tó ń rà àti chicken tó ń rà òun tẹ̀jẹ̀ sílẹ̀ nínà. Okay, o ní òfin fi epo sórí orí Ṣàngó, orí Ògún, bọ́ tó bá máa ṣe ẹ̀fọ́ nínú ilé ẹ̀ nísìn, ó máa tọ́ epo sí ìgbà míì gọ́sẹ̀ tíyàwó ẹ̀ bá ṣẹ̀fọ́, wàá tún máa béèrè pé ṣé òróró lẹ lò ní because o ò rí ojú epo yẹn tó yọ lórí ẹ̀. It is all the lies that we've been told. So kàkà kí a gbé religion tiwa yẹn mọ́, but n tí mo kàn máa ń tọ́ra sọ pé kò ń ṣe ẹ̀sìn là ń torí ẹ̀ sọ pé a fẹ́ lọ, because that is what the federal government is telling. They are having a lot of meetings at the back, meetings that do not come up to us, whether they are going through the Zoom or they are going directly or indirectly, because the international community is now aware that there's a lot of things going on in Nigeria, but the Nigerian government is saying, we can manage it. We will keep things, we will keep peace and harmony and unity. It's just that, Sunni will like his Shia. Ẹ mọ̀ pé kíní làwọn El-Zakzaky, Shia làwọn yẹn, Shiite. But Sunni làwọn kan, and the same thing goes with àwọn kan Redeem, àwọn kan Sẹ̀lẹ̀. But international community is okay, but they are killing a lot of people every day. It's just, you're not saying the word bandit. They don't want to use the word terrorist, because terrorist in the language, tí wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ máa fi operate lágbàáyé, but the world knows that the government is lying. But àwa tí àwa náà fẹ́ lọ, are we going to do everything within our own to tell them that àwa ni indigenous people? We don't, sorry, kò ń ṣe pé a náà fẹ́ bá government, jà. Government ló ń bá wa jà, and that is what government does across the globe, to suppress the indigenous people. Government máa ń fẹ́ suppress àwọn indigenous people kó má bàa ráyè lọ, because the government knows automatically that the moment that the indigenous people start crying, shouting every day, but problem yìí ti pọ̀ jù, wọ́n marginalize wa, and that led to what is happening now, that in 2007 there was what we call the Declaration of the Indigenous People. But in Nigerian government máa fún àwa láyè based on ìjọba àgbáyé sọ. They're not going to listen. We have animalistic government, whether the present one or the àwọn olórí burúkú tó ti wà níbẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀. And it doesn't matter whoever they are, from Obasanjo down. It doesn't, forget about their names. Forget about bàbá àgbàlagbà ni wọ́n, bàbá àgbàlagbà sínú ilé wọn. Because at the end of the day, they are all evil. Àwọn ní access láti jẹ ayé táwọn jẹ nísìn, but ǹjẹ́ millions of ọmọ Yorùbá need the same access? Tá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀. That means we have been marginalized. But they will tell you that ẹ má dá wọn tó ń ṣe Yorùbá nation yẹn lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n fẹ́ pín ìlú ní o. Ìlú ti pín already. Ìlú yẹn ò ní àlàáfíà, kò ní harmony, kò ní anything. So when those that are saying that, we understand your argument, but ṣẹ́rí ọmọ Yorùbá tó bá ti ń fi bọ̀ sí lẹ́yìn yẹn, that means pé kò ní làákàyè pé àwa ni ọmọ nílùú gangan tó yẹ ká máa sọ, àwa gan ló yẹ ká máa give order, and our life will only be better if we retain back our glory, our dignity. Does not mean that we can't have people that will live with us. Ebi tí ń gbé níbẹ̀ nísìn, ebi àárín àwọn òyìnbó ni mò ń gbé. Ẹ mọ̀ pé lánàá, mo wá wà lórí Twitter lánàá. I went to see my mom yesterday, spend quality time with her as usual. Mo wá wo nǹkan kan lórí Twitter. Ṣé mo pa àwọn ìlú kan àlá pé kọ́ máa bára wọn sùn nínú park? I'm sure ẹ ti gbọ́ rí ṣá. Nínú park, wọ́n àlá kí ọkùnrin àti obìnrin kọ́ máa bára wọn ṣe. Bọ̀bọ́ ẹ̀ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ gbogbo àwọn ìlú yẹn. Ó sọ gbogbo time tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe àwọn òfin yẹn. These are what we have to endure living in a society like this. Because ìbá ara náà fẹ́ òyìnbó, mo sọ fún yín pé 14 years lòyìnbó fẹ́ mi kí n tó gbàwé. So that means pé wọ́n believe pé èmi ni mo ní mo fẹ́ gbé níbí báyìí. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ní do as they do in Rome. Àbí nǹkan tó máa ń sọ kọ́ nìyẹn. Kò mí pé torí à ń gbé níbí báyìí, gbogbo tó ń ṣe yẹn ló tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn. But ìbá ara náà fẹ́ gbé níbí báyìí. But tó bá jẹ́ pé orílẹ̀ tiwa náà ni, we will do things in our own way. America ò ní sọ fún wa pé báyìí ni ká ṣe ṣe. UK ò ní sọ fún wa pé báyìí ni ká ṣe ṣe. But àwa ta láǹfààní láti sá jáde, because as far as I'm concerned, everybody was, forget about yẹn kan sọ pé òun migrate, no, ó sá lọ ni. Tí Nàìjíríà bá da, forget about àwọn tó máa náà wálé 3 days 10 days. Tí Nàìjíríà bá da ni, Nàìjíríà là á máa gbé. Nàìjíríà ò da, kò sún wá, kò ṣiṣẹ́ fẹ́ anybody. So forget about ìyẹn kan nìyẹn, mo lọ kàwé, mo wá rí opportunity, mo wá rí iṣẹ́. No, irọ́ ló pa. Nigeria kò dáa ni. Because if Nigeria bá dáa, ilé ló máa gbé. Tẹ́lẹ̀ la máa sọ pé ilé ni àbọ̀sími oko, but ǹjẹ́ ó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ nísìn? You okay? Okay. So, as we are going into the conversation, ẹ jẹ́ ká wá kí gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa. Ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòrí àwọn bàbá tí a máa ń kí ní gbogbo ìgbà. Àwọn bàbá kan lè máa sọ pé ẹ kúkú ń dárúkọ wa, ẹ bá ti ń ṣe program yìí, ẹ má bínú. Gbogbo yín náà là ń kí. Bàbá lẹ́yìn jẹ́ àwọn bàbá tó ń sọ pé kí a dá dúró ni o. Tó jẹ́ pé bóyá nínú rural area lẹ́wà, bóyá ẹ ti gbọ́ mi rí, àbẹ́ ẹ ti gbọ́ mi. Kò ń ṣe bàbá Akíntóyè nìkan là ń kí. Gbogbo yín bàbá yìí náà là ń kí. Nítorí pé tí Nàìjíríà bá dání ní ọjọ́ alẹ́ yín báyìí, ó yẹ kẹ́ sinmi báyìí kí àwa máa tọ́jú yín. Àwa ń fọ ìgbẹ́ àwọn àgbàlagbà ní UK. Kí ló dé tá a lè lọ fọ ìgbẹ́ àwọn bàbá tí wà nílé? Ìgbẹ́ yẹn wá yàtọ̀ síra wọn ni. Ẹni tó ń fọ̀gbẹ́ ní UK, ó lè fọ̀gbẹ́ náà ní Nàìjíríà tí opportunity yẹn bá wà, tí standard yẹn bá wà. Kò sí kankan tíyàn bá dé old age ó yàtọ̀ sí eléyìí tèmi ṣe ní tó bá dé time fún náà nísìn, èmi náà máa dé old age yẹn. It's a normal thing. Ìlú yìí ni mo ti mọ̀ pé bíyàn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan ṣẹlẹ̀ lánàá nísìn. Mo mọ̀ bóyá ilé yẹn bóyá gas explosion ni, ọmọ 2 years old kan kú níbẹ̀. There will be so many inquiries to the details tí result ẹ̀ máa dẹ̀ jáde tó dẹ̀ máa implement it. Do you know how many things have happened in Nigeria? Tó máa ní wọ́n ṣe inquiries upon inquiries. Let's ask example now. Ta ló pa Delegiwa? Ṣé a máa sọ pé bí Nàìjíríà ṣe ní power tó lówó tó bá tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé kọ́ lọ ṣe forensic ẹni tó pa Delegiwa ní Amẹ́ríkà láti ìgbà tí wọ́n ti pa bàbá wa Delegiwa, by now ó yẹ ká ti gba result ẹ̀. Do you know that up till now àìtí mọ ẹni tó pa Delegiwa, ẹ wá náà ẹ fẹ́ mọ ẹni tó pa Tolúlọpọ̀ Arótilẹ̀? Ẹni tó pa ìyá wa, ìyá lálùbáríkà, ìyá dáadáa, ìyá tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ṣe wàhálà. I'm talking about Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransome Kuti. Ẹni àìtí mọ ẹni tó pa ìyá wa Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransome Kuti, ẹ wá náà ẹ fẹ́ mọ ẹni tó pa Tolúlọpọ̀ àti Bámiṣé àti Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Oyèlékè. And all this is because a ṣì wà nínú system kan tí kò ní fún wa ní access láti ṣe thorough investigation tí government ò ní dá sí. That means pé ìdí tí a ṣe mọ àwọn tó pa àwọn tá à ń sọ yìí kò ju ìdí pé the government is involved directly or even indirectly, or maybe it is even the government that initiate those killings. And the government is the same people that is still suppressing those indigenous people. So tí ọmọ Yorùbá bá wá dìde tó ń sọ fún ẹ pé gbogbo tẹ́sán la understand o. We understand all your argument, but tó bá ti ń fi bọ́ sí yẹn, you can tell that we have a problem with those kind of Yoruba people. Because if we cannot find justice, if we cannot find peace, if we cannot find means of saying that our indigenous people, we have been suppressed since we have been put together, what makes you think that everything will become smooth? More understand, Tinubu, that is your total right to love him as a person. But the question is, do you think that Tinubu will also not suppress we, the indigenous people, either directly or indirectly? Because what we know is the way the Nigeria has been set up, it has been set up not to finish. Okay, mo kàn give an argument. Tatiku bá débẹ̀, Peter Obi bá débẹ̀, Tinubu bá débẹ̀, Kwankwaso or Sowore, any of the five. Are we going to be given an access as an indigenous people? It's not going to happen. We will get the same ill treatment. The same ill treatment. Ìyẹn kan tún rán létí Fúnṣọ́ Williams, Bọ́lá Ìgè, mélòó la fi dárúkọ? Okay, ṣé ẹ̀yin nísìn ẹni ká má bú Ọbásanjọ́, bọ̀ ṣé Ọbásanjọ́ ò lè ṣe investigation tá máa fi mẹ́ni tó pa Bọ́lá Ìgè, Uncle Bọ́lá Ìgè? ìbéèrè ni mò ń béèrè o. Ṣé Tinubu as at the time tó lọ jẹ gọ́vnà yẹn ṣé ó lè sọ pé òun ò lè ṣe investigation láti mẹni tó pa Fúnṣọ́ Williams? Ẹ mọ̀ pé mo sọ pé èèyàn kan ló pa wọ́n, but àwọn tí mò ń dárúkọ yìí as at that period of time táwọn ń ṣèjọba làwọn tí mò ń sọ yìí náà kú. And that goes, ṣé a máa sọ pé Babangida ṣe máa sọ pé a ní owó tá a bá tẹ̀ ní àwọn tó jẹ́ brains tó lè lọ ṣe kíni tó lè bá wa investigate ikú bàbá wa Dele Giwa. Dele Giwa died before even my age. He died before, I am 40 plus. Dele Giwa ò pé 40 plus tí wọ́n fi pa. Kátẹ̀ sọ pé òkè sọ pé èèyàn kan ló pa. But ṣé Babangida as the current president níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn kò lè ṣe investigation ẹni tó pa Dele Giwa? Ṣé a máa sọ pé ní owó ni? Even tó bá tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé nígbà yẹn investigation ò tí ì dàbí tìsín, ká sọ pé technology ò tí ì strong bí tìsín, but what about now? At least èmi dé ìlú yìí ní 1998, àwọn offence kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní kémi tó dé ìlú yìí in the 70s wọ́n lọ review ẹ̀ because technology ti dé láti enhance, láti find out in tó ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan. And this is why I will now start going into, I'm going to play some video. You will hear the sound. You will not see it, but I'll share the link should you want to go and look at it again. If you have any vital information, you just send a WhatsApp, but do not call. I will have a look at it at the appropriate time. There's a lot of messages on the phone. You have to take time with me. I have about over 2,000 on one phone, maybe another 700 on another phone. And, I have 3 phones, and each of these 3 phones is all loaded with messages. For me, I see that our media and economy, all questions is coming through. And that means, as far as I'm concerned, the Yoruba Nation organization is not organized. Whether it is the YSDM, as far as I'm concerned, YSDM is there, but they don't have a portal. By now, we should have an email. They should have a telephone number. Any information, and then people will work voluntarily within hours so that when messages is coming, they can review those messages, and that means our money less messages to mama wasodo tiwa. Our la mama jen to mama feed the any kankan tó máa important fún wa ṣe pé àwọn YSDM ṣe pé ìlànà ṣe pé this ṣe pé that, but as far as I'm concerned, they are not organized because ní point kan tí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá lè máa fi make enquiries. This is why some people are saying ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation tẹ́ ń ṣe àwọn rò pé serious. By now kí ló ṣe tá a lè gba ọ́fíìsì New York tó jẹ́ Yorùbá nation ká ní ọ́fíìsì irú àwọn Dr. Okebiorun kò sí, and I hope they will enhance more, but all these as well need our all support so that èyí tẹ́ fi ń send gbogbo information sáwa nìkan, that information will spread because people believe that since they're ilẹ̀ ń ṣe Yorùbá nation and ilẹ̀ ń bá wa ṣe campaign ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ ní access. Yes, we have access to everybody. I have access to everybody, but the same information tẹ́ fi fáwọn yẹn ó yẹ kó lọ sọ́dọ̀ tí wọ́n directly ni. Kò sí organization kan nílùú yìí, no matter how small, tó bá send email sí wọn, wọ́n máa reply ẹ̀. Àwa wá ń ṣe bàtẹ́ pé àwa náà tún ó yẹ yín, we are operating as if we are backward. No, we should be moving forward as Yoruba nation people. And all these organizations must now buckle up. And that is why I have, if people are now looking at that, I want to quickly my bossy. It's because they are not seeing the organized part of the Yoruba nation. They are seeing the mobilization. In time, is mobilization. And that is the role of the media. In time, kama mobilizing, kama preparing, yes, Nigeria ogbadun, kadema fún every reason to say Nigeria ogbadun. To bá dé lọ check wá rí pé kò gbádùn. Àlàáfíà Nigeria bá ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ nísìn. Ó wà lórí kí ló máa ń pè machine tí yàn bá fẹ́ kú yẹn tó di pé ó fi jẹ́ kó kú tó gbé sórí machine. Ó dà pọ́ṣẹ́ ìyọ̀ tí bọ̀bọ̀ kan ní London ọmọ kékeré kan ó fà títí ó padà pa. Very, very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. Ẹ̀mí yẹn ti lọ, but wọ́n sì lè hold ẹ̀mí yẹn life support. Very expensive. àwọn tó bá ní owó gidi drip kẹ life support, àwọn tó bá ní owó tó bá fẹ́ bọ́ òkú ẹ pé kó tó kú pé kó tẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ ló ṣe kó kọ̀ rí, yes, they will leave it on for you, very expensive. So once again, a kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá wa, adárúkọ yín, ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, adárúkọ yín, ìrìn àjò yìí, ìrìn àjò gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ni, gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ló dẹ̀ lẹ́tọ̀ọ́, even those that are still doing, àwọn tó ń campaign, excuse me, tó náà wọ́n fẹ́ APC, àwọn fẹ́ PDP, I don't think they know what they are doing. PDP cannot solve the problem of the indigenous people. Yeah, life support machine. Thank you. PDP cannot solve, once again, I've been the phone is a bit blurred because, it has, whatever it is, otijabo, and then it doesn't give you the clarity like when you watch it. Sometimes I mix it, but I have to manage it, Well, we hope we can get more phones, especially like I said, I need 7 good phones to send to my team in Nigeria. So tabalento need phone to just smartphone. I can take a second hand and we can take a new one if you give it to us. Now, let's continue. The focus this morning at 7:15. I'm going to read a lot of things. I want us to take pen and paper. Mo Uncle Mikon ni France. This is your book, Mandela Submit or Fight. And I've received the copy that you sent to me. You can also go on Amazon. You will find it there. The title of the book is Mandela Submit or Fight, The Odyssey of Liberty, Victor Olaoye Lenitoko. And a copy was sent to me. People say, yeah, that is, even if we're not doing Yoruba Nation, I do receive copies of books by people that write their books. But because we're in media, people appreciate what we are doing, just £10, £100. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, send 40,000 naira. This morning as well, before it's been disbursed out of my account. And you'll be getting their broadcast very soon. I slept, I was meant to come out last night, but as you can tell, I'm very tired sometimes. So I went to Kuda. At my dear Lord, mom see me. I got home. I'm just diverted. We're gonna go into the broadcast back. Probably maybe before 9:30. Yeah, somewhere I can't remember exactly when Timonule. Bishewale by Moko sorry bed ni knock off most straight. So I woke up very, very, strong, ready to go before 5 o'clock this morning. I'm going to brush me, mommy. That's the only thing I've taken. I say, okay, let's come back again and let's educate ourselves. So you can also get your own copy should you want to read it. It's on Amazon. Like I said, more appreciated. I will find time, I will read through it. But I think even looking at the headline, you can tell that, we all know Mandela. He fought for freedom. Are we also going to fight for our freedom as well? And we can all fight for the freedom, not literally until we carry guns. A fight for the freedom is what we are doing right now, the media war. The Odyssey of Liberty. So let me go and find out the meaning of liberty. Liberty, meaning, let's look at the Google pronunciation and also meaning.
Liberty. Liberty. Liberty.
The state of being free. Easy for me. And sometimes force láti kàwé lóyìnbó ara problem tó fún wa nìyẹn tá bá ti gbalẹ̀ wa tán a máa ṣe ìwé ní Yorùbá lóríṣiríṣi ìran ní ìran ẹ tó bá fi kàn òyìnbó máa kàn òyìnbó because èdè wa la máa fi ṣe ìlú wa UK nìkan ni mo lè sọ pé ó wà balance when it comes to àwọn tó fẹ́ wá sí bíbá tó bá lọ sáwọn ìlú mi ó máa kọ́ èdè yẹn by fire by báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ gbé nínú ìlú yẹn even if you went there as a student or you went there as a refugee ni gbogbo wa àtẹ̀mí tí mo wà ní UK àtẹ̀yìn because it take me 14 years kí UK tó fún mi níwèé so I was a refugee in this country even though pé èmi fi visa wọlé ni plane ló gbé mi wọlé plane visa mi mo gba Abuja mo ti gbà but I was still a refugee for 14 years in this country so you can tell that this is a very powerful ẹ jẹ́ ká wá link ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú other sin yẹn a ti mọ̀ pé nísìn nǹkan pè ní
liberty,
òun ni the state of being free within the society from ọ̀rọ̀ yìí mà lágbára o màá ṣe ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú yín liberty the state of being free as Yoruba people within the shit hole Nigeria that we are currently living ṣé ẹ fẹ́ liberty ẹ̀gbọ́n mi kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín o bí ṣe máa wá ráyè ka gbogbo òwe yìí nísìn how many pages ni 313 àgbìyànjú a máa kà díẹ̀díẹ̀ so èyí tí bá kà màmá wa fi ṣe analysis èèyàn máa ń torí education kò ń ṣe education pé kó lọ sí school nìkan education sórí ibi tó ti ń ṣe mechanic yẹn education ni you don see Igboho bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àlàáfíà ni Igboho wà lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí
liberty,
the state of being free from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political view. Bàbá mi Victor Laoye, ìtẹ̀gbé kalẹ̀ lélẹ̀, ọ̀nà máa wà pẹ̀lú yín. Bàbá yẹn pè mí, ó tó stage concept. Ìyẹn á fẹ́ rò pé èmi ni mo bẹ̀ wọ́n ṣẹ́ ni. He was very calm with me. Ìgbà mi wá pè mọ́ ni mo busy and it's true. Ìgbà mi wọ́n send the message. Eventually, I got the book. So I picked the book up. Thank you so much. Now, I feel a meaning, and I'm going to be using this. It is a very, my share pẹ̀lú wa nísìn, again.
liberty,
Gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ṣe afẹ́.
liberty,
Mo ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín, ẹ̀yin ni kẹ́ wá máa kọ síbẹ̀. Tẹ́ ẹ bá dẹ̀ fẹ́, ẹlòmíì lè sọ pé àwọn ò tí fẹ́ nísìn. Mo kí dáadáa gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Oman. Mo ti rí kan náà àwọn ìyá wa kan. Ìyá wa yẹn sọ fún mi nígbà táwọn fẹ́ lọ kúrò láti mọ̀ ní dárúkọ wọn kan. Ìbá dárúkọ wọn nísìn gbogbo ìlọ máa lọ wò wọn lórí Facebook. So sometimes I keep the privacy about some of the people when they tell me things. Wọ́n nígbà táwọn kúrò ní Nàìjíríà ìlú lọ́gbà dé Dubai. Wọ́n wòran báyìí tí plane wọn fi lọ. Wọ́n tẹ̀ mọ̀ pé plane because àwọn kan tó ń rí nínú airport wọ́n rí nílùú wọn. She totally forgot. I'm sure kan máa rẹ́rìn nísìn. Tí wọ́n bá fi voice note sílẹ̀ sí mi, wọ́n máa tún máa bẹ̀ mí pé kí n má reply pé àwọn mọ̀ pé mo busy. Ẹ máa jẹ́ kí èèyàn fi voice note síyàn kó tó máa sọ pé ẹ má reply o mo kàn fẹ́ tẹ bá ti gbọ́ ẹ má reply because òun mọ̀ pé mo busy. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Oman. Èèyàn mélòó ló fẹ́ liberty?
liberty,
Ẹlòmíì ò fẹ́. Ẹlòmíì kàn fi wá cruise lórí show ni ó kàn wá wo program kí ló tún fẹ́ sọ àwọn ní Yorùbá nation. Ẹ wá béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara yín ṣé liberty wà nínú Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn? Èèyàn kan ní liberation, liberty and freedom are synonymous. Àwọn ìbò àwọn ẹ̀mọ́ àwọn yẹn kàwé dáadáa kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín lórí Instagram. Àwa ka gbogbo òwe yìí wọ́n wá marginalize wa àwa ní ká dákẹ́ àwa ní ká máa wò lótìtọ́ kódà ìyàwó mi máa bá mi jà àjagun but máa sọ pé a máa defend ara wa ni wọ́n mọ̀ pé tí bá ti sọ pé a máa defend ara wa màá tún náà máa jagun so máa méjì èmi ká mọ̀ pé kátà tó lọ ṣá a gbọ́dọ̀ gbáradì dáadáa ìtafẹ́ gbà yìí
liberty,
ó le díẹ̀ tá a bá dúró dáadáa and in tọ́dẹ̀ fi ṣe ni pé wọ́n ti suppress wọ́n already wọ́n ti marginalize wọ́n already and people are not seeing that. Ǹjẹ́ a fẹ́ liberty?
liberty,
Kí ló ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀? Ẹ jẹ́ ń share pẹ̀lú yín báyìí. Kódà máa kọ́kọ́ lọ fi sórí. Ṣé ní reason tí wọ́n ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ máa kàwé? Ṣòro ìwé tó fi ránṣẹ́ sí wa nísìn ká má pẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ìrìn àjò yìí. Ẹ jẹ́ máa kọ́ ka ṣé summary ni wọ́n máa ń kà tí wọ́n bá fi kàwé àbí? má bínú tó jọ mẹ́ta o. I don't really like reading books, but one know that about Kawi. Note of introduction. Author inquest. This note of introduction is the author's personal inquest at the cost of writing this book. The Rivonia Trial of Nelson Mandela was the initial title of this book, written for film production in 1983. It was approved by the Nigerian Film Corporation at the Victoria Island, Lagos in 1984. Before it was dramatized in an open scene at the Second Auditorium of the National Arts Theatre, Igomu, Lagos, on Friday, the 8th of June, 1984, in the presence of the First African National Congress, ANC, chief representatives in the West African, Victor Matolu, and the SWAPO First Consular in Nigeria, Mr. Ngoma Nzonuma. Before driving into the awe-inspiring legacy of Nelson Mandela, I am seizing this medium in mentioning the aspiring aspect about his humbleness, which he ignored until he was made to know for the first time outside his country. After having sneaked out of his country as a second-class citizen in January 1962, slave. Imagine what he says here. After having sneaked out of his country as a second-class citizen in January 1962, 2 years after Tagba independence, Mandela was received as a high dignitary by leaders of all African nations he visited, an unexpected event which obliged him to confirm before the Egyptian monarchy that I never knew we were so important. Elomi omo how important the Yoruba people are. But if we get our liberty, let's push that into our timeline and into the broadcast so that you can also, like I said, okay, let's get this one out. The media war. Once again, a very good morning. You are watching a live transmission as we are looking again and again. So I've posted that. I'll pin it for now, which is pinned up there. I'm going to share it as well on our live transmission on YouTube. Liberty. Do we want liberty? It's still the same thing as liberation. I feel liberate our. We have epilogue and pro. Okay. Epilogue abi. Okay, about law school. But the thing is, you can learn as you go along. So, Mofesari post the community YouTube, your man put there. Could it budget more than 200 law? So I'm gonna cut it down. These are the things that they don't want you to know. Liberation. The same political party to oppress all our platforms this morning. And I can read, I can see the comments. I will appreciate us, along the line. Yes, we're going to Mori Parapata. Fight for liberty. I know this can even be another topic for another day. As the indigenous people,
Indigenous.
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 Originating or occurring naturally in a particular place. Native, the indigenous people of Siberia, but the indigenous peoples of Yoruba land. Now. Ewo Mandela, he has to be sneaked out of his own country. I was sneak out. Listen, we are going through Niger. We are looking for visa. Elomi, tó bá tẹ̀ sọ pé ìlú tó fẹ́ àní kò ṣáà ti dé bẹ́ẹ̀. Kò ń ṣe pé ilẹ̀ táwa ń sọ yìí. Kò ń ṣe pé kò ní gbogbo, good morning all our Biafra brothers. I know we're speaking our language, but we will try, we speak English, but it's more of Yoruba. But like I always tell my listeners here, I can speak English at any time. Not because of the Biafra people or even because of you, but because I'm speaking to the international community. So I'm actually looking at a book that was sent to me by one of our Yoruba brothers that wrote this book. His name is Victor Laya. You can also check it out on Amazon. It's called Mandela Submit or Fight. Thank you so much. But the point I was just reading, in case some of you have just coming in, after having sneaked out of his country as a second-class citizen, imagine you have to be sneaked out of your country but now we are not sneaking out. Everybody's looking for a way to get the hell out. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gba liberty wa. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Kenya. Mo kí gbogbo yín ní different globe as you're joining. Some don't know the time that I start program. Mo bá yàwá kan sọ̀rọ̀, Mr. Koiki, program tẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn, ẹ jẹ́ ká rí ẹ má bínú. I don't have a time. I can come online at any time. So later on, today is going to be very busy. We have Kayode Emola, a very brilliant Yoruba man. He's going to be speaking to me on Niger Voices between, I think, Onoma joined from 7 to 8. And as soon as we are finishing that, transmission goes straight. So I'm not going to be going to the studio. I'll be running everything from the house today. 8 p.m. Yoruba time. Sherry, UK àti Nigeria, as it is right now, or the Yoruba land, is the same time. So we're running the same time. The time now is 7:30. So Unitiri will be coming live. You'll watch it on Heritage. You'll watch it on all the medias, Ijile, myself, and other medias that is going to be transmitting it. So there will be enough place to watch it. So to 8 p.m. But I'll be doing Niger Voices later on at 6 o'clock. So, please, let's not start this. Let me send a message to this guy because I don't want to start this wahala again this morning. No, stop calling this line. I am live and you are disturbing my broadcast. Once again, a very good morning. Please do not call and disturb the line. Because now phones were on low concept. I'm on to be a battery dead patapata. Multi charge it. What do you want? Eh?
I want to.
You're going to take it. Let's go see. Moki Bugua. As we're all joining the program. So we're going to move forward now as we continue. So we all say we want liberty. Now I feel like the other meaning of all days. In the meaning here. Let's get the pronunciation.
Odyssey.
A long and eventful or adventurous journey or experience. So what we're going through now is an experience, and our experience will be completed. Prologue both have to do with the summary of the write-up of the books. Okay, so I think that's exactly. So it's going to be an interesting one. I'm going to read it later, but let me now read the. I think this is towards the end. Okay, yeah, I think it told me it was printed in Great Britain by Amazon. I really appreciate the book. I'll take my time, I'll read it. Joining the ANC in 1994, Mandela started fighting against the regime's apartheid policy by ways of calling for strikes, demonstrations, and defiance of unjust laws. But as response against being spat of arrest, banning solitary confinement and jail terms, he decided to fight them submitting. He then restructured Okunto with cease to an ANC militant organ and sent them outside the country for military training before sneaking out in 1961 for financial assistance in preparation for all eventualities. But the man likely they think this movement is not going to need a lot of things. After arrest and jail for 5 years on arrival in 1962, Mandela and 7 others were later arraigned for charges of sabotage, treason. Even UK called him, eventually what he be Trafalgar Square. They were calling him, kí lórúkọ ló máa ń pè tẹ́lẹ̀ náà, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àyìntẹ́ bá rántí, orúkọ ló máa ń pè Mandela nígbà níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn. Kó tó di pé wọ́n appreciate àwọn òyìnbó. The same way nísìn, wọ́n máa eré bá mi, wọ́n sì máa gbé sí Trafalgar Square. èrè bàbá wa Akíntóyè wọ́n sì máa gbé sí Trafalgar Square ó kù díẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe eré Nnamdi Kanu wọ́n máa gbé sí Trafalgar Square. Freedom is something you fight for and you fight it with everything. Ẹ wo ìgbà tí Mandela ti tó náà fight fún. Àbá fẹ́ gba liberty. Tábà náà fẹ́ gba liberty, we must be prepared. Kò ń ṣe gbogbo nǹkan la máa fẹnu sọ, àwọn nǹkan mẹ́dẹ̀wà tá máa sọ. Kò sí tá bá sọ ọ̀run ò lè sọ kalẹ̀, àti sọ aṣọ náà ni. Kò ìkẹ́ má máa sọ àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ náà, àti sọ aṣọ náà ni. Gbogbo nǹkan kan ní àwọn máa ń sọ, Mr. Koiki, change the phone charger. Yeah, I think I have to do so, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do so. Not to change charger because the phone was working before. I will change the charger definitely for that. And so we can change charger. I will. So he was later arrested because I got to move into the program quickly now. He was later arrested and jailed for 5 years on arrival in 1962, and 7 others were later arraigned for charges of sabotage and treason. Condemned to life imprisonment on June 12, 1964. Mandiba, yeah. No, olórúkọ kan tí àwọn Britain kó tó di pé wọ́n agree pé kó wá gbèrè ẹ̀ kó tó di pé wọ́n sọ pé kò ń ṣe terrorist. I don't know whether it was a terrorist ló ń pè or olórúkọ kan tó ń pè. The war accept pé Mandela was a freedom fighter. Later lọ́sẹ̀ gbà accept it. Just as Irawa náà nísìn, they'll probably not see us. They'll probably be thinking we're a threat. Kò ń ṣe Mandela ni mo mean. Olórúkọ kan tí àwọn Britain to recognize Mandela say as against Kotowa accept pé, he was fighting for the freedom of these people. Anyway, so the Mandela was kept in the prison from 1964, June 12 precisely. A correlation here. I hope you spot something there. Now for June 12, look by MK Abiola. No, it's June 12 last she June 12 last election 1993. It will link here because some people work with numbers. If from Robben Island prison started the phase 2 of his struggle, which after 27 years led to his triumph over apartheid. This book unfolds the undisclosed legacy of Mandela, delving into his pictorial and Rivonia trials, the FOI, NRS, KGB, prisoner exchange for Russia, Sakharova against him, the debunked ministerial portfolio and conditional release proposal with other condorums. So that is about that. I'll keep that there. I'll be reading that, with time. Now let's come back to our own conversation. Once again, as we are settling into the conversation. I want us to listen to, whatever I'm playing, I'll share. Like I said, I went back and now look at, and I've just done all this today. What are the implementation, the United Nations Declaration of the Right? Do you think that the Nigerian government will give you any implementation? Good morning to you on the other side of the globe. I've just cited you. I thought maybe you were sleeping and I cannot disturb you. Do you think? Oh my God. Is that the second one? You like it? Okay. Do you think that Nigerian government might implement gbogbo nǹkan tí ó máa fi jẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn fún our indigenous people? Is a question I'm asking. So when people say we should allow 2023 to hold, my question then will be, do you think that they will implement anything that will make life better? Because some of the videos I've captured and some of the things I've watched, Shanotikwe Pope recently traveled to, was it Canada? Canada ni Pope wa láìpẹ́. Yeah, Canada. To lọ ń bẹ àwọn the indigenous people, crime tó ṣe fún wọn before. Ǹjẹ́ feel pé whether the last days of this evil government, the monster government, known as APC, from Buhari to Osibajo, the shortman devil, to all their cabinet, the Lai Mohammed, the liar, Elogbo, ó dà pé bàbá heritage gbé máa yẹn wá lánàá àwa náà máa gbé wá sórí program sójà tí ó ń fún wa ní information. I didn't watch heritage live yesterday because I slept, but I knew I saw the advert and I pushed it out. I'm sure some of you watched it, but ó ti wà lórí Ọlásùnkànmí already. Sójà tó ń sọ gbogbo oríṣiríṣi àṣírí. I will try and bring him on Koiki Media as well very soon. Ǹjẹ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn, based on the way Nigeria is right now, and as some of you are saying we should go and watch, Odua today will confuse me by saying I watch it live. By going to say Kalosh election, do you think, and I'm talking to all the learned people that disagree with the disintegration or the dissolution or the breakup or whatever name you want to call it, do you think that the Nigerian government, ìbéèrè ni mò ń béèrè o, àjà o, ǹjẹ́ rò pé Nigerian government máa fún wa ní ẹ̀tọ́? Because argument ẹ̀yìn kan ni pé ká ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ o, ká kó má lọ dìjà o, ká ṣe, ǹjẹ́ Nigerian government máa fún wa lẹ́tọ̀ọ́? Because àwọn ìlú kan náà bíi Canada, àwọn ìyá wa kan wò mí báyìí nísìnyí, wọ́n wà ní Canada. Ṣé mọ̀ pé Canada gan ti implement gbogbo ẹ̀tọ́ àwọn indigenous people tán? Àwọn ìlú tó jẹ́ at least wọ́n respect international law, wọ́n respect the declaration of the United Nations Declaration on the right of the indigenous people. Ǹjẹ́ feel pé lọ́kàn ara yín, because tẹ́ bá ní ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe ní process tí ó máa dàbí ti àwọn àgbáyé náà. Ìbéèrè ni mò ń béèrè nísìn lọ́wọ́ gbogbo èèyàn ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri àti ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń sọ pé ká má tí pé, do you think that the Nigerian government will give us or implement the, ẹ mọ̀ pé implementation is a process. Okay, and a fẹ́ lọ nísìn tó bá yẹ pé give and take ìlú tó dá ní Nàìjíríà, ó yẹ kó máa ṣe tán pè ní round table conversation pẹ̀lú àwọn indigenous people. Okay, ẹ fẹ́ lọ, kí nìdí tẹ́ ṣe fẹ́ lọ, àdẹ́sọ̀ ìdí tá fẹ́ lọ. Wọ́n máa ṣe àwọn implementation, bóyá policies, bóyá these, àwọn nǹkan tó máa fi make it easy pé ká lọ kó má lọ dìjà. Èmi wá ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín pé ǹjẹ́ àwọn current politicians yín, past and present, látòkè délẹ̀, láti Abdulsalam Abubakar títí dé Ọbásanjọ́ àbí Ọbáwèrè títí dé Yẹmí Ọ̀sínbàjò 419 pastor, títí kan any one of them that you can think of, Ọ̀ṣọ́bà tó ń gba treatment ní bíbá tí ó ṣe governor lẹ́ẹ̀mejì rí tó rọ hospital ṣe pé ìjọ ti bá dàgbà tágbà bá dé o kí lè máa tọ́jú ẹsẹ̀ tèmi ní Ogun State, London ló ti wá gba treatment. Gbogbo àwọn bàbá tọ́jọ́ ṣe ṣàwáwù àbíṣe ọ̀pẹ yìí nísìn tẹ́ bá lọ sí general, bàbá ìjókòó jọ má yọ mí lẹ́nu jọ, bàbá má pa mí olómọ tiẹ̀ nílé, nọ́ọ̀sì ló ń sọ fún àgbàlagbà bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Whereas Ọ̀ṣọ́bà ní bíbá nísìn wọ́n máa pamper wọ́n máa tọ́jú ẹ̀ dáadáa. Ó dẹ̀ ṣèjọba lẹ́ẹ̀mejì rí, èmi ti rí London bíbá, at least Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún Ṣàwákì nígbà tẹ́sẹ̀ ń dùn, ìgbà ló ti wá operate ẹsẹ̀. Imagine ẹni tó ṣe governor, ṣé kò mọ̀ kóun máa dàgbà ni? Ìyẹn làwa ṣe ń sáré nísìn pé èmi ò fẹ́ dàgbà tí a tún máa di pé àwọn ọmọ Oòduà tí mo tó ń jẹun ní bíbá nísìn mo fẹ́ sọ tó ń jẹ ni ó gbádùn ẹ̀. You finish? You want drink or you want water? Oh, fẹ́ omi, you don't want water. Ọmọ kékeré ò ń fẹ́. Okay, I'm coming. Àbọ̀rọ̀ bèyẹ nísìn kí ló àwọn ilé ìwà tó wá jókòó sí bíbá. My dad used to do this because ǹjọ́ màmá sọ nìyẹn, àwọn òyìnbó máa pọ̀ jù, àti bí a tó bá ti gbọ́ Yorùbá díẹ̀díẹ̀. Bàbá mi náà ó ṣe Yorùbá nation, èmi náà ti wá gbà irọ́ ẹ̀ máa kà jẹ́ kó dé stage yẹn o. Ǹjẹ́ feel pé Nigerian government máa ṣe implementation? And kí ló ń pè ní implementation? It doesn't even have to be a referendum. It could be policies to make it easy fún àwọn indigenous people láti rọra máa lọ láìsíjà. Ǹjẹ́ feel pé ìjọba Nàìjíríà máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀? Tí ìjọba Nàìjíríà bá wá ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, because àwọn ìlú kan tí mo gbọ́ láàárọ̀ yìí nígbà tí mo wo àwọn ilé nísìn, ilé ìsọ̀rọ̀ nípa indigenous people. But ilé tí mo fi sí bíbá nísìn, right? These are Canadians. And let me try and rewind it a little bit. I do not own the copyright over on YouTube. Tàbá lò tán tó bá fẹ́ yọ. So ẹni tó bá rí fídíò at some point ẹ bá ń gbọ́ broadcast yìí, that means pé YouTube ti yọ nìyẹn. Ẹ ní rí, but ẹgbọ́n kan tó ń sọ, and I'll share the link so that you can go and watch it as well. Ṣé gbogbo àwọn kan báyìí nísìn la èmi fi máa fi ṣe education pé ká lè gbàgbọ́ pé kò ń ṣàwa nìkan ní indigenous people. Imagine ní Canada tó yẹ pé tí wọ́n bá débẹ̀ báyìí wàá máa wọ́n náà kí bàbá kan débẹ̀ lẹ́bàá bó ṣe ń yíra lẹ́lẹ̀ pé òun ráyè wọlé òun bọ́ lọ́wọ́ Buhari, ó dẹ̀ bọ́ lọ́wọ́ Buhari lóòótọ́, but ó sì máa jẹ̀yà díẹ̀ náà because kó tó settle down ó máa take time, but ó sì máa enjoy. So ìbéèrè tí mò ń bi gbogbo aláàárọ̀ yìí ni pé ǹjẹ́ Nigerian government, do you think the government of today àbí tó ń bọ̀ tẹ̀yìn ní pé ká lọ dìbò ẹ̀ṣẹ́ tí Tinubu bá débẹ̀ ṣó máa fún wa ní implementation fún ẹ̀tọ́ àwọn indigenous people? Ṣé Peter Obi máa fún ní implementation? Because as far as they are concerned àwọn fẹ́ keep Nigeria ni, and anybody tó bá náà fẹ́ keep Nigeria lè survive ìrọ̀lẹ́ pa, because àwọn ìlú tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n jẹ́ gbòógì ìlú ẹ máa kí n dámọ̀ ọ̀dọ́ àdúró ẹ̀jẹ̀ lọ fún ní drink ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tí bàbá yìí sọ ní bíbá.
Who are here. I'd like to acknowledge, of course, the elders, First Nation leaders and chiefs from across the province who are here. Welcome. And of course, Premier John Horgan. Here with us are representatives from a number of organizations. The First Nation Leadership Council includes the BC Assembly of First Nations, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, First Nations Summit, as well as the Alliance of Modern Treaty Nations and the First Nation Justice Council. It's really an honor to be here today in the company of so many Indigenous leaders, people who dedicated their lives to the full pursuit of upholding the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples in our province. It's been an honor for me and a journey for me as minister to learn from them in so many ways, and having the benefit of their ongoing counsel as well. And I'm really so glad and grateful that you've come here to bear witness to what I think is really, truly an historic day. I suspect we'll hear that word a lot. So in November of 2019, a unanimous legislative assembly of British Columbia passed unanimously the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And it was the first jurisdiction in this continent to do so. I don't want to forget Bolivia, but we're making history again today. Because here today, we're presenting in the legislature this document. This is the action plan, the first action plan in the world to be created, to be co-developed, and to be tabled before the people of British Columbia. It was built in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples. It articulates 89 specific, tangible, measurable things that each and every ministry of our government is committed to do. Because the action plan is a legal requirement under the Declaration Act, and it's a solemn commitment, but it's much, much more than that. It articulates a vision that has been co-created of a province where the rights of Indigenous peoples are fully realized, respected, upheld, and implemented. Because we believe that in doing so, in realizing the full potential of Indigenous rights, we realize the full potential of our province.
Now, also, I'm not being more but at least follow in Tonso. In Timon try láti mú jáde nínú conversation ni gbogbo yín ni mò ń kí bẹ ṣe ń wọlé, even if I don't mention all the names, but gbogbo yín ni mò ń kí. Ó sọ nǹkan kan níbí báyìí tí mo fẹ́ ka ibi tó sọ̀rọ̀ dé. Potential of indigenous right will realize the full potential. Ǹjẹ́ Nigeria government ó máa fún wa ní the full potential right tí a bá ṣe in our own way. Ṣé rí ó ní process lóòótọ́, ó ní àwọn ọ̀nà lóòótọ́, but àwọn ọ̀nà tí process tí ìjọba àgbáyé gbé sílẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí right wa, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀tọ́ wa pé yes, we don't want to be part of Nigeria. Ṣé rí pé we don't want to be Nigerians is not a crime. It is our right as the indigenous people. Nigeria kọ́ ló ní right yẹn lórí wa. Ṣé rí àwa la ní right lórí Nigeria. The word Nigeria, Nigeria, was something that was manufactured, created by British government on us. I understand you'll be like, what do you mean by that? If you love me, no. Ilẹ̀ tó bí ẹ sí yẹn, ó ní kankan tó ń jẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó di pé wọ́n fabricate ilẹ̀ tó ń sọ yẹn sórí ibi tó sọrí ẹ̀ sí orí tèmi náà ibi tó sọ kalẹ̀ sí nígbà tí ìyá máa bẹ push mo mọ̀ bí wọ́n push nígbà yẹn ni wọ́n push àbọ̀rọ̀ mo yẹ nísìn àbí kó jẹ́ pé ó ní wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ àwọn kankan wà tó yẹ pé àwọn ìbílẹ̀ kankan wà tó yẹ pé tó bá fi sáwọn ìyá wa lára báyìí wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ló mọ ẹ máa sọ̀kalẹ̀ ọmọ tuntun káàbọ̀ ṣòro ọmọ tuntun káàbọ̀ yẹn kan sọ yẹn normally tó bá jẹ́ pé ìjọba wèrè amúnisìn tí wọ́n rò pé ìjọba tó ìgbà tíjọba bíbá yóò tẹ̀ nífẹ̀ẹ́ tèmi báwo lọ ṣe fẹ́ nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìwọ tó wà nílé and you want to die for Nigeria sórí ibi tí wọ́n sọrí wa kalẹ̀ sí tó sọrí ìkalẹ̀ orí nǹkan mọ̀ kókó tó sọ kalẹ̀ sí ilẹ̀ yẹn òun là ń torí ẹ̀ sọ pé àwa ni ọmọ nílẹ̀ but orúkọ tọkọ̀ wá pé ló overshadow ẹ̀ so yẹn ló dà pé ń confuse ẹ̀yin ọ̀dọ́ nílé àtẹ̀yìn kankan. What do you mean? I've got my PVC. I'm going to chase Tinubu away an Atiku and we're going to bring Peter Obi. You are still not fighting for your right as the indigenous people because there was nothing called Nigeria before 1914. So if you don't understand that, there's nothing called Nigeria before 1914 and you cannot force the people that were there that owns the land because we own the land. Nigeria government does not own the land, whether the government now or the government that was there before or the government that was put in there by the British government in 1960 because your first ever election that was made in Nigeria was rigged by the British government. So when you now sit down and you say, we will use PVC, how are you going to use PVC? It will be rigged, mumu man. How are you going to use PVC to chase the same criminal APC away? And you say they are the one in power. Or then even if 12 million people vote Peter Obi, all they just have to do from the computer, they just turn it to the one that is for the APC. Mumu person, you be mumu. You be mumu. I thought you are intelligent. You are a mumu man, professor, lecturer, mumu man. And you sit here, you're telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about. You are the most idiot. Because the land. And the good thing is, the God have created that land in a way that it does not encroach each other. So the north does not encroach our side. We do not encroach the middle belt. We do not encroach this, the other part. Don't you understand that that is why we want our liberty? That is why we are asking for our liberation. And it is our right. This man, okay, let me put it like this. That's the person at least I can bring my laptop like this. That is the person talking. If Oyibo, they fight for his own right. Let me put all the phone properly so at least you can see. At least you like Oyibo Pepe. Oyibo Pepe. Luku Pepe. At least this is Oyibo Pepe. If Oyibo man, they fight for the right. If Oyibo people are fighting for their right, I mean, imagine Oyibo people are still fighting for their right as indigenous people, and you, mumu man. Eshegode, emi mama fún yín analysis to mama, inú mama bí yín. It's just that my wife keep telling me that, ma calm down tó bá ń ṣe broadcast. Káwọn yóò lè gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ. Àmà tó kí yóò ṣojú láti sọ yẹn síta ni. I'm sure she won't be buying this. Ṣojú láti sọ yẹn síta ni. They tell me all the time, make him calm down, because I'm passing a message. But I know I want to ambassador on the calm down, calm down. Only calm down, because message of a pass from you. One mark bo, but the memo will be a gidigbo la ma fi fún ite ma gbo. Sorry, ẹ̀tọ́ tí wọ́n tó ń sọ pé ẹ̀tọ́ tí wọ́n fẹ́ jùnú yẹn òun làwọn kan fẹ́ fight fún ìwọ wá fẹ́ lọ sí ìlú tí wọ́n nísìn sórí pé orí ò pé you are a Nigerian, you want to go to Canada and do scholarship and do a masters, but you don't want to fight for your own right. You are mumu man. You are a mumu man. The same country that you want to go to right now, because that only bad don't want to because there's what a Quebec Quebec. Quebec wants to have their own independence away from Canada. Now you will want to go there, live there, work there, settle down there. Don't you see that you are a mumu man? But whereas you don't want us to fight and keep the Yoruba land that will become Yoruba land will be in Ifo, rather than Yoruba being in Ifo being in Nigeria. It is just a name. Orukoloko change. That is what the British did to us by changing the name. There's nothing called Nigeria. It's just a name. A name that was coined on us, and then they call us Nigerians. That is why we are fighting for our liberty. Ìbéèrè wo lẹ ń béèrè? Away from Nigeria. Ilé ń béèrè èyí tó ń fẹ́ máa mọ details. Ẹ máa wá sínú ilé mi ni. Ẹ lọ gba visa kẹ́ wá béèrè lọ́wọ́ mi nínú ilé mi. Ẹ ń béèrè pé is away from Nigeria. Because I don't know why you're asking that kind of question. Is away from Nigeria. Irú béèrè àgọ́wò ni oríṣiríṣi ni ẹ máa rí lórí comment section. Anyway, I'm just joking with you. Àbọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀ yìí nísìn. Listen, a lot of Nigerians, right? You want to travel to Canada. But Canadians are fighting. Some part of Canadians do not believe that they are Canadians. They are fighting for their own, right? As indigenous people. Check out body. Let's play it.
Since passing the Declaration Act in 2019, the province, First Nations, Indigenous peoples, organizations have been engaged in this cooperative enterprise. And we faced, and no one needs to be reminded in this room, immense challenges during this time. I'm speaking of the twin pandemics. I'm speaking of atmospheric rivers and wildfires, and of course, the devastating impact of the findings in Kamloops and elsewhere. But through all of that, we continue
to now,
work.
In total, I never because sometimes when they speak, there's other benton fimu soroni. So by me, my gbon koton so. Ko se pe e gbo, but oyinbo tó bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ by being money, ó take our on the time ká tó gbon koton so. In táwọn fight for nisin, àwọn fight for àwọn kankan, but àwọn fight for nisin pé ilẹ̀ wa àti terrorism tó pa wá. We want to take it back. We want to, we want to take control back. Yeah, Quebec, yeah. Quebec. So tí Quebec bá wá gbà ló nisin. But some of this implementation, Canadian government has not recognized it. And Canada is meant to be a country that at least like our reply to my family. Yeah. Sometimes it just reads some comment, he just like, but I'm not sure what I saw yesterday. So what we need to first understand is Britain was smart for their own purpose. Láti suppress wa mo kiyo gbogbo ente wa ní Turkey mo ti rí nǹkan tí mo mọ̀ láti bẹ̀. Àbúrò mi yìí nísìn. Cherry gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo sọ yìí. Àwọn lecturers ní Nigeria wọ́n mọ̀. Àwọn professor, àwọn senior advocate of Nigeria, àwọn bàbá wa Fẹ́mi Fálànà, Robbins, Jack, gbogbo wọn pátápátá, gbogbo àwọn pastor Deboye ó mọ̀ tí mo sọ yìí. Gbogbo àwọn sẹ̀lẹ̀, gbogbo wọn lọ́mọ. Àwọn alájì Akeugba Gold, gbogbo wọn lọ́mọ, everybody lọ́mọ. Bọ̀kákọ̀ máa manage Nigeria, sórí gbogbo tó máa sọ pé Ọlọ́run tẹ́ bá tún pé Ọlọ́run kan pé kọ́lọ́run kó bless Nigeria, máa gbá etí gbogbo yín. Ọlọ́run ò lẹ́ ń pè. Ìtì kíní pọ̀ so máa láti dá padà síwájú, má bínú. But at least ẹ ṣáà ti rí pé òyìnbó pẹpẹ ni. I need the laptop me. Very strong one, be Alienware. So that ká lè ní backup. À ń bẹ̀ yín ni. Èèyàn kan individually ló ra ilé fún wa ní 2 years ago. Imagine òun de la fi ń lò. The other one yẹn tí máa ń lò kékeré yẹn. Èèyàn ọmọ ọdún àtẹ̀tí ajack mi mọ́ mi àwọn àgbàlagbà wọn. So mo need another Alienware. Mo shako, mo beben. It's expensive. It's about almost $2,000. It is expensive. But iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe, you cannot comprehend it. Mo beben ni o, ashako. So now, and if you say, but bó tilẹ̀ yọ kan lọ́wọ́ BBC, kò wo mélòó ni machine tó wà nínú complex one. And I can show you, I have a picture, I've been in BBC. Machines to one níbẹ̀. Some machines are worth thousands of pounds. So tabare their group kan tẹ́ bá kóra papọ̀, ẹ lè contact me. bó dẹ̀ pé ó kọ́ ẹ̀ pé tá a bá ń dáwọ́ yẹn ní kékèké ẹ lè bí akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yẹn papọ̀ bí akọ̀ máa ṣe àkáǹtì kan tá a máa fi síbẹ̀ tí mo ní tẹ́ owó laptop ni máa ń ná o èmi náà máa lọ tọ́jú ẹ̀ síbẹ̀ máa dẹ̀ máa fún yín ní pé a ti níye báyìí so that tó bá dẹ̀ ti ready máa order but ẹ̀yin ara sọ pé owó laptop ni so that because when money comes in tẹ́ ẹ bá specify nǹkan tá a fi lò fún sometimes it will be used for other things but ẹ bá ti sọ pé yọmí owó laptop ni bí a máa lọ́kọ̀ sí àkáǹtì kan nínú àwọn savings mi máa kọ́ máa fi síbẹ̀ àdé máa save ẹ̀ síbẹ̀ máa dẹ̀ máa fún yín ní update so that I can buy it as quickly as possible. Oorun ayọ̀lá máa sùn mo mọ̀ rí sí tẹ̀ ṣe ìdúró báyìí ó yẹ kẹ́ ti lọ sùn ìyá wa ní California ó dàárọ̀ ẹ rántí ibi tẹ́ gbọ́dé o so that ẹ bá máa jí láàárọ̀ ibẹ̀ lẹ́ máa ti continue ibi tẹ́ gbọ́dé ni ó ti yé yín kì máa sọ̀rọ̀ sínú program ẹ̀yin lè máa lè iMarket. So now let's come back again a sì ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀tọ́ aráàlú kò ń ṣẹ̀tọ́ tẹ́ ẹ wà nísìn ṣẹ́rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wà nísìn ní ẹ̀tọ́ kankan ní Nàìjíríà ní any right but as it is tí a bá lọ as the indigenous people ó ní ẹ̀tọ́ yẹn ti wà already nínú òfin àgbáyé but Nigerian government is not going to respect it and they're not going to implement it for us as you speak right now. Number one, ẹ̀tọ́ wo lo ní nínú Nàìjíríà nísìn because ẹ̀tọ́ tẹ ní ẹ lọ campaign ní EndSARS wọ́n yìnbọn wọ́n pa yín tó bá jáde nísìn ọlọ́pàá máa náà fẹ́ wo mobile phone ẹ o ò ní ẹ̀tọ́ kankan nítorí pé tó bá lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ni by now ẹ jáde ní yunifásitì láti 5 years ṣó mọ̀ pé POS yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀jẹ̀ sàn kan fún yín is another form of slavery ṣó mọ̀ pé bí o ṣe ń lọ sí POS káàkiri yẹn ṣó mọ̀ tó yẹ kó jẹ́ yeah I have a PayPal account is musakalam1@yahoo.com gbogbo ẹni tó bá fẹ́ gbọ́ broadcast tẹ́ bá sọ pé owó laptop ni I can assure you I will be keeping it to the side until we have that money. I will put it out. I can make sure pé tẹ́ bá ti fi laptop sí I will use it for something else. Like I said, the Alienware they're very it must be very powerful more than the one I'm using presently. But we can all buy it collectively. But tẹ́ bá send owó sí mi mo kàn fẹ́ orí Dell wọ́n kódà more order and it will take some time but at least we look at about $2,000 to buy one that will be much stronger, powerful, and then we would have two so that because sometimes tó bá yẹ pé nísìn méjì ni mo ní tó strong èmi lè lọ sí studio ká run ilé láti lé so common ẹgbọ́n kan tẹ́ni ẹ sọ ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú pẹ̀lú tẹ̀rì ìyá mi ní France common agbèrò go slap PhD holder so the name of the laptop is one tí mo ń lò is called Alienware but ṣe máa pe Dell so máa sọ specification kan tó bá fẹ́ graphics speed and all that so give and take we budget about $2,000 for it so that we can buy this and then it will be useful fún ṣe Yorùbá náà ni. I'm not using, 2 years, this is what I do. So, and I'm happy to do it. I've served the British government for 20 years, 1998 Montedelo. So doing this for me is just as I'm happy every day. So, but we also need to enhance, what we are doing. Now, Shori, I want us to always remember that, the right in Nigeria, based on the way Nigeria is operating, but if we are using the right of the indigenous people, then we can now say to the world that we will come out for the mega rally. And let me say this. This is the information that got to me yesterday when I was speaking to my brother Ijile. The Nigerian government have been told that a mega rally is coming up in Nigeria. And they must not do anything otherwise. You don't know that there's a lot going on behind the scene. The Nigerian government have been told that our indigenous people, according to the right, only our right in Nigeria listen because there's nothing called Nigeria. Lo right in 1999 constitution because the constitution is fraud. So go back on Nigeria, I'm a lot vote, and you are still talking about the fake 1999 constitution. You are wasting your bloody hell time. Like I said, give and take, I budget that laptop for $2,000. It could be a little bit more, but like I said, it would depend on the speed It will depend on the, what I want inside this time around. Because I think when I bought this, this one is Intel Core i7 10th generation. But I think, we didn't get it right in terms of, anyway, based on what we have as at that time anyway. So don't know, on the specification, but I think I should have put in some more extra, which I did not. But in thinking about money, you don't know everything until, but I think I know what I want now. It's still going to be Alienware. So, Mission Solo. So, sorry, what we will use 2023, to change the dynamic, the stories of Nigeria. You are still saying that you want to use the same fake 1999 constitution to change the dynamic. That cannot happen. But if you are using the indigenous right, and we have two of that, this one says United Nations, there's what they call the United Nations Declaration of the Right, Etomo Onilugongo. Because Nigeria is only being used, to cover us up. Now, let me use this as an example. Sherry, sorry. It's a picture of my Baba in the folder. Okay, and my small flag. When they have flags, I get in touch. Somebody called me from Germany yesterday, and I think that idea is also good. And now I'm 200. Kinto sorry, no, sorry, 500. Thought if you send it, but I don't have a problem with that. If you want to do the flag and you're a diaspora, you want to support your own people. You don't. I support to have flag. No, you can make that decision yourself. And now, Mr. Koiki, I am 1,000 at that price. Then Sonye, which is the production price. Oh, you have to send over your con. Or you have to send over your mewa. I call it for any discount. Like I said, it's not that we are making any money out of this. It's just to get the production going. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not hearing from Milano whether they are doing flags. I know some of you say, "Ro flag kolo and le intoba wa nile elora, intoba wa nile elo support àwọn èèyàn ke lo ṣe." And you know what I'm talking about. Parapata is pé ìrèké àti gúgúrú àti etiye gbogbo kan ká má fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀. If that's what you can afford to buy for people, buy it for them. Let them keep it in their hands. But for now, we are just preparing that in Tawashi Mama Shilori platform and sort of walkie-talkie. Money Mary can pull over me. Pali empty, pali lele. But Mary will be sent home, along with whatever I'll be sending very, very soon. I'm not giving too much details on that. So, but the most important thing that I was going to say is somebody coming from Germany, and if you found your money or your state, 500 money, well, it will cost you 40p per one. Because that is the big number that has to be sent to the production. You will have to pay for the delivery to your end. If you agree with that, oh, that's fine. We will take it from you. But you cannot do less than 500. You will do 500. So we going to any groups that get me diaspora ni. They feel okay. Èmi máa support the community me. Mr. Koiki tó bá ti délé ẹni báyìí lè máa bá mi fún. You will pay for the delivery to Yoruba land. And you will pay for the cost of the production. I don't have a problem with that. But if you're just buying 2, 3, I've posted a lot yesterday. Some on their way to Germany. No, because Germany need to post lano. We have Canada. I have US. I have a lot of UK. I want to UK marry Galaro. Could I Mumbai console? Mumbai console láti no post office lano. Mundo buy pe Nigeria dani. Wole na pe mi lano ta console. Ona ti one number me ti pe. Eventually, it pick it up online. My number is, I'll get the line open. I'll deal with, I'm going to talk people Indigenous, but we will get the line open again as usual this morning. So we have ample of time to talk. But please do not call yet. So you can say, Omokwara lemi, mo láwọn èèyàn tí mo mọ̀ níbẹ̀ tá fi fún. I will say, I don't have a problem with that. It's not that, because every time I make lórí ẹ̀. Business country, no, forget it. It's just to get the production more out so that there'll be more available on the ground. If you want to do it in Nigeria, you will then have to go and deal with that. Èmi ò mọ̀ kankan nípa bẹ̀ yẹn. Ibi tèmi mọ̀ lélẹ̀. So you can say, well, I will do 1,000, I will do 2,000, I will do 5,000, but gbogbo 5,000 yẹn, we want to take it. I don't have a problem with that. Ibi kò ti wà nílé náà ni kó pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn. I don't have a problem with that. Because maybe àwọn kan wò pa bí a ta bá lọ fún ẹni 500 yẹn nísìn, kò ní dé community mi, kò ní dé, and Yoruba land is big. We're talking about having millions of these, you know, and if you can do other things, you can also go and do it. Irú àwọn kan báyìí kọ́ la rí nísìn, nǹkan ta fi jà ní ẹ lọ rà á. Ebi ṣàkọ́ máa lọ rà yẹn. Ṣé mi lẹ expect kí n lọ máa ra nǹkan ta máa fi jà? No, èyí lẹ máa lọ rà á. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń sọ yẹn náà ni kẹ́ wá bẹ ṣe fẹ́ rà tó máa dọ́dọ̀ àwọn tó máa lò. Tẹ́yìn bá rà, tẹ́ bá wá àwọn tó máa lò, àyàn ṣe problem ẹ̀ kàn sáwà. Àmọ́ bá ṣe máa gbà lọ́wọ́ yín lẹ́yìn tó dẹ̀ máa dọ́wọ́ àwọn tó máa lò. But bí tó ti ń ta èmi ò mọ̀. Ìbò lọ ti fẹ́ rà èmi ò mọ̀ yẹn. But tẹ́yìn bá ní àmọ́ bá ìgbẹ́ ẹ máa wọlé àmọ́ bá ṣe àwọn Àkóìkí wà kẹ́fù kọ́ máa lọ dá ẹ̀ fi yẹn sílẹ̀. Àkọ́kọ́ dífá náà Ifá máa kọ́kọ́ sọ fún wa. Ìtagbédáde ẹ̀ pé a máa consult oracle. Èmi dẹ́dẹ́dẹ́dẹ́dẹ́. A máa kọ́kọ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ Ifá. Kò bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́gbọ́n lẹ́nu mi yẹn. A máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ Ifá pé orúkọ báyìí ó náà fẹ́ fún wa láwọn kan báyìí. Ẹgbẹ́ gbéyẹ̀wò. Ifá dẹ̀ padà wá a sọ fún wa. Ifá ò dẹ̀ ń parọ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ tá gbé dání ọ̀rọ̀ tó wúwo ni ẹ̀rọ pé ọ̀kan apá pè mí nísìnyí pé àwọn ní àwọn ẹrù kan ká wá gbà ní ibo báíbù kọ́ la máa lọ àlọ́ báíbù àlọ́ Quran pé láyé Ifá la máa pè tó máa confirm fún wa. Ifá ò kì í parọ́. Mọ́ tá gbé dání ni màá wá lọ compromise àwọn ọmọ mi nílé. Ifá máa sọ fún wa lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ pé ẹ má dọ́dọ̀ ẹni yẹn láyé. Alábọ̀dé ni máa pé èwo tún ni Kóìkí gbé wa lára pé ìtagbéra ní lágbára. Ìyàn kan náà òun láwọn kankan ṣe máa rán àwọn èèyàn wá tí mo máa ń tán wò mí ni ọjọ́ kò báyìí nísìn. Bọ̀tẹ́yìn bá ti pè mí ẹ̀fẹ́ àwọn níbo kódà bó lo fake name Ifá máa sọ ó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn ó ti yé yín. So but ṣe rí Nàìjíríà what they've done is mo kàn máa lo àbíkáṣà sọ pé àwa lélẹ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lélẹ̀ ní bíbá not literally but I can do as an example. Ìtọ́ wá ṣe ni pé wọ́n change orúkọ yẹn wọ́n ń pè ní Nàìjíríà and that has been going on since 1914. That's exactly what we are saying. Tó bá wá sí wàá ń lo òfin Nàìjíríà as we speak right now tó ń fi òfin ìyẹn ni wọ́n ṣe ń pa yín ìyẹn ni wọ́n ṣe ń yìnbọn fún yín because ẹ̀yin lo òfin Nàìjíríà àwa ò lo òfin Nàìjíríà mọ́ òfin right of the indigenous people là ń lò. And from what I was hearing yesterday tí Ìjìnlẹ̀ pè mí Ìjìnlẹ̀ ní ìjọba Nigeria has been told that there will be a mega rally that will be coming up very soon and they must not do anything otherwise. But ever mọ̀ tí ìjọba Nigeria ṣe, as usual, they will want to use the politicians to infiltrate and try to push or láàrin ara wọn lọ ti ń jà o. You know, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Not that tabana fi ṣe mega rally nísìn wọ́n máa kọ́lọ́pàá jáde wọ́n máa kó but they are not going to do anything. They will just be there and we expect nothing less than 1 million people tó gbọ́dọ̀ jáde. But wọ́n ti sọ fún ìjọba Nàìjíríà pé àwọn Yorùbá tó fẹ́ jáde ẹ máa wọ pé àwọn ló sọ fún wọn ìyẹn máa wọrí. There's a lot pressure on the Nigerian government as we speak right now. Ifá ò ní parọ́ Ifá ò kí ń parọ́ ṣe rí ọ̀rọ̀ pé Ifá máa parọ́ yẹn forget it. Ifá ò ní parọ́ tá a bá máa tẹ̀fí béèrè lọ́wọ́ Ifá mẹ́fà ọ̀nà mẹ́rin ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ títí dé gbogbo àwọn ibi tẹ́ka béèrè wá sọ fún wa pé ẹ má dọ́dọ̀ wọn irọ́ lọ́npa àwọn yẹn fẹ́ kó bá yín ni adé tètè move on. So but like I said ọ̀rọ̀ flag is nothing that we cannot say if you want to push it but tẹ́ bá yẹ pé bá fẹ́ anything else ẹ má bínú mo ní láti mu a bit of water kò ń ṣe pure water Volvic water ni o. Ẹ̀pá àtàbá ń sọ̀rọ̀ agbọ̀dọ̀ máa mú mi because of our throat kò gbọ́dọ̀ máa dry púpọ̀. So I expect to open the phone line again at 8:30. Do not call before then. Studio line nìkan ó ti yé wa. Gbogbo wa là ń gbọ́ nísìnyí o. Ẹ máa kọ́ dìgbà tí bá gbé open line lẹ́ máa lọ máa disturb àwọn kan wò wá lórí Twitter nísìn. Tẹ́ bá ti pè, tí bá ti rí pé ẹni tó yẹ kó wà ní bíbá ìtẹ́jú pé ẹ̀ ń disturb wa nìyẹn. So what they've done for more than 108 years, say 108 years ni, wọ́n change orúkọ lẹ́wà, wọ́n change ẹ̀, wọ́n wá la Nàìjíríà mọ́ lórí. So Nigerian Bank, Nigerian Chemical Association, but now a fẹ́ yọ kúrò. Ilẹ̀ yẹn sì wà níbi tó wà, kò kúrò níbi tó yẹ kó wà. Sórí ilẹ̀ yẹn ó ní boundary, sórí gbogbo ẹgbẹ̀gbẹ̀ boundary ni. So boundary yẹn ó ti sọ bí tí ilẹ̀ wa dé. Tó bá wo gbígbà ní sèwé pé edge. Àbọ̀rọ̀mọ̀ yẹ yín nísìn. What we are doing is we are bringing back the glory. We are taking control back of the land. And that will then take me to the next video. And Sheferi video, I mean, just the voice alone is more than enough, right? I will share the link with us. But sometimes people just want to get the visual. Should I bring the laptop in the front or should you just hear the voice? Which one do we want? The voice alone? I can move the laptop to the front of you and you can see it. But which one? It will affect. Check out more voice daddy. I become more voice and video daddy. Voice only. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. So I will share the link should you want to go and watch it. So it's about 5 minutes. And what is actually going to tell us, this video was produced in 2015, 23rd of February. What is United Nations Declaration of the Right of the Indigenous People? At least you can hear it from somebody else that is different from Koiki Media. I will not speak. I will allow the video to run. You will hear the voice. I will then share this particular link. For now. While it's playing, I'll be sharing quickly the link. It will go on our timeline and you can go and click it and watch it at your own time as well. It is important that we see and we understand all these things. Right time, the 1999 Constitution, because that is a military decree. Right time, is the right of the indigenous people. Let us listen to this video.
Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is a very important instrument adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 2007. It establishes a common standard on a global level for understanding and applying and moving forward to implement the rights of indigenous peoples. It represents a consensus of the global community about these rights. And so for indigenous peoples, it's an important tool when they confront violations or threats to their rights. National human rights institutions should and do increasingly, we see, use the Declaration as a common point of understanding indigenous peoples' rights and as a starting point for initiatives to assist indigenous peoples in seeing their rights realized.
And indigenous peoples are really on the international agenda now because finally we have a declaration on the rights of indigenous peoples. You know, it's not a covenant or convention, but it's quite an extraordinary document, which I think wonderfully interweaves individual and collective rights and shows that they're not in contradiction with each other. They're different sides of the same human rights coin. And so it's a pretty special document, but it also helps governments, but also national institutions to understand just what is necessary for the rights, the human rights of indigenous peoples to be practically realised.
The Declaration is now a document that no country in the world opposes. You know, 4 originally opposed it when it was adopted in 2007, but fortunately, us included in Australia, have changed our views on it. So it refers to 350 million Indigenous people across the world. You don't find too many of us that haven't been colonised in the same way we've been colonised here in Australia. So we're generally minorities.
There was huge discussion, and there were also, of course, differences. But finally, people came together because Indigenous people came together because they saw how important to have such a declaration. So I think in that process, I'm very pleased to say that it has not only came with a declaration, but Asia as indigenous movement, indigenous people's movement has come together and gelled, and now they're using, for example, all the indigenous groups, and they actually use the declaration to review the policies and laws in the country, and also looking at how they can actually come together as a network of indigenous people. And I think that's the strength that they're having now.
We have a number of cases where it has become a key tool, not only in international context, but at the national and even local level for indigenous peoples to claim their rights and to make sure that their issues are considered.
These kinds of international instruments could be a guidelines to address these kinds of, that the historical injustice to the indigenous peoples. And what will happen, the benefit is that if indigenous people's rights is addressed, if indigenous people's concerns is addressed, it will really ensure the human rights in the country.
Yeah, for instance, Australia, the indigenous people in this country make up 2.5% of the population. So I take it literally when it talks about in the preamble about, it's about a document that set research relationships between indigenous people and states, and I think it's on that basis that I take it forward, because we had a scare campaign here in Australia when we first started talking about adopting the declaration that we'd create these other states and break down relationships. I think it's quite the opposite. I think the declaration actually sets the space and the parameters around good relationships between governments and indigenous people, and that's how I tend to use it here in Australia.
Our record in New Zealand is that anything that's gained for Māori or reclaimed for Māori has come through protest and struggle. It's never ever come because it's a good idea. It's always been opposed and resisted, and I think the declaration's going to be the same. The best thing we can do is just get people using it, and the best way for people to use it is to find something in it that they want.
Well, that is the right of the indigenous people. As you've just listened, you can watch it again at your own particular time. It's 8:20 a.m. August 10th, 2022. My name is Olayomi Koiki. We're also sharing the support for Ominira and the central account. I'm sharing that right now. We want you to please let us donate towards the movement. It is very, very important. The movement cannot be functionable if we are not supporting it financially and fueling it our own. We don't have any politician or any government around the world that is going to fund it. Our not allowed to fund it in our own little ways, and we appreciate as many of you that are already doing so. So Multi-Share Ominira security account, which is just a PayPal and a GoFundMe. Yes, where's the small iPad? It's dead. So give him the other one. If you want to change the TV, come and change the TV and stop disturbing my broadcast. No. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? So, Now come on me. So, so I'm just sharing that quickly. While I'm doing that, maybe I should just play the last one, which is the last video for today. And again, I would like you to watch this one anyway, because this one is like an ammunition. Sharing brainy how to do this kind of elite playing the same. Maybe why not try and do the same thing so that I reflect it our no. Because at the moment you can use ammunition, something like where it will show exactly what I'm about to play now. But mo fẹ́ sáré share share to Ominira, mo fẹ́ lọ share ti central account. Ẹ bá lọ fi owó sí gbogbo àwọn account yẹn, wọ́n need àwọn owó yẹn urgently, Yes, Baba wa ń bọ̀ ní orí Yorùbá World Media, Baba Chief Tola Adeniyi. So it's going to be very, very busy night. But I'm sure, you know, if you catch up with one, you cannot catch up the other. You can always watch a replay back. So, you know, it's a problem. That's the beauty of the technology that we have. Yes, amination. Thank you, Udua, today. So, amination. We want you to do something like that. Some of you have the brains. And you understand. Am I expect we keep going? So, you need to amination here. Tibati play lay missing. You know, you can use that kind of template. Kafi reflect it Yoruba one. Be a before and power, you know, why touching grabulewa, and let's put these things out, you know, and don't money about photography. Sherry Emma drope awanikon. Every one of us ni agbodo lo se gbogbo nte ka se láti fi project ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá Nation jáde. So mo ti fi gbogbo àwọn account yẹn síta ti GoFundMe. Okay, ti kini mo fẹ́ lọ mú jáde nísìn. Ti Central. Adẹ̀dúpẹ́ pé at least Facebook ń bounce account wa jáde money sí yẹn ti. And if you still want to sign the petition, you can do so. The petition is still open. But one thing I can tell you is the federal government have been told not to go the other way around to attack the mega rally. That I can assure you, the federal government have been told that by the international community. I'm not going to say more than that. But the federal government wants to use the Yoruba politician thugs on us. But those ones can be dealt with. So again, PayPal is for the central account, which is finance@ysdf.ca. CA stands for Canada. PayPal. Finance as in FINANCE at ysdf.ca. As far as I've known and I've been confirmed, they haven't got any other means apart from that. That is the only thing I'm aware of. If I know of any other way that you can send money to them, you will be told. That is for the central account. I am unable to do it on the GoFundMe. Okay, let me click on the GoFundMe and see if it's active. If you come and click the Lori Latibiba. And yeah, it is. It's about $17,000, as you can see right there. So maybe you want to refresh your phone or you want to refresh the device that you're using. The GoFundMe is actually working. And I hope that before the end of the program, even if it's one person, two person, let us please put money in there. So at the moment, it's $17,000. Each of these accounts are the two accounts that is confirmed. You know, I understand there's been all these lingering, biting, talking, but am I worried about it? The central account, there's nothing wrong with it. Put money there. The Ominira account, there's nothing wrong with it. Put money in there. Apart from the donation that you're just giving Koiki Media. But let us, and I hope by the time I refresh back on this, the GoFundMe will probably have maybe one person or two people that will donate into it. If you need it as well, don't call me. I'm monitoring my WhatsApp on my laptop. I can send it to you directly. Mr. Koikia, if I'm send it, I will send it to you. Like I said, I'm going to share it again. And maybe this time around, your liberty, I'll pin your sile, and then I'll take the calls later. So I'm a pin. It doesn't matter. I can pin any one of them. It's all the same. Whether I pin the Minera or I pin the Central as well. Like I said, Chief, so I'm going to pin the Central one, which I've done on the PayPal. On the YouTube. Then I'm going to pin Ominira Central account on the Facebook on Koiki Media, which I've just done. I think I should pin the GoFundMe. Yeah. So I've just done that right now. Then Lori Koiki Odudua, because we're streaming on 3 different Facebook this morning. I can pin maybe the Central account as well. That one is a bit delayed. So once again, Moki Bubua. So I'm pinning the Central one on Koiki Odudua. And if you're watching on Instagram, please, maybe somebody can help us to post it as well. I will not be able to do so for me because I don't like touching. Well, I don't want to, I've read your comment, Mr. Ifawalaye, but let us not, I don't know, but whatever it is, nobody will be able to stop the mega rally. But what I can say from the information that got to me through my brother Ijile yesterday is that the federal government have been told about our mega rally and they've been told not to do otherwise. But the federal government might want to use the Yoruba politician to go after us. But that's what we can deal with that. The reason why I'm stressing more on our right as indigenous people as against more now is because mo fẹ́ kí understanding yẹn òye yẹn kó yé wa dáadáa. Òkúta bá ti mọ̀ pa nẹ́tọ̀ àní right. The only thing ni pé government Nigeria ò lè implement right yẹn. So we would then have no other choice at our own appropriate time to make whatever declaration we have to do. Because tabanika loma dúró fún kí government kó implement it. I've asked the question again. Do you think that the federal government, as it stands right now, will implement the rights of the indigenous people? Whether the current government or the one that you all are saying we should go and vote for in 2023. So let's watch the last animation YouTube video. I do not own the copyright to any of these. At least, this is about 8 minutes. I'll let it play through. Banana and Weetabix. She banana or more. Move back. Video. Go and call your mom. I'm not sure whether there's banana in the house, but yeah, go and tell mommy upstairs that you want to eat something. There's no banana. Yeah, so there's no banana. So go upstairs and tell mommy you want to eat. Now let's watch this together.
Know anything about this logging? No one has told me anything.
We don't have to tell you anything. This is not your land, and we are allowed to be here. Do you have papers which say you own this land?
I think we need to educate you about what we now know about our rights. We are not ignorant and we will not tolerate being pushed around. We have lived here for generations and we can prove this. We have worked in these forests which have given us shelter, food and water, medicines, and the spirits that guide and protect us. We have our own language, laws and ways of doing things. We are recognized as indigenous peoples and indigenous peoples have rights. Our way of life does no damage or leave a lasting mark on the land as your cities do, and we should be respected for that.
But I've got permission from the government.
We have protection that is greater than a single government. There is a UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is recognized throughout the world.
Yes, as indigenous peoples, we have rights to our lands, territories, and resources. This is our fundamental right as our life, culture, and identity are dependent on our land. Leave and come back when you wish to do things properly and show respect for who we are.
I must apologize for your last visitor. I told him not to come. I'm here to say sorry and to offer you this gift to make up for any trouble. And while I'm here, I would really like to talk about a project.
We do not want your bribe. Whatever you give to us will be less than our cooperation is worth. It is an insult. If you have a project that affects us, or the land that we have the rights to, you must simply talk straight. We can work together using free, prior, and informed consent, which we will explain to you.
This is not a privilege. It is simply there to ensure that we are treated with respect. It is in our power to say yes or no. We are in charge of what happens to our lives and where we live.
We wish to make a rubber plantation. It will bring work and money to your village, and we will help you by building a new school, better electricity, and clean water. I have a business plan I can show to you.
Your business plan will mean little to us. We will ask you questions so we can understand in our own way. We want to improve our communities and work with people from the outside as long as they respect us and our rights.
We will listen to what you have to say, but on our own terms, in our own way.
Before we start, can I make a quick phone call? Boss, yes, it's me. Listen, I'm here at the village. No, they turned the money down. Unbelievable. This is not going to be simple. They know they cannot be pushed around. That's right. Free, prior, whatever that is. Yep, those days have gone. Okay, I'll keep you posted. Bye. Okay, so where do we start?
The first thing you need to understand is what free, prior, and informed consent means. It is part of the declaration we told you about and is how we work with people from outside our community on anything that affects our lives.
It is simply a way to make sure we are not taken advantage of. We have our ways, and this helps us talk to those outside our world.
Free means any dealing we have will be free from fear or attempts to corrupt us, free to make our own decisions in our own way.
Prior is simple. We will always be told in advance about anything that may affect us. No one can just turn up and do something without an agreement.
Informed. We must be told of everything that you wish to do, but in ways that we understand. We have trusted partners who will work with us if we need, so be sure not to mislead us. We want to know the good and the bad, the present and the future of any project.
Consent. We will do nothing, decide on nothing, or agree to anything without the consent of those who live in our community. Your plans will only be allowed on our land if we as a community give our consent for it to happen. If we say no, then that decision should be respected.
Think carefully about how you want to change the land we love, about the benefits and problems it may bring before talking to us.
You should also learn about who we are. Someone wanted to build on land that is very sacred to our community. They did not bother to ask or find out about us. It did not take very long for us to say no to their project.
Respect for people is a valuable and important thing. It is the basis of the way we live. We respect the forest, the world we live in, and each other.
You stole it! I found it eating all my corn. It's mine now! Stop. We can sort this out together using our own customary laws. Now, you will learn something about the way we live.
His buffalo broke through the fence and ate the food I was growing for my family.
I didn't do it on purpose. It doesn't mean you can keep my buffalo. We will make a decision here and now that will be fair for you both.
Niran, you're responsible for looking after your buffalo, but you let it eat grass and scrubs and damage the fence.
Raise your hands, those who agree with what was just said. So, it is agreed. You will return the buffalo, and you will provide food for the family to replace what was eaten. You will also repair the damage to the fence.
I think you should take them to the police to sort this out.
No need. We have sorted out the problem.
You can't just take the law into your own hands. The state decides.
Before states were formed, we already governed ourselves. We already had laws and ways of living that look after the interests and welfare of our people. These are the customary laws we live by. These rights are confirmed within the Declaration, our rights to self-government for internal and local affairs.
I can see that I'm not ready to talk to you about our project. Not if I want it to be accepted. If it's okay with you, we'll talk again in a few weeks.
So I'm going to open my phone line. I hope we learned one or two things from that ammunition video. This is what I expect us to be putting out more now. This video is about 8 minutes, 5 seconds. And it was supported by International Work Group of Indigenous Affairs. Maybe Carl not get in touch with them. Maybe they'll be able to help us, put things together. But a lot of them are not going to do, Me like love in concern because I was feeling a bit hungry. A lot of countries around the world are not looking at Nigeria as a case study as indigenous. They are looking at Nigeria from another angle. So now let's open our phone line. We've honored you do not call any other number. Anytime I'm going to switch the phone. You need to charge there because number and I'm having back call. I'm going to write the number out. We have all our back end team that are watching. They'll put the number out. I'll read the number out again. Ẹ má pe nọ́mbà tó kì í ṣe ti studio. Mo ń try studio kò wọlé. Ó máa ṣe sùúrù kẹ́ni tó bá ń pè tán. Òun náà ní right. Gbogbo ilẹ̀ ní right. Your mom is coming. Ayọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ mi. Àbọ̀rọ̀ mi yìí nísìn. So bí ẹni tó bá ń pè ẹ jẹ́ kẹ́ni ẹ kó land. Ẹni ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ land. Kẹ́yìn tó sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ pè. So now, I'm going to stop this and start with another phone, and that will be the number that we're going to be taking calls from. Once again, a very good morning as we continue to give you your rights under the United Nations. So, two things that I want us to understand: we have our rights under the United Nations to declare Yoruba nation. We also have our rights. Under the human right, the indigenous peoples. Anytime but it and deal pẹ̀lú lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ àtàwọn explanation àti gbogbo nǹkan tí a ti ṣàlàyé tẹ́lẹ̀ òun ni àwọn ìgbìyànjú lórí right wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí indigenous people. Tó bá lọ ń lo 1999 constitution yẹn kò ní right kankan lórí tó máa support tó máa back ẹ as indigenous people. Right tani òun lórí United Nations, which is what I have here, indigenous people and the United Nations human rights. Àtúwá in tó ń pè ní United Nations Declaration. And these are very, very key and important. The number that you will call in, should you want to add your own voice, I'm going to share those videos again. They will be on our timeline. I'm going to share àwọn kan náà sórí WhatsApp. Tẹ́yìn náà bá ti rí ẹ push ẹ̀ jáde. The more we see, we push it out. So that àwọn tó wà nílé gbogbo ìbẹ̀rù tẹ́yìn bẹ̀rù yẹn ìbẹ̀rù kọ́kọ́ mọ̀ sí kọ̀ọ̀kan. Plus 44 74 04 40 5917. The number again, plus 44 74 04 40 5917. Màá try láti tún play video yẹn padà. The last one tá play yẹn, I try láti play padà before the end of the the program today. And I believe YouTube will have any problem lórí video yẹn. I will use that video continuously to educate ourselves until maybe somebody will also do the animation like you watch there. And tí bá lọ wo video yẹn, èèyàn mélòó ló ti wo video yẹn ní gbogbo àgbáyé òun tẹ̀ dáná. At least about 11,000 people have watched it. And Ibala will comment, wow, super helpful, but would you mind to open an option for adding other subtitles to the video? So imagine that I know about the video yẹn ká ṣe subtitle ẹ̀, sí àwọn èdè míì. Very, very powerful video that you've just watched there. Once again, my name is Olayomi Koiki. I'm not being Mufesari because I realized I change the password to Alana. So I'm just trying to log in using this phone. So again, the live show. A login request notification was sent to my other phone. Okay, let's see.
Tell me to go with your whole daddy is doing his necklace.
I won't do it. Can I share it you?
Mom.
That's a bit of technology, because security. Terrible when to buy any device, everybody make sure we any key device here. About change any settings. Gbọ́dọ̀ fún any notification lórí the other number yín. Ìyẹn ló ń pè ní two security setup. It is very, very important. That way nobody will be able to infiltrate your your device. So again, somebody say, thank you for the video, very helpful, nice video. That was the video that we just watched. I'm going to share that on our Twitter, on our timeline, while we are waiting for calls, I will just continue, educating us on the right of the indigenous people. Ṣé pé àwọn òyìnbó yẹn fi wá gbalẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ wọn. Ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí Koiki Media that we have to end our broadcast and come back quickly. It is important that we continue to tell those at home that according to United Nations, we have a right. There's also what they call a declaration. So méjèèjì yẹn ó ṣe kókó, ó ṣe pàtàkì as we continue to tell those at home that by government ìjà, what we are saying to the Nigerian government is ẹ̀tọ́ wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀tọ́ tí a fi gbà padà. Àmọ́ tẹ́bí ṣe pa mí lára bí àtúrò mo tètè sùn lánàá ni. So lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ọmọ Oòduà ló ń disturb lẹ́yìn. Once again, the GoFundMe is working like we said earlier, and I'm going to refresh it. I hope I remember where anyway, I saw it. I think somebody just put money in. Momento for Wosi, Eshegon Yawa, Janet, $40. Thank you so much. Could I tell about the Wosi? No, Elema top it up as well. Since the year, need money back, I think going away. And it is all about us alone. Money was sense in Mandela. Submit or fight. It talks about the liberty as well. Once again, a very good morning if you're watching us from any part of the globe. I hope my WhatsApp is on. I hope it is on. So anyway, I indicate the cover one. So now let's go back to I want to go back slightly again. Also, I was able to open Google United Nations Declaration on the Right of the Indigenous People. I'm going to put it out there. Google. I want to just reference to some of the things that people are saying when it comes to our rights. United Nations Declaration on the Right. So the question a lot of people will normally ask is, okay, Mr. Koiki, I understand the arguments here, but in Jetaba declare, thank you so much from Malaysia as you're watching us. In Jetaba declare out of Nigeria today, in Joma Fa Wahala, in Joma Fa Wuye Wuye, already the Nigerian government is being briefed, either secretly, directly, indirectly. Secretly, directly or indirectly, that there is, the right of the people. But how do you want to manage the situation? The Nigerian government will say that they are not ready to allow Nigeria to break. And I'm just, imagine definitely if there's a meeting, directly, indirectly, secretly, between any government of the world, with the Nigerian government or their representative, that some people want to break away from Nigeria, Nigerian government will definitely give all kind of excuse that, I don't think we want to break. But Nigerian government do not have the right to tell us that we cannot break away. So, Nigerian government koloma sọ pé a lè break. Àwọn tó ní ìlú ló náà wọ́n fẹ́ break. And tá bá sọ pé kí ni Nigerian government? Nigerian government is just the same thing that was established because Nigeria itself is not a country. Nigeria kì í ṣe ìlú. So now let's go back and get a little bit more understanding. United Nations, and I'm going to the reason why I'm sharing this particular thing all the time is because mo fẹ́ kí àyè tí ẹ bá ń gbọ́ wa, because ẹlòmíì ẹ tún máa káàkiri ẹ máa sọ pé àwọn ọ̀kan máa stop Yorùbá nation. Tinubu ò lè stop Yorùbá nation. APC ò lè stop Yorùbá nation. Dead or alive Buhari kò lè stop Yorùbá nation. Atiku ò lè stop Yorùbá nation. Peter Obi ò lè stop Yorùbá nation. None of them can stop ìrìnàjò Yorùbá nation. But Yorùbá nation fúnra rẹ̀, àwa la máa ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀tọ́ àti ìgbésẹ̀ láti make sure pé a fulfill mission yẹn. And all this is part of the reason why we're educating ourselves so that we prepare our mind. So that somebody sọ pé ti yá. Oh, tún ní máa rò lẹ́ẹ̀mejì pé ọmọ ẹ ṣe sùúrù ẹ fẹ́ dá wàhálà sílẹ̀ náà dá wàhálà kankan sílẹ̀. Inú wàhálà la wà tá fẹ́ kúrò nínú ẹ̀. So now I'm just gonna go. This particular one is only 1 to 32. Let's see if we can at least go as far as how much we can, before we, continue the program. I still have about an hour maximum because 10:30. Nima Beresinshi summary me. Like I said, I don't know whether it's my phone, but I've not seen anybody that I've called. So I believe that it's just that you don't want to call. You are enjoying the broadcast, which is not a problem. But let me refresh the phone itself. Nico, Google audio can you get out? Okay, I'll just refresh the phone because that could also be having an injury. So now let me go back now to this United Nations declaration. Declaration is still the same thing. It's just that at any right, the indigenous people. It's only 1 to 32 the PDF, but let me push it a little bit. There was a resolution to Sheleni General Assembly. The next General Assembly is coming up next month, which is September. So in 2007, ìpàdé kan wà. Kí ni ìjókòó pàdé yẹn? Ìjókòó pàdé yẹn ni pé àwọn tí wọ́n ń pera wọn ní indigenous people, and which we have already explained the indigenous people again. I can tell you who the indigenous people are.
Indigenous.
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 In to originate or occurring naturally. Ẹ mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nísìn naturally ni kó tó di pé wọ́n change orúkọ yẹn mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ tó pè ní Nàìjíríà. So in tó ti ń wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí ni kò ń ṣe tí a ṣe lọ fabricate. Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n fabricate. Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n lọ mú wá láti ibi tá àti mọ̀ bí tó ti mú wá ní Lugard ló bá lè mọ́ wa lórí. Imagine the kind of power tó lò nígbà yẹn. Ẹ wo the kind of force tó lò nígbà yẹn. And if we do not stop it now, it will come back and bite every one of us. Ṣẹ́rí gbogbo ẹ wọ́n jíyàn gbé economy ọ̀dá gbogbo nǹkan ọ̀dá. We will continue to be in that scenario. And ìjọba àgbáyé máa fi wá ṣe statistics. All kind of statistics. Ẹ wo tí mo ṣe lórí Star Radio lánàá. Wọ́n sọ pé within number 1 to 10, Nàìjíríà wà lára àwọn ìlú tó yẹ pé gbèsè tẹ́tí jẹ́ kò ṣe máa sọ rárá. So lára àwọn interchange sọ pé tí a bá ti dá dúró, a lot of things will change. There will be new synergy. So now let's go back one step back again. So the resolution here ó wáyé ní 2007 September 13. Kí ni nǹkan tí wọ́n pè ní resolution here? The resolution is what we called 61 to 295 United Nations Declaration on the Right ẹ̀tọ́ wa ni. So tí bá ń jẹ́ pé right Nàìjíríà ni mò ń lò tí mo fi ń ṣe gbogbo tá à ń ṣe Nàìjíríà máa sọ fún yín pé ẹ̀ ní right because constitution here is fake. Thank you so much to the back end team. Okay, the line is working, so there's no problem with the line. It's been tested. So I want us to always take note of these. So in everything that we are saying, lórí pé Yorùbá nation máa dá dúró, ọ̀nà tá fẹ́ gbà, jẹ́ gbogbo àwọn Comrade Victor Taiwo, nobody can stop Yorùbá nation. Yes, everybody need right. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá, àwọn kan right wọn nísìn, wọ́n ń lò pé ká continue pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà. But right tiwa ó supersede tiwọn because Nigeria is a fabricated name on the right of the real indigenous people. And gbogbo àwọn politicians yìí ló mọ̀. But tó bá expect pé kí senator ẹ máa jẹgba nísìn ẹ̀yin méjèèjì tó ń ṣojú ojú wókòlòwòkòlò dìde lórí ẹ̀ àgbàlagbà ni wọ́n then gba iPad yẹn lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ o lè máa lo iPad kó tó fẹ́ lo mọ́tò ìwọ lọ gba iPad yẹn lọ́wọ́. Where is the iPad? You come and take the iPad. Give the iPad to sister. Give the iPad to the sister. Give the iPad to your sister. Go and give it. Let me put the password. Do you want the iPad or you want the car? Which one do you want? ìkan ló máa múnú ẹ̀ then you sit on the car wọ́n lọ jókòó sórí mọ́tò so you sit there and then no noise okay that is on the program so resolution yẹn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìpàdé tó ṣe ní 2007 òun ló ń fà wá ní confidence nísìnyí pé since the resolution ti wà since tí ìpàdé kan ti jáde rí ní 2007 which is about some few years ago there is no need kàwáṣẹ́ máa bẹ̀rù pé a fẹ́ dúró kí Nigerian government wá implement gbogbo nta fẹ́ Nigerian government ò lè implement ẹ̀tọ́ yẹn délẹ̀ àwa la máa force ẹ̀ jáde and it will be forced peacefully or violent ìkànnì méjèèjì ni tí nǹkan bá wà peaceful ó máa wà violent and àwọn politicians ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn senator yín tó ń represent yín l'Abuja àwọn ò ní ṣe ẹ̀tọ́ yẹn tó máa fi implement ẹ̀ normally àwọn senator ló yẹ kó máa ṣe implementation so that implementation yẹn làwọn máa fi back ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ nísìnyí pé ẹ wo senator olórí burúkú Yayi torí ìyẹn jalè títí láàrin mọ́ṣọ́ kò tẹ́ lọ́rùn tó kò fẹ́ lọ ó tún ṣe wá padà lọ sógun state they are just rotating each other ìwọ wá rò pé òun expect ẹ fún mi lórúkọ àwọn house of rep yín ẹ kàn máa type orúkọ wọn wọ́ọ̀dì ṣe kọ́ wọ́n fún yín ẹ má bẹ̀rù ẹ fún mi lórúkọ wọn èmi náà dẹ̀ lè lọ sí Lagos State House of Assembly tó ń rò pé ghost làwọn wọ́n rò pé àwọn ibi táwọn wà wọ́n rò pé àǹjọ̀nú làwọn according to them mo fi lọ mú meet our members àwọn members olórí burúkú màá dárúkọ gbogbo wọn nísìn àwọn olórí burúkú olè àwọn olè ewu lè nísìn olè tó gbogbo wọn o wá expect pé kéle wá fight for right indigenous people olórí borí àgbákò Chasolúmọ ìyẹn olè Múdàṣírù adé ṣetán nísìn a lọ sí Mẹ́kà a lọ máa ṣàdúrà àwọn tó yẹ kẹ́ lè ló kópa kí gbogbo agbárí ẹ̀ kó wá sísàlẹ̀. You're expecting this man to give you the right as indigenous people lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ìwọ wá náà rí ṣe lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ó lè rí ṣe lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nítorí pé àwọn ilé ìlú ẹ̀kọ́ máa fight fún right wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí United Nations ti sọ ní 2007. But ó lè tí wọn ò ní jẹ́ kó ṣe because they are all criminals. Wọ́n kàn fi wà relevant kó lọ sí party kó dẹ̀ dádúgbò kan kó sọ pé ó dá ẹgbẹ́ 1 million níbẹ̀ yẹn ẹgbẹ́ 100,000 níbẹ̀ yẹn òun ṣe constituency project ìwọ ló ṣe and that goes to every single one of them. The deputy òrèlè náà Wàsíù Sani ó lè ní gbogbo they are all criminals because àwọn olóyè kan máa fight ìjà tá à ń fight yìí nísìn tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n follow implementation pé okay lóòtítọ́ a ti ń ṣe Nàìjíríà a dẹ̀ náà ṣe Nàìjíríà mọ́ òfin dẹ̀ ti wà lágbàáyé according to the declaration ilé nísìn tí bá padà sí bíbá declaration tí mò ń kà yẹn òun lélẹ̀ àbọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yẹ yín nísìn so but if you are now sitting down and expecting that àwọn 419 àtọkùnrin wọn àtọbìnrin wọn Honorable Sani Agúbíadé tó kórùnbọ̀ báyìí they are all criminals because ẹni tó bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ pé right indigenous people tó ń lo Nàìjíríà tó fi supersede wa they are criminals forget about pé mọ́dà Koiki àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ ń ṣe criminal ni wọ́n because wọ́n suppress right tiwa gẹ́gẹ́ bí indigenous people because there is nothing called Nigeria and that goes to the southeast politician that goes to the middle belt politician that goes to any of those politicians they are all criminals. Lagos la ṣe lóye o ṣẹ̀dẹ̀fọ́n tọ́rẹ́rì Honorable Lateef Abiru they are all criminals criminal ni gbogbo wọn because àwọn fight nínú House of Assembly nísìnyí pé right kan wà tí United Nations sọ pé àwọn indigenous people àwọn sọ pé 1999 constitution right ló ń lò ìyẹn ló ṣe ń suppress yín nílé and you now expect to get a result lè get a result kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fẹ́ get a result because ẹ̀tọ́ tó yẹ kí wọ́n lò ẹ̀tọ́ yẹn ẹ̀tọ́ tó lò ẹ̀tọ́ ti 1999 constitution tó fi suppress yín. Let's go and look for the next one. Honorable Wahab Jimoh the same thing ó dàbí bírèdì tó kó sómi they are all criminals because ẹ̀tọ́ tó yẹ kó máa fight fún nísìnyí pé okay nígbà tí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ti dìde pé wọ́n náà wọ́n ṣe mọ́ ó yẹ ká máa move motion nínú house wọ́n move motion kankan bá ṣe máa lọ dìbò 2023 tó máa lọ ṣògùn tó máa pa àwọn èèyàn tó máa rán tọ́ọ̀gì jáde òun níṣẹ́ táwọn honourable yìí ṣe honourable olè honourable má ṣàǹfààní àwọn ilé la máa deal pẹ̀lú but akọ̀ṣe ń wọ́n ní wọn sílẹ̀ pre-warning ní gbogbo ilé tá à ń ṣe yìí bá ṣe fẹ́ deal pẹ̀lú wọn ó kù sọ́wọ́ gbogbo wa kò ń ṣe kó ìkíní kan because àwọn tó ń hindra pé kí Yorùbá má dúró àwọn gangan lélẹ́yìí kò ń ṣe Fúlàní o ó dàbọ̀ kò ń ṣe Fúlàní tó bá rò pé Fúlàní Buhari dead or alive àti ìwìn tó gbé sínú Aso Rock gbogbo ẹ̀ làṣírí ẹ̀ máa tú ó kù díẹ̀ ni tó bá wà láyé ó ti wà dementia tó bá dẹ̀ sí láyé àmọ́ tó bá yá ó kù díẹ̀ ni kò sí tó lè gbé pamọ́ àṣírí máa tú but the most important thing ni pé láti Kwara State títí dé Kogi State Ondo State Lagos State Osun State Ekiti State Ọ̀yọ́ State gbogbo àwọn House of Reps yín àwọn ni wọ́n hindra pé kí Yorùbá má lọ pé ká lọ ṣe 2023 election and ìbéèrè ni pé ǹjẹ́ 2023 a fún ẹ ní right gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ so you that you are saying àlọ́ gba PVC a máa fi PVC fi lé wọn lọ ni à lé APC lọ àwa gbé Peter Obi wá so ó máa wá change the right ẹ let's go and look at the next one ìyá olè Sangodara Rotimi they are all criminals eléyìí ò wá bí a mọ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó náà wọ́n fẹ́ lọ kódà dúró they are all criminals gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ ṣọ́tọ̀ pé kàbá wọn ní criminal gbogbo ẹni tó bá sọ pé kí ìran Yorùbá kó má lè dá dúró because wọ́n ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí amòfin ó yẹ káwọn máa trigger motion nínú house pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá náà wọn ò ṣe Nàìjíríà mọ́ ìyẹn ni ká máa debate tó bá ṣe wọ́n debate ẹ̀ kó wá gbé fún senator tó ń represent yín ní Àbújá gbogbo wọn àwọn senate àwọn olúkàlùkù ti sá lọ báyìí nísìn wọ́n ti senate building pa nígbà tó ń gbé wọn l'Àbújá ìwọ wá jókòó nísìn ìwọ wá lọ ń ṣàdúrà òun ṣàdúrà lójoojúmọ́ òun lọ mọ́ṣáláṣí òun lọ sí church òun lọ sọ́dọ̀ babaláwo whereas àwọn tó ń hindra pé kíyàn Yorùbá kó má ní àlàáfíà òun là fi wọ̀nyí nísìn let's go to the next one orí ó dé fìlà gọbúgọbúlú Honorable Olúyínká Ògúndìmú they are all criminals àwọn tó ń hindra pé kíyàn Yorùbá kó má lọ lélẹ̀ ẹ̀já lọ́wọ́ ìtókù Honorable Fatai Olúwa honorable gbogbo honorable bú honorable olórí bú wọ́n ní àwọn diaspora máa ń bú yín àní bú yín àní pé ìran Yorùbá fẹ́ dá dúró kẹ máa debate yẹn ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe rí ibi jókòó sí ni nígbà tá a bá ti finá sínú building tẹ́ ẹ̀ rí ibi jókòó sí ara yín á balẹ̀ ó ń bọ̀ ó máa dé stage yẹn nígbà tá a bá finá sínú House of Assembly tó ń rú tẹ́ ẹ̀ rí eru yẹn tó ń rú jáde báyìí bóyá wàá rí ibi jókòó sí ẹ rò pé ghost ni gbogbo yín àmọ́ bí tẹ́ wà àwa kàn ṣe a sì ń ṣe tọmọlúàbí pé bóyá làákàyè yẹn àtẹ̀ ṣe padà pé ẹ tẹ̀ ní sùúrù táwọn ọmọ yìí tẹ̀ ń sọ ẹ jẹ́ àtẹ̀ àwọn ṣe fípa ṣáwọn lè wá ṣáwọn dàbí illiterate ẹ fi pé illiterate làwọn ilé wọ́n ṣe illiterate wọ́n mọ right tá à ń sọ yìí wọ́n mọ tá à ń fight fún but owó olè owó kọ́pin mọ́ra wọn lọ́wọ́ owó jàgùdà owó fún mi ní 10,000 naira tó bá báyàwó ẹ̀sùn tán torí tó lóyún kó wá gba imagine nǹkan tó sọ̀rọ̀ lórí Sahara níjọ́ kan ó ní even the husband died he was calling me in Abuja how do you have to call somebody tí ọkọ ẹ bá kú ìyá wa kan wà níbí báyìí nísìn ó ràn pé wà lórí line ràn pé lórí YouTube ọkọ wọn ṣaláìsí láìpẹ́ ní Dublin kódà ojoojúmọ́ ní ìjọba yìí ń pè wọ́n pé I hope everything is fine olówó tó fún wọn èwo la bọ̀rọ̀ ṣe máa pe politician olè honourable jàgùdà pé ọkọ mi kú o ọmọ mi fẹ́ lọ sí school o honourable wọn ní ká wá sanwó school o nídìí láti máa stress níbí báyìí nìkan owó uniform nìkan ló máa rà tó bá jẹ́ pé Nàìjíríà ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní right so right tí wọ́n ń lò tó fẹ́ fi lọ nà wọ́n jáde ní APC ní PDP you are wasting your energy because kò sí right and àdèjókòó sí ibà ń sọ fún yín ẹ wá fi pa àwọn eléyìí ọmọ tá à ń sọ wọ́n mọ tá à ń sọ wọ́n kọ ibi tó bá jókòó tó mu whisky tó mu gúdà tó ń gbọ́rin òbé tó ń gbọ́rin sọ̀ní kọ́dà agbádá bolẹ̀ tó bá di weekend ìyàwó wọn ṣe wedding ọmọ wọn ṣe party tó ń káàkiri bí ẹṣin oníwòlímọ̀ tí Délé Mọ̀mọ́dù máa wá yá àwọn tó máa gbé sórí Instagram ìyẹn ló wá lọ wò ó wá rò pé ayé ẹ máa gbádùn ayé ò lè gbádùn ẹ à lè ní ìsinmi ò lè sí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá torí àwọn olórí burúkú yìí náà ni níbo ni ẹ ti ń dókè why did you loud it mo kàn tún gbọ́dọ̀ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ pé níbo ni ẹ ti okay we have a new caller hello caller ẹ jẹ́ n gbé padà kọ́ laptop ó ń dàrú mú mi níbí bá ìtẹ̀ pọ̀ jù àwọn olè ẹgbọ́n sókè stop increasing the volume kí ló ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ló tún fi stop increasing the volume ẹ má bínú ẹgbọ́n sókè à ń gbọ́ yín stop it ó máa jẹ́ gbà ó ẹ káàárọ̀ à ń gbọ́ yín.
wọ́n wà pẹ̀lú ní online tí mo sáré kọ̀tẹ̀ pé because fóònù ẹ̀kọ́ ló lè mí náà lò nípa ti flag yẹn ni mo fẹ́ find out lé lórí sá.
ok kí lè fi find out lórí ẹ.
ògìjọ lè mí gbé.
The thing is a lè guarantee because ní enough so ìbáta bá ní a lè guarantee gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá for now so.
ok bóyá mo lè ẹ̀ṣẹ́ ẹ lè fún lábẹ́yẹ̀ kan tí mo lè tó jẹ́ pé mẹ́mbà tó jẹ́ pé òun náà jẹ́ ẹ̀dàgbára láì jọ wà ní the same area nítorí pé ìpele wíkẹ̀ndì ni máa ń wà níbi iṣẹ́ ni máa ń sùn ẹ mọ̀ ìkó sí.
tẹ bá pè bá fún ẹ ní àwọn tí àfipẹ́ ẹ lè bá connect so tó bá yẹ pé nǹkan tẹ lè ṣe nílé fúnra yín náà ni ìnàbó tẹ̀jẹ̀ yẹ kọlẹ̀ bá lè ṣe fúnra yín ẹ lè ṣe fúnra yín as long as the printer bá ti lè bá yín printer màá send the template flag yẹn sí tí bá parí program ẹ bá ń kí àwọn ọmọ òdua lọ́dọ̀ yín lọ àtàwọn family ẹ ṣe gan ni ilẹ̀ òdua gbé àpò nígbé ọ̀dà wọn láṣà àwọn tó láyé tó lọ́yìn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè so ẹ ṣe gan ni thanks so much 4 minutes past 9 you're watching a live transmission so you are expecting all these criminals wọ́n pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ o àti ìyá yìí náà chief whip kí ló ń whip tó dé gèlè tí wọ́n pa bá mi ṣe tó yẹ kó máa fight fún ọmọ yẹn nínú house they don't care you think all these criminals they care they don't give a toss about any one of us ó dàbí olè Ibrahim Olóyèdé kí ló lè àfi tí ẹ bá ta bá gbọ́ pé ẹ ti ń dìbẹ́tì lórí right indigenous people nínú Lagos State House of Assembly tẹ́ ẹ bá dìbẹ́tì as far as I'm concerned you are all criminals ẹ ní Kóìkì ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ kọ́ tẹ̀kẹ́ sẹ́ndẹ̀ sí wọn torí pé Ọláìyá tó kọlà tó ń sọ pé àwa ń bọ́ àwọn tó wà nílé orí ẹ̀ ti gbálẹ̀ wọ́n gbàṣọ mọ́ ilé tí Ọláìyá ṣé ìwọ rí pé ilà Yorùbá ló kọ́ ilà tó fine ṣé Nàìjíríà ní ilà ìlú wo ni Nàìjíríà tó ń kọlà tó bá ń ṣọmọ Yorùbá ó ní tó ń sọ yẹn ó ní kò yé òun kò dẹ̀ ní yé yín náà ni òmùgọ̀ idiot all over the place èrè kí ló engineer David kí ló engineer they are meant to be fighting and tó bá ní template flag yẹn contact me they are meant to be fighting for our right as indigenous people in Lagos State àwọn Lagos House of Assembly lele but you think they care they don't care ó lè tó ń wọlé lọ́dọ̀ tí wọn ó ní bó ṣe ń pín owó whether we know or we don't know ó ní bó ṣe ń pín allocation budget bá jáde àwọn náà wọn ní pay sínú bank àwọn náà ti gbọ́n cash ló ń gbà nísìn ní dọ́là ta ló gbọ́n kẹ́ wá lọ rí bank statement pé wọ́n pín owó dọ́là ló ń gbà nísìn ìwọ wá jí nísìn ìwọ wá lọ ń sìn honorable MP nílùú yìí ẹjọ́ máa pàdé nínú store ni ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ní the flag ní Birmingham ẹ contact me mẹ́tàlá ní nísìn we have the big one we have the medium and we have the small one tí you know like when you can refer the smaller one is £5 the other size is £10 the big one is £20 tẹ́ bá ra more sí you be discounted but tó bá yẹ pé fẹ́ ṣe sílé fáwọn èèyàn 40p ni ó ti yẹ nísìn so because ọdún àpẹẹrẹ omi 40p tẹ́ ń gbọ́ yẹn 40p is meant for the production to go back home because àfi fún àwọn tó wà ń lé ni èmi ò mind ẹ lè fún ẹbẹ́ ni ìyá mi tẹ́mi àwọn amúgbó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ lè fún any one of your community but agbọ̀rọ̀ confam pé ilé ló ń lọ ẹ̀yin diaspora ẹ wà okay now kò ń ṣe àwọn tó wà ń lé la fi fún so kò ń ṣe dandan pé tẹ bá ṣe 500 ẹ kò lè fáwọn náà ní bí i 50 àbí 100 nínú ẹ̀ but kẹ́yìn náà I understand nǹkan tí mo mean so that 40p is the production line but pa àfi tún ta £5 pọ̀ jù fẹ́yìn diaspora ẹ bá ṣà lọ sí McDonald's ẹ̀ ṣàna £5 ẹ̀hẹ́n so ẹ fi ń support movement ni yes èmi náà lè yọ £2 £3 tó kù àwọn náà tún dá padà sínú production because it is a million product we need but èmi nìkan kan máa ṣe but I'm just pushing it from our own platform so ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré wo ọmọdé lẹ́tàn honorable Musteniu Tubun àbí kí ló ń jẹ́ they are all criminals àfi tẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation honorable Gbọ́láhàn táwọn lè bá wá ṣe honourable ogun burúkú ló ń sàsídà wọn bó ṣe wà nísìn wọn ò ní jẹ́ kí the right person gan kó ṣe ó máa láti swear allegiance sí Tinubu ṣe ìyẹn náà lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ká máa ṣe ẹ̀ ṣíèrè ìyẹn náà lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ká gbé dání ká fẹ́ ṣe honourable ká kọ́kọ́ lọ máa swear allegiance pẹ̀lú Tinubu kò ní bàjẹ́ fún ẹ̀sìn tuntun ní ìwà ìmúrí ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ káàárọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi tó dáa àlàáfíà ara máa tó ìran Yorùbá wọn máa rántí ẹ̀ ni bàbá onírùnyàn ọkẹ́ tuntun ní ìwà ìmí nìyẹn àbúrò mi yẹn nísìn. If you are expecting all these fake honourable honourable Fatai Muji gbogbo wọn ló ti swear allegiance pẹ̀lú Tinubu bó ṣe wà yẹn and you are expecting this honourable to talk about indigenous people's rights. Ẹ wo senator Australia tí mo fi wọ̀nyí níjọ́sí ẹ wo bó ṣe ń jà fàkàfàkà nínú senate wọ́n ní kó swear allegiance sí queen at least ó padà swear but ó kọ́kọ́ disturb program yẹn. Ẹ wo bó ṣe ń bí àwọn tó ń bí Australian prime minister láwọn béèrè gbòógì àwọn ilé nísìn alẹ́ nísìn wàá wọnú hòtẹ́ẹ̀ kan lọ á kí ọmọ ọlọ́mọ mọ́lẹ̀ á padà lọ sílé and you are expecting these people they are well learned ẹ wọ́n gbogbo ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọlọ́yà ẹ má da ọlọ́yà yẹn lóhùn ó náà wọ̀ mọ́ ó náà yin diaspora àwọn diaspora 40 billion ní diaspora ń sẹ́ni wá sílé tá a bá sẹ́ni owó wá sílé ẹ̀ lè ṣe kankan. So if you are all thinking that all these criminals ìdí tí mo ní pé wọ́n ní criminal mo ní pé tó bá show video pé àwọn náà ti dúró pé yes à ń béèrè ẹ̀tọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá but for now any politician tó ṣì ń béèrè ẹ̀tọ́ lórí Nàìjíríà they are all criminals because Citizen Ewa ti ṣàlàyé fún yín Yèyé Dára ti ṣàlàyé fún yín Tẹ́ni ti ṣàlàyé fún yín Ọmọlúkà ti ṣàlàyé fún yín Bàbá Èkìtì ti ṣàlàyé fún yín Mass Burial Saheed Omíyalé Bàbá confam méjèèjì Ọmọborí Owó Dr. Zabi àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ Gbẹ̀du àti Bàbá Àròpọ̀re every one of us ti ṣàlàyé pé Nigeria is a crime scene tá a máa sọ pé àwọn eléyìí ò mọ̀ ni wọ́n mọ̀ gbogbo wọn nísìn lọ ní visa tó ń wọ London tó ń lọ America tó ń rọra ń yọ wọlé tó bá máa lọ nísìn kò ní múra báyìí tó tẹ́lẹ̀ bá máa travel nísìn ó máa dé fìlà báyìí á lo glasses kẹ bá bá mọ̀ honorable ló lọ Dubai ìwọ jókòó nísìn ìwọ wá ń lọ gbàdúrà ní church pé kí Nàìjíríà da honourable kan gbàdúrà kí Nàìjíríà da kí Nàìjíríà wà ní jàgàjàgà kọ́lé because wọ́n mọ̀ pé a lè tó bá yẹ pé Nàìjíríà ń ṣiṣẹ́ ni ó yẹ ká lè probe kankan nu wọn èlò ló ní tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó débẹ̀ ẹ̀yà èlò ló ní èlò lẹ ní bàbá èlò lẹ ní bàbá olè bàbá èlò lẹ ní tẹ́ fi ń send ọmọ yín lọ sí private school private hospital tẹ́ ẹ̀ lọ sí public. You want the big iPad? Okay. Share together. Share together. When I finish, you will play outside, okay? You ride your bicycle outside. Àbúrò mi yé nísìn. Àti Honorable Rahim Kazeem member olè gbogbo wọn lọ ti swear allegiance. Gbogbo ẹni tẹ́ ń béèrè flag lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yẹn, you have to understand that only 3,000 la ní so far. So bí 3,000 ẹ ṣe fẹ́ dé gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá mo ti mọ̀. 3,000 is meant to be 3 million. But èmi kọ́ ni máa ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Èmi expect pé everybody, push it out there. Ìwọ̀nba tá a bá lè ṣe la máa ṣe lórí platform tiwa. Honorable Rasheed Makinde ṣe lè family Makinde ni. Honorable olè àwọn tó fẹ́ jẹ́ kí ẹ lọ lélẹ́yìí kò ń ṣe Fúlàní tó wà nígbó àwọn lórí burúkú gbogbo àwọn honorable yín àwọn honorable máa ṣàǹfààní ẹni Kóìkì ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ àbíjọ́rọ́ jọ́ǹkó àbò ìṣí èrè tó bá wá jọ́ǹkó ẹ̀kọ́ honorable olè honorable 419 nọ́mbà tiwa tẹ́ bá fẹ́ pè if not èmi ní mo lè má sọ̀rọ̀ lọ kò má ta honorable ló ti wà ń bẹ̀ eléyìí ọmọ Katsina ni ó tún wá jẹ honorable lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ no ọmọ Lai Muhammed lélẹ̀ Jubri Muhammed ọmọ Lai Muhammed lélẹ̀ ṣẹ̀ríkó dé fìlà ṣẹ̀ríkó fìlà tiẹ̀ dàbí tàwọn Haúsá wèrè and you expect bàbá ilé èkó sọ òtítọ́ fún yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìyá mi Adesanya they are all criminals in Agbada. If I want 5 small flags, should I pay into your PayPal account? Please, and also make sure you contact me. If I have 5, I have any discount. Any lati. If I have go ikiwo, ma ra ni £5 yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ jàre. Size méjì ló wà o. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n ṣàlàyé. Ká má lọ mix it up. Ẹ mọ̀ pé nísìnyí àti ní large large lélẹ̀ tí mo fi sọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yìn mi a ní medium a dẹ̀ ní àwọn ilé ní small size pátápátá kò yẹ yín nísìnyí. These are the smaller size. You are just supporting, you know, the media one way or the other, and you're also supporting us to do more back home. So this is the smaller size as against the other size here. Honorable already láti ṣàánú anybody. So this is the 10 pounds ones, which is the small. This is the big size, medium anyway. I sọ pé medium. Then èyí tó wà lẹ́yìn mi, ìyẹn ni bàbá àgbà, ìyẹn tí ó tóbi gan yẹn, 20 pounds ìyẹn, 10 pounds ilé. So eléyìí ni 5 pounds. Ẹ bá ra púpọ̀, you know, but this is eléyìí ni mo sọ pé tẹ́ bá yín tẹ́ jẹ́ diaspora tẹ́ ní group, right? Ẹ lè ṣe ká send ẹ̀ sílé sí yín, but tí bá ti ń gbọ́ pé a máa send ẹ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ yín níbi tẹ́ bá wà, táàdẹ̀ sọ pé a máa tún, because àwọn kan nísìn ní America pè mí pé àwọn máa ṣe 1,500 but 500 máa wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn ní bíi ní California, 1,000 lọ sílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ìyẹn mo like nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. That means pé à ń support àwọn tó wà nílé, and you can literally still say Mr. Koiki ẹ má bínú pé náà ẹ kó reflect pé àwọn ibi báyìí la fẹ́ kó lọ nínú ẹ̀, then at least ẹ̀ ń ṣe ìbẹ́ ẹ̀lẹ́sàn wẹ̀, you know. So mélòó ló tún kù ń bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé àṣìkò bíi mẹ́rin kan, they are all criminals ni o. Honourable Desmond Tutu, all criminals. So now let's go back to the declaration, you know, of the indigenous people. Once again, a very good morning as you're joining our conversation as we continue to educate. Desmond Olushi, Olori Brukunogbon. I swear, most especially the one in Lekki. Okay. Greetings to every one of you that have joined us. Gbogbo ẹni mọ̀ kí pátápátá láì yọ èèyàn kankan sílẹ̀. Èmi ọmọ yín náà ní àbúrò yín. Yoruba nation is non-negotiable. Forget about whatever they're telling you that it is not going to be possible, it will be difficult. Ṣé àwọn Ọlọ́run? Ṣé àwọn tó sọ pé kò lè possible yẹn? Ṣé Ọlọ́run ni wọ́n ni? Ọlọ́run rẹ̀ ní sọ̀kalẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ti fún àwa ní initiative pé àwa la máa fight it, and we will fight it until we get it. So just to recap some of the activities that will happen today, Chief Mrs. Mudupe Onitiri Abiola will be live at 8 p.m. Oh, from Sweden. Thank you so much. I want to do that down here. About our population, Sweden, if you take one, it's a population more. Then Chief Dr. Tola Adeni our live our media, the Yoruba Central Media. So there might be maybe, you know, it might be streaming all the same time. So you probably have to maybe come and watch another one. Can you send to France? Why not? Because that's in location now. I send us to France. They about reach out to me. You know, you can buy one, you can buy two for your own personal use as well. Because not everybody have the time to go to the printer and, you know. So yeah, I think the big ones I only have more. I need smaller ones missing because most of it has been kind of booked. You know, Canada, and they wanted us to. So I don't think I have enough, but we're working quite, you know, speedily to get us 3,000 TR. I'm already in Thursday. To buy that ready. If we move any make a support to her. It's cheaper to run from here, trust me, than to make it from Nigeria. Because Nigeria Timonikov can find out. Otuniko Bagiwa, 500 naira for one and all that. So it's not worth it. Sweden is a Scandinavian nation with thousands of coastal islands. Global population Sweden is 10.35 million. Yoruba wake up. More understand, you know, and I'm now trying to be as relaxed because I've finished the broadcast. So I'm just now, you know, we're now engaging. Engagement and listen. Kini argument Kini real argument. If you're watching me right now, you're a supporter of one Nigeria. What is your argument to keep all the indigenous people in Nigeria? Kini argument Because as far as I'm concerned, if I look at Sweden, it's 10 point. If I'm going to Sweden from here, it's 2 hours, 25 minutes. With population of 10.35 million as at 2020. One language, their official language is Swedish. We have a caller on the line. Hello, caller.
Hello, Carol, Equator. Mo ní ìkíní bẹ̀ ni pé mo notice pé nígbà tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé káwọn kan kọ̀ pé seems like no one is calling, so èmi náà ní pé kí n check bóyá call máa ring jáde ní.
No, what I multitest back end to me, so there's nothing wrong. The line is working here, but it's good that you called. Thank you. Yeah.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo gbọ́ ńgbà tẹ́ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan. So ìkejì ń bẹ̀ ni pé mo fẹ́ béèrè nípa rally Saturday. Mo notice pé mention ẹ̀, so.
I already did so at the beginning before we started the program. Maybe you missed, but yeah, definitely it's good that you mentioned it again. There will be a rally on Saturday at 11 o'clock. We could be there for 4 hours, 3 hours. If you can make it, come down with your flag. I'll bring the flags there. And Toba in the UK, and Toba Tirati and Nigi. I'm going to bring those sticks as well. You can have it so that it will be able to be waved as well. So yeah, there will be a rally. Some countries might be asked, I might decide rally for in any other countries. You can do that yourself. Rally can be called at any time, or protest. What we are doing is we are giving more information to the international community of our plight as the indigenous people. But go ahead.
All right, so Kotimoni can confirm now because it means she awareness about rally lano, so I want your dance of anything.
Well, like I said, I think all media, we're talking about it. Thanks so much. Yes, there will be a rally in London. The weather is good. The last one we did was June 12. We don't have to wait for any October before we do any rally. Rally can be done, protest can be done at any time as we wish. Once again, a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're watching our conversation. I want to go back to liberty.
Liberty.
The state of being free. Do you think that you are free in today's Nigeria? So happy to hear that. Wish we could have a group. Please do not call any other number apart from the studio line. Apart from because somebody has just interrupted, my Twitter broadcast. I won't take the call, but I'll send them a message at the back that they should not call that number again. We're live. And I think, please do not call. The only number came up with at the number is +44 74 044 05917. Whether you have my other number or not, you will only call a studio line when I'm live. If you call any other number, I will not pick it. It doesn't matter who you are. Because I went to put on and listen so that I can go and send a message to them. Once again, a very good morning. Let's send a message I send a message out of the laptop. I mean, yes, I want you all to, to interact, but I don't want you to disturb my broadcast. Please do not call. Please do not call now on this line. Then you better reply, because sometimes they might not know I'm live. This is what I do every day. People call in every day. Please do not call now on this line. I am on a live broadcast. Once again, my name is Alamiko Ike. As we continue, I'm asking those Nigerians to come and give me your argument, your reasons. And I want to know those reasons in whatever way. And I'll be patient. Even if you want to debate with me, I'll give you the time. I will set up a Zoom. A little dark, but let me. Okay, lighten me low. Any yobo. Again. It shows that people don't listen. Even though I've sent a message. Stop calling. Please. There's a reason why we say that, but people, with the same message, they tún pè padà again. The reason why you think that we should keep one Nigeria, whether you're intellectual, whether you're a hello sir. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sir. Mo wà lórí live program lọ́wọ́ ìyẹn mo ṣe ń cut it out. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sir. Mo wà lórí live program lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ sir. Ẹ káàárọ̀ balẹ̀ ẹ rà sir. Okay, ẹ fẹ́ dá sí ni. Ọ̀dà màá fún yín láyè láti bíbà kan náà balẹ̀ wà ní. Ẹ gbóhùn sókè sir. Ẹ ti wọlé sir.
Okay. Hello.
Gbogbo yẹn ń gbọ́ yín.
Mo kí Mr. Koike. Olúwa bá mi dúró tì yín, Olúwa dúró tì yín.
Aṣẹ́dùmarè.
Lórí gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹ sọ, kò sí àṣàdànù ń bẹ already. But I want to contribute something.
Àgbọ̀sà.
Lórí àmọ̀ràn bí àmọ̀ràn ló jẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ Oòduà.
Àgbọ̀sà.
Nítorí tá a bá sọ pé kò ní síta, ọ̀rọ̀ àpàfúrà wa.
Okay.
Ìran ńlá ni. Wọ́n ṣá mo ń fẹ́ bí bóyá àwọn tó bá lágbára láàárín wa.
Okay.
Kí wọ́n ṣàánú àwọn èèyàn tí ò lágbára tó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé àwọn lágbára láti jà fún ìran wa.
Okay.
Àní ìjà tá a fẹ́ jà yìí, eléyìí tó dájú jù náà ni spiritual something á jẹ́ invisible something.
Spiritual
fire. Nítorí tí wọ́n bá dé táwọn kò bọ̀ lọ́wọ́ táwọn ò kò bọ̀. Spiritual something ẹ̀dá invisible person yẹn ló máa bá wọn jà tán máa gbà tán bá rí pé bí èèyàn 100 200 ń kú àwọn tó kù agbébọn sílẹ̀ wọn á fà o.
Àgbọ̀yé dádì.
Ẹ gbọ́ mi sà.
Àgbọ̀yé sà.
Nítorí tí invisible something yẹn bá ti wáyé táwọn èèyàn abẹ́ àwọn tó lágbára yẹn kó pa àwọn èèyàn mọ́ra tó mọ̀ pọ́n lè bò kọ́ńdẹ̀ ló ṣe fún wọn kán ṣe ìbúra tó lágbára.
Tó dúró tán pátápátá.
Tó tọ́ pápátá kọ́ ṣèbúra fún wọn pé nǹkan báyìí o tá a fẹ́ ṣe yìí o kò gbọ́dọ̀ dalẹ̀ wa o gbọ́dọ̀ tó bá fi dalẹ̀ wa àbí fi fèsì ọmọ Oòduà àbí fi ṣe bá báyìí kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ tó bá ti ń rò.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni tó bá tẹ̀ tí ń rò ní bẹ́ẹ̀ni kò tẹ̀ ṣe pé kò tẹ̀ ṣe tó bá ti ń rò ní.
ọkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ làwa ti confam kọjá.
Ó dà.
Dáadáa.
Ẹ ṣe gbọ́dọ̀.
Mi ò kọ́ lè dárúkọ ara.
No, ẹ má dárúkọ. Èmi mẹ́rin tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ ní láti dárúkọ. Mo tẹ̀ bọ̀ pé dá sétò ni yẹ mo ṣe cut it off so mo mọ̀ pé dá sétò ni so láṣẹ ìdùnnú.
Inú mi dẹ̀ ń dùn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ sọ léde pé United Nations wọ́n máa declare.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá wa.
United Nations ṣẹ́rí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn mọ̀ pé United Nations is a big organ and they know a lot of what is happening around the world because wọ́n ní manpower yẹn. So already there's a lot of Nigeria ti wà is like the pressure cooker wà ní ọwọ́ United Nations lórí oríṣiríṣi àìsùn nípa Nigeria most especially from the indigenous people but Nigerian government ń kanta ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú pé ìjà ẹ̀sìn ní nǹkan kan so but wọ́n sọ fún Nigerian government pé ẹ mọ̀ pé ó ní ibi tẹ́ lè gbọ́wọ́ dé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú tó ṣì wà as a sovereign country tó dẹ̀ ní relationship pẹ̀lú international community. Nigerian government is not a ghost so gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ mẹ́rin máa pa wá yẹn wọ́n ò lè pa wá nítorí pé Nigerian government as it is according to international community ìlú kan ló sì jẹ́ but àwọn ìyà tó wà lábẹ́ ẹ̀ lọ́nà àwọn fẹ́ lọ so ẹ ṣe gan ni bàbá wa tí wọ́n pè tán yẹn I didn't know you wanted to èmi mẹ́rin tó ń pè yẹn kan náà àwọn baálẹ̀ tó dúró dáadáa làwọn yẹn tó dúró tán torí pé tá bá jókòó sí bíbáyìí àfi tá a bá ń parọ́ pé wọ́n kì í gbọ́ wa mo sọ fún pé àwọn ọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ń gbọ́ wa àkọlé máa sọ pé irú ọba báyìí nǹkan but intercon sọ ni pé we need as many of them to push ẹ woru angle tí bàbá wa tó pè tán nísìn sọ a nídìí pé ká bá wa rú àwọn èèyàn ní agbára yẹn sì wà ìbẹ̀rù ni pé tí ta bá lọ gbé agbára yìí sílẹ̀ ǹjẹ́ àwọn ọmọ wa kàn ní lọ sí lò and there's evidence that they can ṣílò torí agbára le gan. Ṣé láwọn kan ló jàjà kan ní àwọn ìgbà kan tá a máa ń sọ yẹn gbogbo àwọn tá a bá ń dárúkọ àwọn alágbára wa àwọn heroes wa tó ti lọ tẹ bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fún mi láwọn orúkọ wọn màmá sọ anybody tó bá rántí àwọn alágbára wa tìjọ sí àwọn agbára yẹn náà ṣì wà but the fear is that ǹjẹ́ tá a bá lọ release àwọn this spiritual power síta because it's a spiritual fight là ń jà ǹjẹ́ àwọn ọmọ wa kàn ní lọ because tágbára bá wọnú agbára ẹ èèyàn kan sọ pé bíi Lísàbí àwọn agbára débi pé tó bá rí níbí báyìí wá tún máa rí níbí báyìí àwọn agbára yẹn ṣì wà confam but power is also intoxicating àwọn agan ta kọ̀ọ̀rọ̀ ajókòó sórí show a máa dàbí bàtẹ́ pé à ń lo agbára power ta lò níbí báyìí but sometimes we have to kind of curb our because kò kì í ṣe torí pé ojókòó sórí media ló wá ń lo agbára yẹn ẹ̀rí pé ìyẹn la ṣe máa ń look like pé àdẹ̀rálẹ̀ díẹ̀ kódà kó má look like pé àwa gan náà abuse agbára pé à ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ because it's a power ló wà lọ́wọ́ wa táwọn fi sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ìgbà mi tẹ bá pè wá a ní kẹ má pè it's like pé ẹ má rò pé bí à ń lo agbára náà but sometimes ìgbà mi à lè sọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ ṣé torí pé wà lórí media náà ló ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó yìí but mo ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan irú àwọn Lagos House of Assembly tó bá ṣe correction máa wá síbí ìbàmọ́ àdé sọ fún wa pé yes interfere ṣe lẹ́ ń ṣe yẹn ok ìbẹ̀rù wo ni wọ́n ń bẹ̀rù because mo sọ fún yín pé ọba àná Ọọ̀ni àfàná ó wàjà without doing the right thing ìran Yorùbá sì wà nínú oko ẹrú èèyàn kan sọ pé ẹ fún róyè ẹ máa fún mi láwọn orúkọ yẹn Ṣọ̀ún Ògúnlọ́lá because ẹlòmíì àrùn táwọn orúkọ yìí mọ́ kí Ṣọ̀ǹgó Ògúnlọ́lá ẹ máa sàn àwọn orúkọ yẹn so that ẹlòmíì ò tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn agbára kan wà ṣèbí kan náà bàbá kan ẹ ṣe ìtẹ́tàná ìtò wọlé ní ṣé lè fẹ́ yẹn tọ́nà wọlé àwọn agbára yẹn sì wà but ó náwọn ògèdè kankan tó máa pè ó láwọn ètùtù kankan tó máa ṣe táwọn kìíní ẹ̀ bá jáde ọ̀rọ̀ Fúlàní nínú gbóni kankan ló máa bá jà kódà ọmọ Yorùbá mi gan tó bá lọ jẹ́ pé alábọ̀dé ni wọ́n lè bá jà ìyẹn la ṣe sọ fún ọmọ Yorùbá Àfọ̀njá Ògèdèǹgbé ẹ máa dárúkọ yẹn ká máa fi bẹ àwọn bàbá wa yẹn náà pé ẹ má fi wá sílẹ̀ nísìn àní AK-47 àní mélòó lẹ fẹ́ rà owó kẹdá $50,000 nísìn àìtí rí $50,000 pé àwọn agbára yẹn ṣì wà Àfọ̀njá Odùduwà ìyẹn la ṣe ń bẹ̀ wọ́n kò ṣe pé kò sí agbára náà nínú ti kìrìsìtẹ́nì àti mùsùlùmí o but àwọn agbára ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa kan wà tó bá pè wọ́n jáde kábíyèsí Ọlọ́run ọba o wàá mọ̀ but the thing is àwa gan fúnra wa tí a fẹ́ bẹ̀ wọ́n yẹn ìjà àwa gan ti ṣe tán Lámúrúdù Ògèdèǹgbé àwọn nǹkan bẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nǹkan bẹ àwọn bàbá kan dẹ̀ mọ̀ tó pé nǹkan bẹ yẹn but sometimes it looks like they don't want it to be activated ọ̀ràn míyàn mo rí ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ Tìmí Gbóǹkà ẹ̀gbórí Ẹlẹ́mọ̀ṣọ́ ṣe ògbórí Ẹlẹ́mọ̀ṣọ́ ẹ̀fún ṣe tán ẹ máa dárúkọ àwọn orúkọ yẹn ká máa bẹ̀ wọ́n torí pé ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lẹ́yìn ẹ hàn pé 2 years ago láti sọ pé spiritual fight la wà lórí ẹ̀ Mọ́rẹ̀mí àwọn apára yìí wọ́n bẹ̀ and their spirit don charity spirit yẹn bá tẹ̀ ti lọ a lè pe spirit yẹn padà because àǹjọ̀nú burúkú ló pè sí Nàìjíríà tí Nàìjíríà fi di pé ó lọ́ọ̀kì àwọn èèyàn mọ́lẹ̀ àǹjọ̀nú burúkú ni àǹjọ̀nú burúkú lọ́rọ̀ ìmọ̀ Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn. We still have them at Akufo, Ajibode, where soldiers couldn't off their uniform during the tax crisis. Fábùnmi ẹ̀yin náà máa rántí wọn ládùúgbò yín ní fíléèjì yín Ṣàngóyá èyí tó bá rántí nínú àdúgbò ẹ̀ dárúkọ ẹ̀ tí bá go to our comment máa kà síta. What is the true Yoruba is nation? Yoruba is meaning food to Yoruba men and women. Àwọn agbára yẹn wà gbogbo àdèlà ní àwọn kankan tó ń bẹ nísàlẹ̀ àwọn àbáwá. All we just need is ṣẹ́rí gbogbo kìíní yẹn it needs to be activated but the problem is àwọn kan wọ́n pé tá a bá lọ ṣí àwọn kìíní sílẹ̀ ìyẹn last àwọn kan ṣe sọ pé láíláí Fúlàní ò lè gbalẹ̀ mọ́ra lọ́wọ́ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wáyà tún kan sílẹ̀ ni àwọn wa ti débi àkòfò yẹn rí kọ́lọ̀ fọ́run kẹ́ bàbá yẹn àwọn ẹlòmíì inú ilé ẹ̀ ló máa wà á dẹ̀ máa jagun ní war front àwọn ìyá kan dẹ̀ tún dúró fáwọn kan wọn àwọn ìyá tó sacrifice ti pọ̀jù nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó sacrifice pé máa ṣiṣẹ́ lọ nǹkan ń bẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ rò pé K47 nìkan la fẹ́ fi bá wọn jà ní eléyìí tá à ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní sí media fight ni nǹkan ń bẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a kàn ń bẹ̀ wọ́n pé kọ́ má jẹ́ kó late èmi mọ̀ pé bí ìrìn àjò yìí ṣe ń lọ tó ń lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀ tá a bá ti lè ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ mega rally yẹn Ọbàtálá Balógun Ọ̀dẹ́rìndé defeated Fulani in the battle of Òṣogbo mo ń gbọ́ tí ìmáàmù ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bàbá wa tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Òṣogbo níjọ́ ní Ọlọ́fà so ṣe wá rí gbogbo àwọn ọba wa nísìn some of them knows that those powers are there but àwọn politicians ń pẹ̀sùn mọ́lẹ̀ pé ẹ má lọ release àwọn agbára yìí o ẹ mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà la ṣe ń ṣe àwọn ẹ̀dẹ̀ ń sọ fáwọn ọba yẹn pé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má ẹ̀ka fi sentiment sí àwọn politicians ò nílò àkórí kankan àwọn politicians tó ń jó tó ń yòdì tó ń fagbó nínú kíní ìpọ̀lẹ̀ṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ ọba náà ni tọgbà tó ọba tó ń wégbó ọba tó ń ṣe kíní ọba tó fi kọjá ọba aládé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ìbábá gbọ́n nígbà kan tán ní àwọn tí àìbá ṣe gbọ́n bí ìtàn tọba bá fi kúrò ní Ilé-Ifẹ̀ so Mr. Koiki is Edo State part of Yoruba nation? Well, that's if they're going to come with us. We are not going to force anybody. We are living in a civilized society now. Sweden is 10 million. If Edo can stand on their own, let them stand on their own. Agolomodo Inikere, si mo pronounce the dadabai, the god of iron. Nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀. At least if they ibi tí Ṣàngó wọlé sí la lọ níjà ìmọ̀ àti Ìgbòho. Nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ a kàn ní láti activate phone mi nísìn ó máa sọ fún mi pé activate upgrade bó ṣe láti rí nìyẹn and sometimes these activation are very powerful and that's why people have they're like no ẹ má lọ so àwọn politicians ló ń kí àwọn baálẹ̀ yẹn àwọn ibìkan wà débi pé gbogbo tó wà nùgbó yẹn wọ́n máa rí ọ̀dẹ̀ mọ́tọ́ lè ràn síbẹ̀. But politicians not. It is all Nigeria is a compromised society. Ṣáà la máa fọ́ọ̀sì ẹ̀dọ́ ni. Tẹ́tọ́ bá fẹ́ lọ pẹ̀lú akọ́ lọ tọ́ba dẹ́ fẹ́ lọ kọ́ dá dúró náà. Èfi Sweden mo sọ pé it's only less than 10 million. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣayé wọn lọ. A ti wà níbi èèyàn kan lè fọ́ọ̀sì èèyàn kan. If they're Yoruba and they say they don't want to come with us, a máa fọ́ọ̀sì wọn ni. A lè fọ́ọ̀sì wọn. We don't have to force anybody. Ìtọ́ important ni pé àwa Yorùbá kan náà fẹ́ lọ. Ká má lọ. Ìtọ́ wa fẹ́ join wa. Tó bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ join wa kò ń ṣe dandan. Yeah. The power are still there. But the problem we're having is, I think, more on psyche, I might not be right, I might be wrong. I think that wọ́n fún àwọn kíní wa tẹ́ ẹ kó activate, wọ́n fún wọn náwọn èèwọ̀ míì tí kò jẹ́ kó jáde síta. I don't know, I'm just, mo kàn ń try láti ẹmọ̀ wáyà ti pẹ́ nílùú òyìnbó. So the way that ṣe máa ronú agbọ́dọ̀ òyìnbó máa ń take risk ni òyìnbó máa ronú oríṣiríṣi ó dàbà tẹ́ pé wọ́n fún wọn ní èèwọ̀ wọn kò jẹ́ kí wọ́n activate jáde wọ́n fún wọn ní nǹkan míì because by now èèyàn kan sọ ayé lála àwọn tápà àwọn ìgúnnu there's so many things gbogbo ẹni tó wá fẹ́ flag ẹ kàn sí mi ẹ bá ra wọn ní £10 yẹn so that at least I need to ṣe mọ́ sí ṣé kò sí ọmọ Oòduà. Let's take the next caller. Kí ló dé? Hello ìyá wa. I'm almost finished but not yet. Yeah. Ẹgbẹ́ òsókè ìyá wa.
Ó ní àwọn kan tó lágbára wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Mo rántí ní 1983 nígbà tí wọ́n ja ogun wẹ̀ẹ̀tì. Nígbà tí wọ́n ti ń pa àwọn èèyàn bọ̀ láti ìlú Iléṣà. Nígbà tí wọ́n máa jẹ́ ìsàlọ̀ òkè. Ọmọ kékeré ọmọ ọdún 5 olójáde sí àwọn ológun lọ́dún náà lọ́hùn fìlà ló ṣí wọn sọ fún mi wọn bá tọ̀ fún mi kí gbogbo ẹ̀sà òkè wọn ní kó ní kálukú wọlé ọmọ ọdún márùn-ún ló jáde àwọn ológun yẹn kọ́ wò pé irú ọmọ wo lélẹ̀ tó máa ṣí fìlà báyìí oyin ló ta gbogbo wọn pa oyin ló ta gbogbo wọn pa so àwọn nǹkan wà ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ má jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rù ẹ lọ wórí program àwọn kíní táwọn BBC gbé jáde nípa yín láàárọ̀ yìí nípa kíní mega rally tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe ẹ lọ wo kọ́mẹ̀ntì àwọn èèyàn ẹ rí báwọn èèyàn ti gbé kọ ẹ má jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rù.
ẹni BBC ṣe kíni wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí mega rally wa.
BBC ti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí mega rally kan tó fẹ́ ṣe ní àwọn bóyá California kọ̀ọ̀kan. Bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n gbé fọ́tò lórí èkó síbẹ̀. Ẹ lọ wo kọ́mẹ̀ntì àwọn èèyàn. Mo go through gbogbo kọ́mẹ̀ntì yẹn mo rí pé gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ti wake up. Àwọn èèyàn ti wake up gan so ẹ má jẹ́ ká fòyà. Nǹkan wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá agbára ò dẹ̀ sí lọ́wọ́ ọba àwọn ọba náà ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn kan ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn kan ló máa ṣe fáwọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀jẹ̀ kó tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ló gbogbo ọ̀ṣọ́ lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta ìwé ògbó ṣe tú jáde. So ẹ má jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rù pé wọ́n máa wà pẹ̀lú wa. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àfọkàn balẹ̀. Ọ̀sán ò ní fi wá sílẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ìyá wa. Thank you so much. Ẹ bá ń kí àwọn ọmọ yín. Èèyàn kan ní Koiki, where are you? I'm in London. This is where I've lived since 1998. I hope that answers your question. How could Yorubas we say they want to go without orders? How would that be my Koiki Media? Well, I mean, we can't force anybody that says they don't want to go. I don't know. Shama force someone. And to pè wá lórí video call láti Libya. Kí ló dé ẹ tún fẹ́ pè mí lórí video? Àní láti pè ẹ lè pè mí ẹ ní láti pè lórí video call. Lẹ fẹ́ pè lórí video. Ibi video náà lẹ fi wò mí báyìí. That's the beauty of the technology. Mo mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn ní pé Koiki gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ń sọ yìí báwo ló ṣe máa wọnú rédíò. Èmi ní pé tẹ́ bá lè bá wa penetrate rédíò. Kẹ breaking sínú rédíò ti Nàìjíríà ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ tó ń pè wá má bínú bàbá mi ẹ pirate ẹ gbàǹ tẹ́ bá máa rà ẹ connect gbogbo àwa media ẹ gbé kódà even if it's 1 hour ẹ pirate wọ́n pirate nílùú iná ẹ ní láti ṣe consult mi fún yẹn where we are thinking of how we will get a radio to operate in Nigeria ìgúnnukó náà wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí ẹ má bínú bàbá wa ẹ gbóhùn sókè alàgbà.
Níbẹ̀ kí gbogbo àwọn tó ń bí ṣe rí àwọn ọmọ wa tó máa fẹ́ kí bí mo kọ́ ẹ̀sọ́ lórí ìbéèrè kan nígbà Koiki. Ìjọba yín lójú pa àwọn bàbá Akíntóyè. Ó wọ́n rẹ́dì láti pé kí ìjọba kúrò nínú rẹ̀.
Mo ń gbọ́ yín. Ẹ ti land àbẹ̀yẹ̀ ẹ̀sìn níbèrè mi.
Mi ò ní land. So ẹ̀rọ ìdílé láti rí kiri ìkọ́ ṣẹ́rí ìṣesí wọn. Mo jẹ́ pé bàbá mi dàgbà ni ọ̀hún àbí ìlànà jẹ́ àkẹ́kẹ́ àwọn tó ń jẹ́ lànà para lórí títì. Bóyá wọn àwọn èdè bóyá wọn àwọn ohun ìgbòho lè tọ́ oyé nínú ìtẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ọ̀gbìn nígbà. Láti wà lẹ́nu kí ni mo ti lọ lọ orúkọ báyìí. Ó yẹ kí tó ìwà wà nílẹ̀ náà.
Ẹni sùúrù ẹni ó yẹ kí kíní ti máa wà nílẹ̀ kò mo fẹ́ pí gbogbo táyà sọ dáadáa. Okay, ó ti yé mi ó yà okay ẹ gbọ́ ẹ mo ń gbọ́ yín. láìní yẹn ó pọ̀ gan à ń struggle gan alàgbà láìní yẹn ó pọ̀ gan à ń really struggle but I think I got the bí a tẹ bá move mo lè fún yín ní another few 30 seconds but láìní yẹn on bounce really kò mo mọ̀ pé mo understand kò ń ṣẹ́yìn but it's the network but I think we got the message mo get message wọn because if not ó máa distort mo get message wọn I think ẹ̀gbọ́n ìdúró tó dé láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ ayé ẹ̀yìn ọ̀tẹ̀ ń fẹ́ wéwé láti wọlé bá 2020 ní gbàmí 150 Kúnlé Bakers kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín o and so many of you like that like I said your support is helping us no matter how small it is helping the platform and it's not just helping me ìtẹ́mi náà bá lè ṣe quietly lẹ́yìn whether individuals whether towards the Yoruba nation we are doing it as well ẹ má bínú náà pé there's a post office. Yeah, somebody is knocking at the door. I'm going to Loshi. Just wait. I'm going to Loshi. So, Iti bàbá yẹn sọ, and I think I agree with it. By now, èmi fi pé ẹ̀ka ní center kan tí àwọn èèyàn máa jí lọ síbẹ̀ láàárọ̀, either through a remote system or physically. What do I mean by that? You know, tó bá máa fi di bí 10, máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní dárúkọ gbogbo yín, màmá kí lẹ́yìn kọ̀ọ̀kan, but gbogbo yín ni mo rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wọlé. Who is that? Oh, Pasu. Ọmọ yín ṣe ń gbà lójoojúmọ́ nìyẹn. Ìwọ wà ń lé nísìn, ọmọ 40 years old, or still ní 1,000 naira lápò. So what am I trying to say is, by now, ó yẹ ká níbi ṣé command center la máa pè, situation room, information center, so that pressure go máa reduce lọ́wọ́ bàbá. Because everybody nísìn máa béèrè, tó bá pè wá nísìn, Mr. Koiki, a fẹ́ join ìlànà ní Nàìjíríà, ká lo Nàìjíríà as an example nísìn, and I do get a lot of that. Ká la máa pè. To be honest with you, I wish I have a full answer to that. Èmi expect pé at least irú Ìbàdàn yẹn, irú office tí wọ́n lò tá a fi ṣe program, èmi mọ̀ bí a kò function mọ́ ni, there will be people that will be ready to man that office on a daily basis. Whether Sherry 10 people can manage information portal, because the same email ni ó máa wọlé through the same portal. So that means 10 people. So àwọn láàárọ̀ nísìn, what is this? What débẹ̀ bí ìgbà tó ń lọ síbi iṣẹ́. Wàá débẹ̀ láàárọ̀, bóyá wọ́n máa close ní 6 o'clock. Àtúmọ̀ aláwọ̀ tó máa ṣe night shift. So that ibẹ̀ ni ó máa dàbí enquiry center. Láti ibẹ̀, the genuity of, okay, àwọn lè fẹ́ contact ní London. A ti pè Mr. Koiki kò gbé kọ́ọ̀lù jàre. Ẹ má bínú, Koiki busy. Kí lẹ fẹ́ gangan? Okay, ṣé Dr. Kebiorun lẹ fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀? Ṣé bàbá àròpọ̀ lẹ fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀? Ṣé Yèyé Dára lẹ fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ ní Germany? Ó busy. Ó dá interfẹ́ béèrè yẹn, kí nìkan náà gangan? Akọ̀fẹ́ máa bá ṣe máa ṣe flag ni. Flag lẹ wá ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, àní ní bọ̀kúbọ̀kú ṣẹlẹ̀ wá gbà níbí báyìí. That state ẹ̀ka dé nísìnyí. State ẹ̀ka wà gangan nísìnyí yẹn. But in tèmi rí ni pé, ìgbà tèmi lọ ní last year, I was expecting that there would be a formation that would be ready, information database. But nothing of such was available. Because of the, you know, and that's why some people are saying, ǹjẹ́ a shop a fẹ́ lọ ṣá? Ǹjẹ́ a shop a fẹ́ lọ? And expectation àwọn èèyàn ni pé, àwa media tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀, ṣẹ́rí, ìtawà ń ṣe already, àwa là ń mobilize. Àwọn kan ló máa ṣe organization yàtọ̀ sí mobilization, ó kàn máa wọnú ara wọn ni. Implementation, because tẹ́ bá pè mí nísìn, ẹ lè má get me for 5 days, kò ṣe pé ẹ fi get me, I'm busy. And I spent at least in 12 hours, I spent nothing less than at least 10 hours lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá Nation, and I'm not joking. So, kí ló tún ṣẹlẹ̀? You are not, the two of you are not going to play outside anymore. Continue. Máa tọ́jà, ìwọ orí ẹ̀ borí football yẹn. Àbọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín nísìn. So, and I hope that we will get changes, you know, as we're moving. We're trying, every organizations are trying, and we're still trying. There's room for amendment, but also let us not forget that we cannot be perfect, and this is a movement. Eshegoni Yawa, Mutiri interference sí mi yẹn, màá lọ wo tí bá parí ètò. Eshegoni Baba wa Prince Tunde Adebolu for the super chat. All these is, it helps us as a platform, and just like those that contribute, through the super chat, PayPal, through my account, and all those donations, and if the body and the coffee shit the right thing, be rest assured, we are doing more than our best. But like I said, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tóbi gan. So I think the other problem is now that we have like the central account, we have the mo ti rí ẹ̀ ìtọ́ máa ṣe ní California, ìyẹn máa wáyé láìpẹ́, ìtí ìyàwó fi send message sí mi nísìnyí pé BBC Yorùbá sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí, and this is the message that our mother sent to me right now. Yeah, there will be, there will be a rally coming up, in California, like Barolong. It's going to come up the same 13th of August. Topic: important reason for Yoruba to have their sovereign nation. So, we have a lot of ẹgbẹ́ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ àná nísìn àwọn ìyá wa kan every Tuesday bàbá wa kan náà fẹ́ yẹ ká mú kí ló dé battery kíní tó ń reduce tí mo bẹ̀ ń ṣẹ́ ni ẹ má bínú because I want it to be bright Instagram me but auto reduce the lighting and I cannot see myself. Àná nísìn àwọn ìyá wa kan they normally have this prayer section every Tuesday and I think I told them that maybe next week Kako transmitted but you only want to Zoom here but because I got invited in there and I mean even at my busy time I make sure that I'm there with them because in time fight yìí gbogbo àwọn wòlíì ti rí wòlíì òde ní sọ gbogbo nǹkan tán tọ́lọ́run fi rán wọn but àkíyèsí lọ́wọ́ máa sọ fún wa ẹ má ṣe báyìí o báyìí ni kẹ́ ṣe o àwọn rí nǹkan kan o ẹ má lọ báyìí o and it is quite understandable but the fight that we are in as we speak right now is a spiritual fight spiritual ló pọ̀ jù nínú ẹ̀ and that is why they are telling us pé ká máa dúpẹ́ ká máa yan Ọlọ́run ní gbogbo ìgbà kí lẹ́ni yẹn sọ mo rí tíyàn kan tí ń tákùn yín níbẹ̀ yẹn fẹ́ lọ wo comment yẹn dáadáa. Nigerian government will go after people that will be staying. When do you say Nigerian government cannot go after anybody if we are 1 million of us outside? How many people can they go after? Central Yoruba Nation Office, where some people report to each day. Yes. I'm my employee one. Direct, especially nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, that can be done in Ibadan. Tó bá wá bí governor kan dá kó sọ pé ibẹ̀ yẹn ò ní operate. Ìṣẹ́ni tó fẹ́ díjà lẹ́ẹ̀ni mi máa ń fẹ́ ká máa ṣe kọ́ wá àtàkì wa àbí kọ́ ṣe kinní kan but it's like pé àyágọ́ ti fà sẹ́yìn. Èmi fi pé irú Ìbàdàn yẹn is like a center tí ó yẹ at least èmi rí building yẹn èmi ò dẹ̀ rí pé kankan bá pẹ̀lú building yẹn àwọn offices kan nílùú yìí. Mọ̀mísí mi máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ kankan nígbà tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní as the secretary of mobile oil in the 70s kó tó bí àwa ní 78 wọn náà òyìnbó ọ̀gá àwọn tó wá ẹ̀kọ́ òyìnbó náà lọ́gbọ́n kó máa ń lò ní gbogbo Nàìjíríà níjọ́ náà lọ́run wọn náà ọ́fíìsì tó fún big massive office tó ní secretary tó ní messenger ó ní ẹ̀mọ́ bá ṣe máa ń pa àwọn òyìnbó lé gbàtàwà náà dé ibà ni pé má wọnú toilet pẹ̀lú òyìnbó ìgbẹ́ wọn rùn ju kí ló dálẹ̀ lọ tóyìnbó bá wọnú toilet kó yá tètè já jáde but ẹ̀yin nísìn nítorí pé ẹ̀yin ò bá òyìnbó gbé àwa ti bá wọn gbé but I'm talking about as far back as 70s lọ́tí oppress wa mọ̀ sí wa nígbà táwọn wá travel wá sí London on holiday so wọ́n ti recall òyìnbó yẹn padà sí UK àwọn lọ kí ní office wọ́n nígbà táwọn ọdẹ office I'm just going to use the name I can't remember the exact name Mr. John. Is this your office? You know what? Lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ó ti get ntí mọ̀ sí mi fi sọ. You know what rẹ́rìn? But yes. Wọ́n sọ ní pé ó ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa láti máa expand nǹkan ju bó ṣe yẹ lọ. Mọ̀ sí mi ní gbogbo ọ́fíìsì yẹn kò ju ṣẹ̀rí ìjókòó mi. Báyìí ìjókòó yìí ó kàn máa fi jákẹ́tẹ̀ ó kàn máa áńgẹ̀ lẹ́yìn tó bá jẹ́ pé irọ́ ni mo pa ẹ̀ ń tẹ̀ wà ní UK. Ó sì ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní UK ẹ testify sí ọ́fíìsì wọn láti gbà nílùú yìí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ in the 70s wọ́n ní ayé tó jẹ nígbà tó wà Nàìjíríà ó wá padà sí ìlú tiẹ̀ gangan ó wá in a very small office tí another computer ẹ̀ báyìí àwọn computer gbàngbà tó ń lò níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn and another person máa wà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ so n tí mo sáré sọ ti pé ọ́fíìsì tó wà ní Ìbàdàn yẹn ó ti wà more than enough as an operation room àkúkú náà fẹ́ fi síbẹ̀ gbé àfi máa gbé bọ́n síbẹ̀ no it's just an ṣé government náà ló wá ní ká má ti ṣe yẹn ni I don't understand ìyẹn máa relieve baba Akíntóyè ìyẹn máa relieve deputy wọn ìyẹn máa relieve gbogbo wa so that gbogbo anybody can travel from Ìlọrin kó lọ sọ́fíìsì tó bá pè wọ́n títí ká tẹ̀sọ́ pé ó tẹ̀ pé wọ́n ò gẹ́tì wọn but wàá confirm pé tó bá dé ọ́fíìsì yẹn wàá báyàn níbẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ máa ṣiṣẹ́ from Monday to Sunday a máa ní part time fáwọn ìyá wa kọ̀ọ̀kan náà níbẹ̀ bóyá fún ẹ̀ tó lọ́mọ wọ́n máa mix ẹ̀ ẹ máa ṣe rota fáwọn èèyàn. These were part of what I thought I would find when I got home and I'm like but like I said it's a movement. Don't expect everything to be perfect. Kò rẹ́ sí pé aláwọn èèyàn tó dedicate tó lè ṣe. But ẹ máa sanwó fáwọn kan, àwọn kan nínú àwọn fẹ́ wò. But I expect that people should be paid for that job. So that ẹ wá ra phone fún wọn. So that nọ́mbà yẹn, a gbọ́dọ̀ pé nọ́mbà yẹn ká gẹ́tẹ̀ láti béèrè as an inquiry center. We can do all these things. But tá a bá wá ṣe gbogbo yẹn, whatever tá a bá ti ní ká máa manage ká máa fi débi tá à ń lọ. So if you have any question, you can throw those questions through the comment. If I get to see them, I will talk about it as well. Likewise, I say thank you so much to every single one of you that have joined the conversation this morning. Antibody miss call, I'll call you back if you're still there. Rally, kí ló ń pè ní rally, kí ló ń pè ní protest. We need millions of us out when they call for the mega rally. It is very, very important. We have a caller. Let's go straight to the call. 10:30 la máa parí ètò. So you have an idea if you want to sit down and wait till the end of the program, or at least we're just doing, interactive section. Hello, caller. Go ahead.
Tí Yorùbá nation bá tábà ti declare tí àwọn gómìnà ọ̀nà máa kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ bóyá fún ọdún kan yẹn bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn tó jẹ́ civil servant ṣé wọ́n ṣì máa ṣiṣẹ́ wọn lọ ní táàmì yẹn náà àbí báwo ni kí ni ẹ̀ṣin fẹ́ràn because àwọn gómìnà tó wà bẹ̀ yìí ó ti fọ́ orí wọn gbogbo pension wa ibi ò mọ́rísìn náà civil servant mi ṣe sọ pé àwọn ò fẹ́ kíní kan ẹ torí ẹ bá ti kú nínú wọn lò nífẹ̀ẹ́ wọ́n yọ owó pension there should be a percentage of money tó máa yọ nínú salary wa there should be another percentage tí àwọn máa múlẹ̀ tó máa kó sí pension tó máa kó lọ sí pension so that tá bá retire òun ló máa lábàgbà mọ́ gratuity tí èèyàn máa lò ń gbà ẹ̀ àtẹ̀tọ́ yọ àtẹ̀tọ́ yọ kọ́ bí kò sí ètò wọlé àyè yọkọ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ó sì salary tá a ń gbà láti ibi ọdún mélòó epo tọ́tí tepo ní naira the same salary náà nígbà tepo tó dé 200 naira tó dé 179 the same salary òun náà ló ṣì wà tọ́fíńtà láti lọ́tíńtà láti bóyá báàgì 14,000 tọ́fíńtà 30,000 naira the same salary ó lè yí kó sí ayú ẹ̀rọ yìí kó tún gbọdọ̀ ṣe máa wà nínú system yẹn mi àdóòdù mi ò mọ mo fẹ́ ṣé wọ́n máa gbogbo ẹ̀ máa ta tààrú ni wọ́n máa tutù ní
ọ̀dà mo ti gbọ́ ìbéèrè tẹ́ béèrè ẹ jẹ́ ń dáhùn bí làákàyè mi àti ọpọlọ mi ṣe lè gbé. First and foremost, it's okay ọmọ Oòduà, you want drink? Ṣẹ́rí gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní civil service nísìnyí in the state, what expectation should we expect? Ẹ̀gbọ́n ìbọn yẹn kí ni ká máa retí as at the time a declaration will start? The first thing is we expect none of our government to run any operation on our behalf using Nigeria. That must cease to happen. I know people will be asking, how is that going to happen? But let's just look at it that must cease to happen. Each of your state presently, lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn, wọ́n mọ iye numbers òṣìṣẹ́ tó wà lábẹ́ wọn. Let's give an example. Kwara State. Kwara State have about 5,000, mo kàn ṣe example ni, 5,000 civil servants. Gbogbo 5,000 civil servants, as far as we are concerned, are still going to be needed for the same operation as at a Yoruba nation. So nothing is going to change. So that means no civil servant will be saved or will be laid off So whatever data tẹ́lẹ̀, Sherry, the most important key of what wants to change now is a new system, but we're gonna bring in the previous. Because I know this is gonna be very difficult. We need the same services that they were doing, but we will now be able to upgrade and then review. Review. So enter the Chicheni civil servant for 20 years, as an example. Do you want to watch something? You want fire engine? Okay. As an example, at Chicheni 20 years, you're not going to lose anything. Please do not call, the number. I'm going to call when we're live, and I'm going to send a message straight to this person. Do not call, using the other number because we're still live on it. Anybody tó bá ti ṣiṣẹ́ tó dẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ as a civil servant, àtẹni tó ti ṣiṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ tí wọ́n fún lẹ́tọ̀ọ́, ẹ̀tọ́ ni pé kí ìjọba tó ṣe ń bọ̀ ó gbọ́dọ̀ look into all this paperwork. And we are that the 5,000 that we find ní Kwara, as an example, the 5,000, please do not call me on this line. Kí lẹ ṣe fún? Kí ló sọ?
I'm going to toilet and he was wiping with the toilet.
Okay. Why pinch it? Àbọ̀rọ̀ mi yẹn nísìn. Everybody tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ as a civil servant, you are not losing anything. In tí ẹ bá ṣe dé 10 years lẹ́tí wà nínú ìjọba ni 15 years ni 20 years ni ṣebí data yín wà lọ́wọ́ gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì sí. Data yín náà la máa gbà padà la máa wá lò láti fi sọ pé ṣé Mr. Bámidélé ṣé confirm pé ó wà nínú system. I know some of you will say, ṣé government Sanwó-Olú máa wá gbéjọba fún yín tó máa fi ṣe gbogbo tẹ́ ń ṣe yẹn. Ẹ̀yin máa wọrí ẹjẹ́ kó tó tà mí. Ẹ̀yin jẹ́ kó tó tà mí. But like I said, as at the time tó bá declare Yoruba nation, Governor Sanwó-Olú is not representing the state anymore. Ẹ̀gbọ́rọ̀ ṣe rí pé nǹkan tàbí gbà ṣe rí pé ó le ju bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò lọ. But kò sí tó le tí kò sí. Governor Sanwó-Olú ò ní any right more. The government ceased to happen anywhere in Yoruba land. Ẹ̀gbọ́n yìnbó tí mo sọ, ceased to happen. The government ceased to happen. We will have to collect the accountant general ò lè sá lọ. Ó gbọ́dọ̀ fún wa ní gbèsè mélòó ni state yìí jẹ. Owó mélòó lẹ yá. We want to start a new system. Okay, I think I cite somebody. Ekaro, Maria Tobi Milomo.
No.
Yeah, I've just cited her. Good morning.
Owó
mélòó lẹ yá àwọn contractor wo lẹ ń sanwó fún lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣé gan bàbá wa Simon Adebisi for the super chat. So a government that we are talking about, the interim government, will be looking into a lot of things. The workforce engine of each of the state before the disintegration of Nigeria. And if there's anything shady in any of that, they will rectify that. But nobody, no single person will lose out as person that is working, whether with the Nigerian Air Force presently, that will be coming back as a Yoruba man. Yoruba man, whether because NEN represent Yoruba, but presently they are working with the non-government, whether from the federal or the state. None of you will lose anything. It's just as an example, when UK left European Union, because there's a lot of paperwork that is going on quietly, okay, UK, EU, all this is being done at the back. My question is this: what will be the fate of those who have money in the bank? There's nothing wrong with your money because again, it's a data. Data you are our first bank, or our Zenith, or our guarantee, or our access. One quick on Kuba Bank, wọ́n pè kan ní whatever bank you are using, Polaris, wọ́n náà gbọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀dán ti tà yẹn. So whatever bank that you are banking with right now, even if you have 100 naira in it, the bank knows that. The bank ceased to operate using the Nigerian central bank system. Because this is why we are saying that we should prepare for the worst case scenario. So whatever bank you are operating with, your money is still the same. It is now a new system that would give directive to the first bank, to all the banks within the Yoruba land. The first bank will operate in the north or the southeast as they wish to with Nigeria, but they will not operate as Nigeria. So there will be what we call a first maybe 6 months of things becoming heat up. Because as we are, okay, that might declare anything, right? Straight away, we have triggered a problem according to the federal government and some other institution and organization. But what we are going to say is, each of the operation, each of the operation will not be allowed using the same system as Nigeria, because we are no longer Nigeria. And that goes to anything you can think of. But ibikibiti, driver license, your data is still there. Don't think that this is that is why people are waiting for declaration, because declaration force let shut down driver license. But the issue license come on for now. Issue system now database. When the right time comes, we will start the operation there. Building until we are now ready to start running it under an interim Yoruba nation government. We are not going to use the Nigerian constitution anymore. Everything will stop to exist or function using the same Nigerian system that you're using. We will lock all these places. The passport office will not have to issue any more passport because we are not Nigerians. They have to issue passport. They will have to go out. Sharing corridor. Sharing Ukraine, Russia. One thing to consider the corridor. Because the Nigerian government agreed. I want to defend our Nigeria Southwest there will be uncertainty. Our foreigners, foreigner kúrò nílé wa. Àwa kú àwa àti ìjọba Nàìjíríà. Àgbáyé dẹ̀ máa sọ fún ìjọba Nàìjíríà pé ẹ̀tọ́ wọn ní gbogbo right mo ti sọ yẹn. Ẹ̀yin tí mo right yẹn. Àwa máa wá bọ́ síta peacefully. Pé àgbà ṣe Nàìjíríà mọ́. So that means pé láti airport títí dé port authority lè operate any operation níbẹ̀ yẹn mọ́. It's too loud. Reduce it now. Operation must stop in every part. Titi con deep sea. Because we need at least about maybe 2,000 people. Emma bombarded become. Kò sí bí wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ yìnbọn dé gbogbo bẹ̀. Ó lè yìnbọn pa gbogbo èèyàn. Ẹ má sọ pé wọ́n máa yìnbọn pa gbogbo èèyàn. Bó ṣe máa rí nìyẹn. But sir, we dare stop school. You want us to school láti February. Only we dare stop school. You want us to school láti February ní sí ṣé wọ́n ti school pa. Báwo náà ṣe máa ti airport pa, a máa ti port. Kò ní sí operation kankan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá mọ́. Bó ṣe máa wáyé gangan ni mo sọ fún yín. Àti everywhere máa lock up. Ìyẹn làwọn kan ṣe pé ní kí la fẹ́ lọ finance first bank sí. Ní láti finance first bank. Ní láti jó first bank. But as at that time, there could be what they call collateral damage. Kódà tó bá jẹ́ pé ilé dádì ẹ̀ la bá lọ hit or tí government bá lọ hit kì í má tó power because government ló máa fẹ́ lo bí air power látòkè because nítorí fẹ́ lò nìyẹn. Wọ́n lè gbé helicopter wá kàn yìnbọn pàpàpàpàpàpàpàpàpà. That should be happening and that we should expect. But every part of Yoruba land tó bá damage, we will pay compensation back to each one of you, even at the loss of lives. But we will stop also any answer of school. Ìwọ lọ sí school láti January, láti February nísìn. Ṣé school no, ṣé wọ́n tó ń bí mi pé school kiri à ń sọ̀rọ̀ pa fẹ́ gba òmìnira school tẹ́ ń lọ yẹn ṣé school yẹn dàbí school. À ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé òmìnira ti dé, a fẹ́ take control, ẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ school. Kò sí wọ́n ṣèyàwó ní Ukraine nísìn, wọ́n ṣèyàwó ní Ukraine náà, kò sí operation kankan tó lọ ní Ukraine bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Ukraine, as we speak right now, is completely shut down. So we should expect at least nothing less than 6 months. So Tabawa Dipe Aberesin, yes, as at that time, there will be a lot of food that needs to go into the country to support so that there will not be hunger, poverty. I mean, what I mean by that is so that people will, no, we need to answer every question. Any your Moroshenberry. But èmi wá ń dá ọlọ́run pé láti February nísìn ṣe ẹ rí school lọ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní university. So ìgbà tí university gangan lẹ́ẹ̀kẹ́ lọ sí school kẹ́tẹ̀ máa but ìgbà tí university gangan ti close. So what we should expect is primary school because a fẹ́ collateral damage tó máa yìnbọn pa àwọn èèyàn. So you are better off to stay in the house because wọ́n lè máa yìnbọn kọ́ máa yìnbọn sí gbogbo ilé látòkè. Àwọn tó bá wà lójú títì àbí àwọn ibì kankan ni government lè fẹ́ máa mobilize pé a máa kọ́ àwọn sójà lọ sí bí port tó bá ti rí pé àti lock port because tí operation bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ní port cargo kankan ní land cargo tó bá land a máa seize ẹ̀ àwa la máa take control a máa jà ẹ̀mí to background a máa jà wọnú port authority tá a máa shut it down. Ìjà tó máa wáyé ní gbogbo tí mo kàn fún ilé pé so ọ̀rọ̀ kíní school là ń sọ yìí school tẹ̀ ń lọ láti jọ ìkílẹ̀ mú jáde nínú ẹ̀ ló kọ́là. Èmi ni ẹ sà. Ẹ má ní ká ignore anybody question ni ẹ̀yin náà ti bèrè tí ẹni tó bá béèrè èmi ni mo máa dá wọn lóhùn. Ẹgbọ́n sókè sà. Loud and clear. Ọlá Jésù ẹ ń pè no number máa block yín.
Ìbéèrè tẹ́nìkan béèrè lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn ọ̀dà bíi mo ti gbọ́ something like that rí. Tí ẹnìkan wá lórí program but wọ́n make ẹ̀kọ́ loud. Dàda wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nínú ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ pa ọ̀kan wọ́n pè ní pàjáwìrì pé èèyàn máa download ẹ̀.
Mo ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Tí mo sọ sórí ẹ báyẹn.
Yes sir.
So ní along that line náà ló sọ pé tí ẹni tí a bá rí anybody tó bá fẹ́ join any group there is a website kan náà tó náà máa lọ tí wọ́n máa pè é gbọ́dọ̀ sọ yẹn kí ọ yẹ kí o lè understand the nǹkan tí mo sọ láti pé àwọn irú ẹni tó gbé program yẹn wá gbà yẹn kó tan ìmọ́lẹ̀ sí káwọn èèyàn lè gbọ́ dáadáa.
Program wo lẹ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ program wo lẹ ẹ má bínú because I was losing concentration a little bit. Program wo lẹ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ sà ẹ bá mi kọ rewind it ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀sán díẹ̀ ẹ má bínú sà.
Kí ni àti program yẹn má bọ̀ nínú program yẹn wọ́n dàgbé ẹnìkan ẹnu àwọn agitator náà gbé máa yẹn wá tó dẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa.
mo mọ nípa pàjáwìrì tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ but ẹ tún sọ̀rọ̀ pé wọ́n ní kíní confirmation kan pé website kan mo understand kan tẹ́ mi.
Ẹni yẹn sọ ń bẹ̀ pé tí ẹ bá rí ẹni tó bá fẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ àwọn security.
Okay.
Pé ó ní nọ́mbà kan tí ó máa pè.
Okay, wọ́n sọ pé lórí program ọmọ Luka well I mean I don't know but I'm not sure about what intent sorry lórí so I have got no idea so I cannot answer in tí mo bá mọ̀ tí mo bá dé láì dé.
Okay.
So ìdí lára àwọn reason tàbí sọ pé ṣẹ́rí ẹni sùúrù ṣẹ́rí lára ìdí tí èmi ṣe sọ pé tó bá yẹ pé a ní office base ọ́fíìsì ní ẹni sìn láti máa ní information because gbogbo information tó bá relate mọ́rọ̀ Yorùbá nation láti inú ọ́fíìsì yẹn lọ́ọ́ ti máa ṣe operation ẹ̀ in terms of this important béèrè because okay ẹ̀yin gan program ní sìn ẹ̀yin gan fúnra yín gan ẹ̀ mọ̀ the full details so full details tẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀.
mo kà gbọ́ fírí ni kò dé.
bí akẹ́tù lọ tún gbọ́ again ìwé tẹ́ bá tún gbọ́.
ìpàdánwò yẹn ni mo gbọ́ mo dẹ̀ download rẹ̀.
wọ́n
sọ̀rọ̀ pa pé bóyá 500 naira bí kan ṣá láti fi.
ṣẹ́rí gbogbo tí pàjáwìrì yẹn gbogbo yẹn máa wà more active náà nígbà tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bá dúró tán because ìdí tó ṣe ń struggle ni pé the purpose of pàjáwìrì is to send signal ṣẹ́rí there is a lot of things tí kò lè wà in perfect modulum àbí gbá ìmọ̀tìlọ́tàbọ̀n until tá a bá dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè láti lè control because pàjáwìrì as an example nìsín mo ti gbé ẹni tó àwọn tó initiate pàjáwìrì wá sórí program wa rí but ó níwọ̀n bá gan tó lè ṣe tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò bá dúró tán so tí declaration bá wáyé a lot of things might erupt, a lot of energy might jáde, a lot of people might lè sọ pé yes, lótìtọ́ nísìn àti wà lórí ìrìn àjò yẹn, but àwọn kan ò fẹ́ jẹ́ ká dá dúró, wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó declare pé ká lọ ṣe election tán kó tó máa declare so that ká lè gbọ́ result bóyá Tinubu wọlé bó bá wọlé, tí Tinubu bá wọlé then kó wá sọ pé Yorùbá nation ló kàn nísìn. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, so ká padà sí ibi tá à ní gbé kọ́ ọmọ because àti ní kẹ́pẹ́ látẹ̀kàn ẹ̀ pé, so I'm now doing my final broadcast, my final summary, and point sí mo sọ it was very very important. After declaration, what should we be expecting? Our expectation after declaration is we should prepare that a lot of things will not operate as you are seeing it right now. By now, nígbà kọ́ ọ̀bọ̀ tẹ́mọ̀ èèyàn wa náà lẹ́ni program but ẹ̀kọ́ bá a ṣe ní kíákíá torí àsìkò ẹ ló kọ́là ẹgbọ́n sókè.
Yes sir, mo kàn ní sáré advice àwa tàwa ní diaspora ni wípé a bá fẹ́ ṣe rally sí nǹkan tètè gbégbèsè because tí winter bá ti tó tútù bá ti ń dé sí àwọn èèyàn ní jáde púpọ̀, so àwa tàwa ní ìlú òtútù ká tètè gbégbèsè tá a bá fẹ́ ṣe rally nǹkan tí mo ní sáré chicken nìyẹn sir.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni, very good idea. So the more tá a bá lè ṣe, and rally can be done weekly tẹ́ bá ti agree láàrin ara yín. So declaration means that a fẹ́ gba òyìnbó tá a ti ń lò látàárọ̀ yẹn, ẹ̀rọ tí òyìnbó yẹn tí mo ló wà nínú ìwé tí bàbá wa Victor Ọláoyè send sí mi, Mandela Submit of Fight, akọ́yìnbó kan láàárọ̀ níbẹ̀ òun ló ń pè ní
Liberty.
Liberation.
Liberty.
A fẹ́ gba the state of being free. A fẹ́ free lélẹ́yìí, èyí sọ̀rọ̀ school. Ìyẹn kan tẹ̀ ń sọ nísìnyí pé school tẹ̀ máa ṣe tọ́ tẹ́ fi ń gàn kadà tẹ́ fi ń tí PhD tí àgbèrò tó ń slap yín. We are talking about the declaration. Declaration means we can shut down the system for 6 months. Why things would now become regularized. It could even be after 7 years, after 1 year, 2 years. We don't know. But one thing is, a declaration will stop a lot of activities. Gbogbo airline on the west in Nigeria, because that means it becomes a volatile area until the government understand that we have actually declared. Because the federal government, ṣe rí problem tó fẹ́ wà ní pé tí federal government ò bá agree délẹ̀ pé àti lọ ó sì máa fa ìjà láàrin àwa àti federal government. Because federal government will be saying, no, in secessionist, if a break of country, no, we are not secessionists, we are reclaimed. So as at that time, defend the right one. Because government have a more pẹ̀lú international community, because tá bá lọ declare nísìn federal government will tell international community pé no àfi tí international community náà bá ń sọ fún government pé ọ̀rọ̀ tó ti wà nílẹ̀ nísìn ó ti di ọ̀rọ̀ sùúrù o, ṣé o mọ̀ pé o kò lè má pààyàn, because tí government bá pààyàn government yẹn máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n. Yes, liberty means òmìnira. Ìyá ìtúbà mi gbé lọ sí liberty means òmìnira. So kí la wá sign petition fún òmìnira náà ni. So táwa sọ pé a fẹ́ gba liberty wa padà, we must prepare that the system will stop to work. No, we're not going to be English speaking. We are going to be speaking Yoruba. Learn English. No. English is not our language. There's no way we're going to be speaking English. A Yoruba system will now be enforced. From the banking sector to the immigration to anywhere. And that is why they say that there will be an interim government that will run the operation, because the interim government would then start. But one thing is, a declaration will force the federal government to activate. What they want to activate is what we don't know. But we should prepare for whatever they want to activate, as we are also preparing. And don't let anybody anymore forget about any media. Any Koiki Sobe. I'm not challenging any media. Any any right to declare Yoruba nation. There are 18 countries tí mo sọ fún yín, tí mo confirm tó ní ìlú wọn tí wọ́n rẹ̀ ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú United Nations. And I can give you all the names. Àjà, àpàyàn. But èèyàn kankan gbọ́dọ̀ sọ fún yín, ẹ lọ gbọ́ níbì kan, wọ́n sọ fún no. Ẹni ẹ gbọ́ lórí Koiki Media pé 18 countries ó wà láyé tá a gbé ayé wọ́n ní freedom tiwọn, wọ́n ní liberty tiwọn. English language again. Like I said, we should not expect everything being so perfect, but this is what we should also be preparing our mind for. Because we are fighting for something that is going to be very, very tough. We are fighting for something that is called
liberty.
I feel the freedom wapada. I feel reclaim right to wapada. Ní alẹ́ ní 8 o'clock, ìyá onítìrì ń bọ̀. Chief Tọ́ládé ní ń bọ̀ lórí Yorùbá World Media. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fẹ́ gbọ́ yẹn mọ̀ wọ́n bí méjèèjì ṣe máa clash. But tẹ bá gbọ́ kan ilé lọ gbọ́ mi kejì. After tẹ bá gbọ́ yẹn tán. So bó ṣe jẹ́ ni. Hello caller. 8 o'clock lálẹ́ yìí.
8 o'clock Nigerian time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Koiki, èmi fẹ́ bèrè nípa ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi ni because mo fẹ́ ṣe àwọn dọ́kúmẹ́ntì mi kan bí mi ìdẹ̀fẹ́ ló parí Nàìjíríà mo ìdẹ̀fẹ́ padà sí Nàìjíríà.
Ẹ máa ní láti yẹ mo ń gbọ́.
So ikọ́ ọkọ̀ tó ń bà mí lẹ́rù sí i ni pé mi ìmọ̀ tó máa lọ tó máa dé Nàìjíríà tí láti bá wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó máa lọ shut down everything mi ò ní lè padà mọ́.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it will depend. You can still get to the nearest border because Nigeria will still be an ECOWAS country, so you can get to Benin Republic. You don't have to get to Nigeria directly. Because I don't see any airline will travel to a volatile country when there's a problem. You can get to Ghana and you go by road. So a lot of you will start preparing your mind, as when that is going to happen, when to move. But I can assure you, there will not be stability with the airline. Airline will not travel when there's volatile. In talking when volatile, there's uncertainty in the country. But that doesn't mean you cannot use, your Nigerian passport to get to Benin Republic or Ghana from wherever you are. You'll still be able to use that. That's Fentobani, another ID.
So that means embassies, foreign embassies, who are in Nigeria for my lockdown.
Well, they will not have to operate on Yoruba land. They can operate in the northeast or the northwest or Abuja. We will not allow any operation of any embassy in Yoruba land until we can now start talking in our own language that they understand. So if you talk about it, follow way or support you, they don't have to have any operation. Even their organization, even their NGOs, we will make sure all those things are stopped. That's why I said the first 6 months will be a very difficult one as at the time of declaration. So when you put declaration, are you also preparing your mind towards the eventuality of what is going to start happening? Because a lot is going to happen. It will have a big impact on every one of us. Everyone's okay, Yawa.
It's well done. Gbogbo àwọn analysis tẹ́ ń ṣe fún wa yẹn la nídìí. Firstly lórí tí màní ẹ kọ́kọ́ sọ nípa security, tẹ́ kọ́kọ́ sọ fún wa nípa security yẹn, spiritual security in all way. A nídìí láti dìde sí yẹn gidigidi gan. Even before the declaration yẹn tó come in, nítorí àwọn people yìí wọ́n ti dá àwọn Fúlàní yẹn síta pẹ̀lú aṣọ ọlọ́pàá pẹ̀lú gbogbo ẹ̀ mo ti send ẹ̀ sórí ìkíní yín wọ́n ti dá wọn síta wọ́n ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tún dá wọn síta ni. So I need the security yẹn gan ẹni bóyá yẹn ló ń ba gbogbo àwọn èèyàn lẹ́rù but àwọn èèyàn nídìí láti bẹ̀rù torí pé a ti dé odò tán a gbọ́dọ̀ bẹ̀rù láti bọ́ sí ìsọpá a fẹ́ bọ́ sínú omi gbogbo àwọn tó wà nílé láti dúró àwa táwa ń bí àsìkò àwọn náà là ń wọ́rì fún kọ́ má bẹ̀rù. Gbogbo oníkálukú ìbílẹ̀ kan bá mọ̀ oníkálukú bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbogbo kí ohun tí a bá lè ṣe ní ọ̀dọ̀ wa bí láti fi ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ kẹjẹ́ ká mọ̀ torí wọ́n nídìí every security yẹn irú tó jẹ́ pé kọ́ máa bọ́ tó bá gbé ìbọn kí ìbọn wọn má ṣiṣẹ́ tó bá aṣọ wọn bóyá kó dẹ̀ mọ́ wọn lára káwọn gbọ̀ngàn má lè sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo irú àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kẹjọ kí gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà wá dìde àwọn ọba nìkan kọ́ àwọn àgbààgbà wà torí àwọn ọba yẹn náà àwọn kan ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún wọn tó kí gbogbo wọn dìde kànjọ lórí ibi tá a dúró yìí no joke anymore o. Then lórí tí gbogbo táwọn èèyàn wá ń wọ́rì pé àwọn government official wọ́n gbà máa wá ẹ̀jẹ̀ ti ṣàlàyé náà síwájú kò sí tó yàtọ̀ a máa kàn kúrò ní under Nàìjíríà ni a máa bọ́ sí Yorùbá nation gbogbo all activities owó wa everything torí mi náà ti wọ́rì lórí owó ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan fi mí pòun ní èlọ́tọ̀ pé owó ní Nàìjíríà pé ṣé tábà wọ Nàìjíríà kínní tábà wọ Yorùbá nation ṣówó òun ò ní lọ mo ní kó má wọ̀rí owó ẹ̀ ò lè lọ so gbogbo orú àwọn yẹn ẹjọ́ ẹ̀ tún wá bá wa fi tó àwọn èèyàn létí àti pé position wọn àwọn tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé government official yẹn dédé kí ni wọ́n status wọn máa yàtọ̀ ọmọ àti kìí ṣe bá ṣe ń ṣe ní ti yo Nàìjíríà yẹn náà máa ṣe wọ́n máa lọ according to our own constitution declaration ni kó tó di pé wọ́n lè reshuffle wọn pẹ̀lú insurance national insurance wọn tó ń sọ so kí gbogbo èèyàn má bẹ̀rù àti débẹ̀ ní olúwa gbé wa débẹ̀ àwọn ti gbé wa débẹ̀ olúwa bá wa yanjú ẹ wá jẹ́ kán mọ̀ pé Rome was not built in a day mo ti send message yẹn Rome was not built in a day wọ́n láti ní sùúrù ni o tó dáwọn èèyàn wọ ò ní sùúrù ìbídẹ́lẹ̀ tán bá ti declare wọ́n fẹ́ kí gbogbo owó wọn gbogbo iṣẹ́ wọn kó jẹ́ automatic kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o ẹni kí wọ́n ní sùúrù lórí tí wọ́n kúrò ní ìgbà táwọn náà kúrò ní EU sẹ́yìn ó le gidigidi lọ́wọ́ ni.
ìlú tẹ̀tí ó ti lè kọjá bó ṣe yẹ lọ́gbọ́n nísìn. mo ní after tàti kúrò ní EU nísìn nǹkan ti le gan nílùú yìí. kọ́lọ́ máa kó lè mọ́ wa lára.
kò yí sí kẹjẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn máa mọ̀ kó má rò pé automatic nítorí mindset àwọn èèyàn wá Nàìjíríà ó flexible gidi wọ́n lè ní ṣé wọ́n ti ṣe declaration tán ó di lọ́la kọ́ ní owó àwọn ń kọ́ iṣẹ́ àwọn ń kọ́ eléyìí ń kọ́ tó ó máa need the time kọ́ ní sùúrù gidi ni o olúwa bá wa ṣe o bàbá máa tẹ̀yìn àwọn bàbá máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ o olúwa fún wa lókun àtẹ̀dá fún gbogbo wa o àánú olúwa bá wa gbé o Yorùbá nation now ló fún yín bàkà wá dúró àdúró tó di end ni o lórúkọ Jésù.
ẹ ṣé gan ìyá wa mo appreciate call yìí mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n lọ́tún lọ́sì tí ẹ̀ ń fi làákàyè bá ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn lọ. I know a lot of àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n máa jókòó wọ́n máa ṣe analysis especially on my program pé ṣé bó ṣe máa lọ náà nìyẹn bó ṣe fẹ́ lọ náà yẹn mo ti ṣàlàyé fún yín yẹn. What we want to do is we want to take back freedom, and freedom would destabilize so many things to operate the leg for a new freedom to take over. Forget about our Nigerian soldier. Forget about Nigerian government. Nigerian government is just an entity that has been used to stop our freedom. Our freedom now, we will overturn it and stop the name Nigeria from taking control. INEC offices, all those buildings will be under lock and key. And if anybody, as at the time, we're not going to force anybody not to listen to us, but you could also be facing a criminal charges. If you decide, you could also be facing a criminal charges should you not listen to the new government of the day. Mo nígbà kọ́ púpọ̀ mọ̀ because mo rí pé àwọn èèyàn ló máa pè ní sin àti ṣí lọ́rùn àtẹ̀ nǹkan tẹ́ pé I have to wrap up now.
Máàlù kan wá sórí show Mr. Hamzat ní tó ń wà ní Ghana yẹn. Bàbá kan wọ́n gbé bàbá yẹn wá. Bàbá yẹn náà pariwo pé kí àwọn èèyàn jáde bàbá àgbàlagbà. Òun náà dẹ̀ sọ pé tí àwọn tó bá léde nǹkan pé ọ̀fẹ́ ló máa fún wọn. Bóun ò ní gbà pọ̀pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹni bódì. Bóun gan náà máa jáde síta. Wọ́n máa fẹ́ ṣe kí ní ìlànà yẹn. So mi bóyá bàbá lè wo program yẹn ẹ̀rí ìfowópamọ́ nọ́mbà bàbá yẹn bóyá kí n tẹ̀sẹ̀ sí.
Ok, ẹ̀yin náà yẹ bá kú bàbá yẹn. Ara iṣẹ́ kan náà nìyẹn.
So bàbá yẹn ṣàṣọ pé anybody gbogbo àwọn tó bá fẹ́ lọ sí rally ní Nàìjíríà ni mò ń sọ.
Oyè mi.
Oyè mi. Wọ́n kò máa fún àpò nǹkan síta. Àwọn dẹ̀ ní bíi méjì mẹ́ta tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn lè lò. Jẹ́ pé kò sí pé kìnní kan wọn máa kọ́ má bẹ̀rù. Òun náà dẹ̀ sọ ọ́ dẹ̀ ní bí àwọn ó dẹ̀ pariwo síta pé gbogbo àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe tó bá ní ìpọ̀nì pé káwọn náà bọ́ síta ọ pé torí ó ti kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀.
I'm sure páwọn èèyàn àti gbọ́ program yẹn so gbàtẹ́lẹ̀ ti dárúkọ program tó ti wò so anybody tó bá ní interest kọ́ lọ gbọ́ program yẹn náà so kọ́ lè lọ mú nọ́mbà yẹn.
Bàbá yẹn dẹ̀ sọ pé ó dẹ̀ sọ pariwo pé yóò bá ṣe é ṣe kọ́ pa gbogbo àwọn àgbàlagbà yẹn kí gbogbo àwọn máa lọ kí àwọn ọmọdé yẹn pé kọ́ lè rógo wọn lò.
Ìjọ ọ̀lọ́ ṣe program so that táwọn tó bá fẹ́ lọ wá program yẹn wá lè mọ̀ ìjọ ọ̀lọ́ ṣe program náà.
Ó dà pé wọ́n ṣe program yẹn ní ìjẹta.
Lórí Hamzat tó wà ní Ghana so ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ti gbọ́ ẹ lọ wo program yẹn because tẹ bá ní kébì lọ wo program yẹn I'm very very busy.
Bàbá yẹn lòun ò ní gba sísì olóhùn ò ní gba kọ́bọ̀.
All right, no problem yàrá ẹ ṣe gan ni.
Mo ní kẹ́ sọ so that
àwọn èèyàn ti gbọ́ iná bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ yẹn náà lọ ti gbọ́. We have thousands of people that are watching. Eshegoni, Agbakomo, at the line we couldn't get calls. I have to start winding down, and I need a lot of time now to do my analysis and summary. Yeah. Well. So, Bashen Solo, Emma if you're still trying to call, I'm not taking any more calls. We had the line open for ample of time. One thing we have to prepare first is the mega rally, even if a declaration will happen after that. Our political appointees, our politicians put into ministry. Can you come and put down politics? I mean, because in Nigeria, must say, and sort of political appointees. Political appointees. A whole system is shutting down. I understand what I'm shut down. A whole system is about to shut down and sort of political appointees. So, political appointees in anything, she won't represent the Yoruba nation. She won't sort of Yoruba nation. Our political appointees tẹ́yìn sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn nísìn àwọn ò lọ́n represent ṣé ìjọba tiwa lọ́n represent ni. I know some of you want to ask different questions, but ẹ kọ́kọ́ wò náà kẹ́ tó béèrè question. Okay, political appointees ṣé wọ́n represent ìran Yorùbá nísìn àbí wọ́n represent àpò wọn àtàwọn family wọn. Let the political appointees come out now and start talking about the indigenous people. They're not talking about the indigenous people. So, can you come about the political appointees? I don't think some of us understand, Kilofe, that we are fighting, for our liberty. And that liberty is something that will bring history. Thank you so much, Freedom First. Èmi, ẹ̀yin, gbogbo wa, àtẹni tó wà nílé, àtẹni tó wà níta, we want to take back our liberty. And we will do so in accordance with the international community. But the international community are not going to come down. We will make it as peaceful, and if it has to be violent, it will be violent. So, one thing first is the mega rally. We don't know when it's going to happen. We will let you know when we have been told at exactly when. But from what I'm told, we will get a mega rally before the end of this year. That's all. I know people are in a haste. You want to know when it's going to happen. I don't know. As soon as we know, we will announce it. But what I can say is, there will be a rally in London this Saturday, the 13th of August at 11 o'clock, Trafalgar Square, same place. Behind the National Gallery where we all gathered, and from there we do what we can do for a few hours, and then, all what we are doing there is just to remind the world again, because as at the time there will be a lot of changes that will eventually happen, then we should. Some people will say, but àwọn tó wà nílé gbogbo tẹ́ ń sọ yìí ọ̀rọ̀ tó lé ní agbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kó gbọ́ délẹ̀ tán. I agree. Well, at the appropriate time, people will get to know the reasons why we left Nigeria. Even if not by Tigbo. At the appropriate time, at the appropriate time, a lot of our Yoruba Tiwo, because by that time we would have access to things that will not debar us. It things you are debarred and straight access. To get these messages to every part of Yoruba land. But as at the appropriate time, when we make sure that we own the land and we are taking back, the control of the land, we would then be able to descend, like Mohammed will not be able to stop anything as at that time. Because we're not going to listen to government anymore. The government doesn't own the Yoruba land. And that means a lot of the media, Nile, would also be talking. So gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n gbọ́ yẹn, imagine as an example right now pé kí declaration wáyé láàárọ̀ yìí mò ń sọ ní o láàárọ̀ yìí kí lè rò pé àwọn media tó wà nílé màmá sọ into my news nìyẹn. So that message will then travel fast more than in Tatimbago in the last 2 years, because tó bá declare Yoruba nation láàárọ̀ yìí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ìtì gbogbo media máa sọ nílé nìyẹn. Àbí ṣé nǹkan tó máa kí ló máa tún sọ? Okay, àìtí declare BBC Yorùbá sọ pé a fẹ́ ṣe rally ní America lọ́n the 13. So tá bá declare nísìn kí lẹ́yìn rò pé gbogbo yẹn máa sọ. Kò dẹ̀ wá ń ṣe media tó wà nílé nìkan, gbogbo media tó wà ní different African countries kí lẹ́yìn rò pé máa sọ. Àbọ̀rọ̀ mi yẹn nísìn. So that is something I want us to, to think about. Once again, my name is Ola Yomi Koike of Koike Media. Yeah, I'm coming. As we say, the Yoruba nation has come to stay. So, but ìdí tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ṣe sọ pé ẹ̀wọ̀ ọ̀gbọ́n nísìn is because what it block your access wa. And give your brother this, some as well. Okay. The government is blocking our access. Government in Nigeria won't block access wa. But at that time, the government more because listen to government in Nigeria more because government in Nigeria koloni lewa. Go and share together, the two of you. That's the two left. Go and share. Aboromo ye anything?
Where?
It's with his sister. But you find more.
Where did he get the pipe?
It's calling you. Go and get it. Come on, Jekin Tabon Jare. Shishelo. Aboromo ye anything? The government do not have that. Taba declare Yoruba nation ní ọ̀sán ní 10:30 by. How soon le news em travel sí gbogbo Nigeria? How soon le feel pé taba declare ní 10:35 a.m. nísìn or in another 5 minutes? The news will spread within 10 seconds. And that means the energy in the Yoruba land will change. There will be fear. Some people will be fearful, and some people will be determined. So, táwọn kan ṣe bẹ̀rù, làwọn kan máa rọ́ jáde. So, àwọn tó fẹ́ rọ́ jáde yẹn ló máa wá kí àwọn tí wọ́n bẹ̀rù yẹn pé, á ti lọ nìyẹn. Òmìnira ti dé. Then that means each of your governors will want to put security outfit out, but we will overrun them because they will not have enough security to go around each of all the Yoruba local governments.
Daddy, you got nothing to eat with it.
What's that?
This.
Yeah.
We don't have a spoon for it.
Yeah, take it. You almost spoon now. Can you open this? Can you open that one? The second one. Yeah, open that and then you share together. And the message will then move out of Nigeria to other African countries. And as the message is traveling to African countries, the news get picked up by the international community. And the first thing is the UN will sit for what they call a Security Council meeting. Because that means there's an instability in Nigeria based on the declaration. Even though the UN is aware, but the UN has not said, Elo declare, but the UN is saying, Kama ṣe díẹ̀, Kama ṣe díẹ̀. But for the fact that Atilo declare, it has to be something that they have to discuss. The UN cannot sit back and say, nítorí pé àwọn fún wa ní access pé ká lọ declare, àti wá declare yẹn, kò ṣe tó kàn wọ́n mọ́. It's called humanitarian disaster. Because there will be uncertainty. There's a lot of organizations that are operating in Nigeria back and forth. Níjọ́ ọ̀nà ìmọ̀ kàkán ní ìdí tí Emirates to ṣe fẹ́ pull out ní Nigeria ni pé wọ́n ò rówó lọ́wọ́ Nigerian government mọ́. They have about $80 million that they're gonna collect back. So they're going to reduce their operation because owó tẹ fi ra ticket ní náírà jẹ́ ṣàlàyé fún ẹ yẹn kọ́ ní kankan lẹ́nìí. Àgbà kọ́ ọmọ like I said, I'm just doing my analysis until I prepare for studio. Because mo pa chima ti sórí owó tí ó fi ra ticket nílé bí ó fi lọ sí Dubai. Ó mọ̀ pé náírà ni wọ́n fi rà kò ṣe dọ́là. Bí ó rà ní 495,000 naira. Mo kàn sọ ni I don't know how much they're selling the ticket. Now, expectation, and like I said, so Star Radio UK, that will be my guest later on. Myself with Kayode Emola, so Achitifodere. So I still have about up to 5 minutes. Change our shocking joko. ilẹ̀ láti make sure power board àìta lọ dúró sí kọ́ máa disturb mi kí n pẹ́ lé nínú so mo ní láti make sure pé 10:37 lẹ̀ láwà. ṣe rí owó tó fi ra tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹn báwo ló rò pé Dubai ṣe fi gbọ́ owó yẹn padà ta ló mọ̀ ok ìwọ ra tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì láàárọ̀ yìí o fẹ́ lọ Dubai o fẹ́ lọ London àbò fẹ́ lọ America but náírà ló fi ra owó yẹn ló fi ra how do you expect the airline to get their money back ta ló máa sanwó fún airline ṣé náírà ni airline máa gbà padà I'm trying to get somebody that knows this conversation and I'm monitoring my comments. Then rephrase ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. You have bought a ticket with any airline, international airline going to any part of the globe. How and who is going to pay the airline back? Ṣé ìwọ ló máa sanwó fún airline yẹn ìwọ tó ra ticket yẹn as an individual or there's another mechanism that it will be there to pay the airline which will then be coming through either the central bank and the airline do not get naira. I mean, I'm talking about their head office. Kilo fi naira ṣe because the head office is not in Nigeria. The operation, is not in naira, it's in dollars. So, but Nigeria as it is do not have enough dollars. So what Nigerian government will do is they will tell Emirates, okay, gbogbo owó tó pa fún gbogbo owó tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì yín, somebody say ICAO, payment will be in foreign exchange of the day. So sorry reason tẹ̀ ṣe ń pọ̀ nìyẹn o, reason tí a ṣe ń jẹ wá àtàwa tí a wà nínú Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. So the pressure cooker ni. So now airline expect pé kí government fún wọn ní dollar, government náà wọ́n ní dollar, okay? So it becomes in and out. But in tí mo kàn fẹ́ lò ń bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé kò ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀yin mo fẹ́ lò. Ṣẹ́rí moment declaration bá wáyé airline mọ̀ pé problem ti wà ní Nàìjíríà, so a kọ́kọ́ cease operation wọn lọ Nàìjíríà. Delta airline tó ń lọ láti America ó máa cease operation. Turkish airline, gbogbo airline, Virgin, British Airways, every one of them will stop the operation at least until they understand what is going on. Ṣé rí pé power of declaration ó ní agbára gan. Ṣé rí gbogbo etí BBC talk about us, CNN. No, àwọn ọlọ́mọ máa wá máa talk about us. Thank you so much, Ama Uche. What we are planning to do is to allow the world to now understand that the indigenous people have spoken with one voice. So we must prepare for the mega rally. We must prepare, for the full final exit. Ṣé rí pé gbogbo tí mo sọ nísìn, I have not said a máa mú bọ̀ jáde, a fẹ́ lọ yin wọn, a fẹ́ pa wọ́n. But what we should now prepare is gbogbo tí mo kà sílẹ̀. Ṣé rí pé ọ̀rọ̀ tó wúwo gan ni tó gba pé ká gbáradì for whatever might happen. Ekaro, Liz Dada. So let me just greet some of you quickly because I will only have 10 minutes to start pushing my stuff into the studio. Thank you so much, Shola Dudu, Faith_Faith_ for life. Thank you so much. When is the declaration? I don't know. I cannot answer that. James Ritchie, thank you so much. Undi_innovative, Moki Yawa Beauty_Amokwe. Efimile Jo. Okay, what a beautiful name there. Adeleke Abigail, Moki Yawa. Moki Wugwain Wole Olong, Moki Yafa. Let's continue to pray in Ajolong. Our psyche will not be able to understand everything, but the journey of how this will become, even àwọn tó disagree pẹ̀lú wa, tá bá ṣàtìrí pé okay, Nigeria ṣàti pín, maybe there will be peace. I'm sure in no time they will get the message, and by that time a lot of messages will travel more. So tí wọ́n fi ń block access information, gbogbo analysis gbogbo Dr. Aliu yẹn lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ló máa fluctuate káàkiri gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá within no time. So Ọlọ́run ọba ọlọ́jọ́ ìní mo kí ìyàwó ayẹyẹ oge Benjamin Aremu Adékúnlé Abíọ́dún Afúnwàṣe lálẹ́ èmi máa jáde ní 6 o'clock fún Star Radio pẹ̀lú Káyọ̀dé Mọ̀lá ẹ pàdé mi níbẹ̀ mo kí ìyàwó Eunice Ládépọ̀ mo kí bàbá wa Tommy 42K on Instagram J157 on Instagram Ògúngbèmí àwọn orúkọ tó dáa ní àwọn kìíní ẹ̀bọ̀ nígbà tí mo wà ní school lábẹ́òkúta grammar school kìíní kan jẹ́ Ògún kìíní kan ẹ bá rí bó ṣe máa ń nàka àwọn orúkọ yẹn but this time around we need to understand that we should be proud of who we are o fẹ́ ṣe ẹbọ ni tó bá lè ṣe má jẹ́ kí ọ̀kan sọ fún ẹ pé ẹbọ yẹn kò dáa bó ṣe ṣorí báwọn èèyàn ṣe ń pe pastor àti imam o ní right láti pe babaláwo láti béèrè pé nǹkan kan right ṣe lè bá mi check ẹ kò sí offence níbẹ̀ àwọn tó ń ṣe movie àwọn ọlọ́mọ máa ń sọ pé Jésù ló na babaláwo pamọ́lẹ̀ all this was just to make a bad impression of our tradition wọ́n bá tẹ́kọ̀ sórí Ògún kọ́ pa Ògún fẹ́ fún ẹ láàárọ̀ pé wọ́n mà náà rí nǹkan kan kò dẹ̀ ibi tó bá dẹ̀ dífá fún yàn Ifá máa sàn kankan wọ́n lè nìyẹn bí ẹ tó bá lówó ìgúnfẹ́ wọ́n lè ní kó pa pẹ́pẹ́yẹ just the same way tí wọ́n náà ṣe ń gbàwẹ̀ ẹlòmíì wà nísìn inú àwẹ̀ ló wà nísìn èmi ò sí inú àwẹ̀ mo ṣe mu tíì ẹlòmíì wà nú ẹ̀mí so we should not kò dẹ̀ ṣe jẹ́ ìsìn láńjà and there's nothing wrong with all our religion mo understand no there's nothing wrong with all the true religion but what we are not going to agree this time around is kọ́ máa sọ fún wa pé ìṣẹ̀ṣe ò dáa no we are not going to allow that tó bá wọn ìṣẹ̀ṣe ló fẹ́ ṣe tó bá wọn 3 in 1 doesn't matter you are more than old enough to now know that every one of them there's nothing wrong with it so let us continue the conversation so tó bá di 8 o'clock Chief Mrs. Modupe Onitiri 8 o'clock alẹ́ 13th wọ́n ń bọ̀ lórí ọmọ streamer lórí Heritage Koiki Media Ìjìnlẹ̀ Ṣóyẹ Kóríbẹ̀ and other platforms that will pick the signal but media world media ẹ máa ń rí yẹn àwọn náà ń gbé bàbá Chief Tọ́lá Adéníyìnbọ̀ and I think on the 28th ní Dustin níjọ́ Sunday ní mọ́ǹtì oṣù yìí wọ́n ní ká pàdé níbẹ̀ àwọn ìlànà UK they're working on something that is going to come up on there as well. White garment churches, we're not fighting any church, but what we are saying is let everybody prepare that Nigeria will be shut down by a peaceful means. If otherwise, it will be violent. My name is Olami Koiki. Have a very good morning so that I can go and get myself ready. I only have 15 minutes. Bye for now. Lori YouTube. I won't have time to restart it again here. So Ekoko join one Lori YouTube or Star Radio, so that you can watch it from there. Have a very good afternoon. Bye for now. I'll just play my music. Then when I'm ready, I'll shut the broadcast down. Because I could link Multi-Star Radio. So, Eloma, enjoy while I prepare to shut the broadcast down. I think Archie is live. I can see him there. So, at least, no. I'll play only convincing at Beloma, the Pomaloma, from any problem. I need enough for him. See Alimado. Moki Baba WOTV, for always using our platform to rebroadcast on his own platform. If you're watching it on WOTV, you're not watching it live, you're watching a repeated program. Enjoy on it. Gunmen rob motorists on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. You're not that good. Gbogbo fóònù náà ti bátọ̀ sí lọ́lẹ̀. So, ó tún dalẹ́ nìyẹn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Sunday. Màá share link in Star Radio so tẹ́ bá fẹ́ lọ join wa lórí ẹ̀. Ẹ̀sùn mọ́ bí màá share link yẹn so if you want to join me there I'm not going to stream on my own platform. Àtúlẹ̀ náà kò gbogbo fóònù mi battery ti lọ́lẹ̀. A kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan ṣe thank you so much. Ibi. Ìgbówó Ìgbówó. Mo kí gbogbo apárápátá lẹ́ǹkan sọ. Thank you so much. And I hope we've been able to be educated this morning again. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí Koiki Odùduwà, gbogbo iná ni mo rí o. Adeleke Abigail, Bọ́lájí Salami. Mo kí yín o, Ọlá Lumade Bọ́láńlé ìyáwa, gbogbo owó yín mo fi tọ̀kọ̀. Ìyá mi Àjọkẹ́ Jíbódù mo kí yín o. Ìyáwa Yétúndé, gbogbo yín mo kí pátápátá. Okay, ẹ jẹ́ ká wò bí a fundraising yẹn lọ sókè díẹ̀. Thank you so much. Àwọn díẹ̀ tún fowó sí. Wow, èèyàn kan fi $500 ẹ jẹ́ n kẹ́ni ẹ dáadáa. Èèyàn kan fi $500 sí. Ẹ jẹ́ n pọ̀ sórí. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹni tó fi $500 sórí ibẹ̀ yẹn. I don't know whether it was today, but somebody put $500. There was another £10, and these are the recent donation. Thank you so much once again. Let's enjoy the music. Like I said, I will stop the broadcast in just about a few minutes. We'll phone you going to flat already. Ẹ̀nà àìsí àwọn kan sọ fún pé Yorùbá nation ò lè bọ́ sí ìrọ́ ló ń pa. Ìtí ọmọ ènìyàn ilẹ̀ àríwá tó kọjú ọ̀rọ̀. Àti àwọn Yorùbá think tank lórí Twitter fún iṣẹ́ takuntakun tó ń ṣe. Mo kí bàbá wa Ààrẹ Karùn-ún we recognize you, we appreciate you. Mo kí bàbá wa Ayélóge pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn ẹgbẹ́ YSDM. Yeah.
Do you think the big truck outside?
Ẹ̀gbọ́n yóò bá ń gbé lọ síta ni. Ẹ máa gbọ́n ẹ̀jẹ̀ sáré bá ń gbé truck yẹn síta. Why are you playing with my bag?
Ẹyẹ tó máa ṣe bọ́ kí ẹ ò sí ní gbọ́mọ́. Òrìṣà tí ó ṣe bọ́pọ̀ àbádé mọ́ ni. Ṣé bí yẹn ò ọmọ làgbẹ̀dẹ? Ẹ bá lè jẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ náà jẹ́. Adéyẹmí ọmọ sọ́wọ́ kan láì dá. Kìkì orí tó máa kọ́ ni wípé.
Yoruba nation.
Yoruba nation ìnáwó ìbá kìíní.
We're just 10 minutes before the studio.
Ó máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò. Ó máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò. Onílé wò.
When I lost my son, people mocked me. Baba wa Adeboye, Ọlọ́run fọ́run tọ́ mọ yín.
Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ká rórí. Ọjọ́ wo ni wọ́n dalẹ̀ ìfẹ́ tó tọ̀tọ̀? Àwọn kan sáré kó lè tẹ̀ra.
Àwọn kan sáré lọ́wọ́ nínú àwọn kan sá. Sí kankan wọn.
Ṣó dára kí dẹ́ aṣọ ìwà lọ́kùn?
Sí kankan wọn.
Yorùbá ìrònú kẹ́lọ́ fi mọ̀ ṣọ̀kan.
Àní ká dá dúró.
Ọ̀sán ló pọ̀ tán ìwà
Mo kí ń bẹ̀ bàbá wa Akínọlá Ọ̀pọ̀n. Mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí ọ. Thank you so much. Ẹ bá fowó sí central account àti security account. Ó wà very very important. Mo rí ọ̀yá mi Àlàkẹ́ Bọ́lá. Thank you so much. Mo rí ìyàwó Grace Dada. Ìbítáyọ̀ Ajíbíkẹ́. Kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín ní Dublin ìyá mi. Dárí Samuel Asaitio. Àti parí ètò so I can prepare for studio. Thank you so much. Prince_B_ on Instagram. Majek for care. Thank you so much. Bishop won't play. Our little program. Okay, I take the party program. Yeah, Bishop. Mo ṣiṣẹ́ tán bọ̀ mo ti disconnect. So, all right. but not now because mo lọ sí studio nísìnyí tí bá ṣe tán ni màá pè é mo wà live by but àwọn èèyàn mo ṣe ń bá àwọn èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ but mo ń lọ sí Star Radio as well another opening màá pè yín after 12 alright àwa ni. Oh, yeah. I'm an initiator. They are lady. All right. They are lady. All right. Mo kí yàn bàbá wa olóyè Philip. Àwọn kan fẹ́ ká lọ lè. Diesel hike, NRC reduce. Gbogbo ilé nísìn, gbogbo àwọn bíbá nísìn. Train kìíní everywhere will be shut down. Nothing is going to work. We'll make sure nothing will work after a declaration. About fish and come out prepare for and let it go in. So there.
The electricity boss saying that well.
So on that note, let's now shut everything down. Thank you so much. We've done about 4 hours because Instagram it is of many people. We love you so much on this platform. If you need your flag, get in touch with me. You're also helping the movement that way. Whether you're buying in bulk, you're buying 1 or 2, it will go a long way to help the movement. Have a very good afternoon, good morning. Join me on Star Radio UK. It is our finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. My name is Ola Yomi Koiki, Koiki Media, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. In the Buffy support to our team will be streaming later on from the Oshun Oshogbo Festival. So if you want to help us, we pray for them. They're already on their way. When they get there, you will just signal.
I don't know where.
One look for it. So that is about it. Thank you so much. Enter in the UK, enter in America, Canada, wherever you are, Yoruba Nation has finally come to stay. Bye for now. Thank you, MixLR. I will start the broadcast after this in just about 5 minutes.